will drive yourself insane trying to figure out what these people are trying to do. I guess it is literally not even worth it. Literally not even worth it, dude. Jesus Christ. Look at that monkey. They're just fucking. This is crazy. All right, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Grand Rising, everybody. How we doing? How's everybody doing? Leo says, good morning. Excellent Michelle says, happy Monday. Thanks, Grand Rising, my brother. How you living? You all right? Look at that market. Look at that shit. Look at what's going on. Look what they're doing. Jesus. It's sad, bro, because it's sad because I see what they're doing, and man, they're fucking people up. This is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. It's dangerous. Grand Rising, everybody. Mike says, yeah. Grand Rising, Mike. Don't want to roll these over just yet. Hold on, before I make that decision on to roll these over, hold on. Before I make that decision, let me look at the volume on this contract. The volume on this is 78K. The volume on NQ I wonder why my Discord isn't sending out the notifications anymore at this point in time. It's not sending them out. Anyway, the volume on NQ to December is 75K, 76K. No, wait, they rolled it over. They rolled it over. They did. No, they did not. They did not roll it over, not yet. continuous is still 24,220. 76K on this volume. Open interest 42. Whereas on this, the volume is 80K. Open interest 23,000. Okay, so I'm gonna still stick with this. I'm gonna still stick with this until the middle of this week. So I'm not gonna look at that. I'm gonna still stick with this. I'm gonna still stick with this. All right, they're squeezing. Um, there's a shitload of people that rested orders above here, and they're just trying to fill those orders, and they're just squeezing them out, causing them to fill orders by taking it higher. And it's absolutely sickening. It's freaking sickening. Why? Because I used to be one of those people. First payout request is today. Good job, F82. Good job. Good job. Gap fill 9/15. Because this is flat out ridiculous what they're doing here. This is ridiculous what they're doing. I'm already set up. So I did my homework last night. It's flat out ridiculous. Anyway, I can't yeah. Let me sign into my Apex. What's going on with the sound on my computer? Okay, that's why. Sound output is wrong. Hold on, guys. So the sound output was wrong. Okay. So that's fixed. Let me try something real quick. Okay, so that's fixed. There's always something going on. Alrighty. So that's fixed. Okay. So I'm signed in here. Now let me run a test order really quickly here. I'm gonna just do a test limit order here, and I'm gonna see if this works correctly.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
24,099. Okay. So it is working correctly here.
Order canceled.
So my bot is working correctly. Okay. Let me go over to Discord and make sure Discord is okay. So Discord is still working on the right monitor as far as the sound output is concerned. Mike says Grand Rising. Exo Michelle says Happy Monday. Leo says good morning. Okay. Good morning, Leo. Grand Rising, Mike. What's going on? Alrighty. I'm actually already set up here. All right. And I already have my levels written down ahead of schedule. Guys, there's no news. They're just squeezing everybody. Because okay, guys, listen. A lot of hold on. Let me check TikTok. Hey, TikTok, Grand Rising. How y'all doing? Happy Monday. Y'all doing all right? Shiloh says good morning. Shiloh's in Discord, but he likes to check in through here. What the heck is going on with NQ? What the heck is going on with NQ? Oh, all time high again, Matt says. Yeah, Matt. It's crazy, man. First payout request. Okay, yeah. I already said congratulations to that one. Good job. Great job. How's TikTok doing? How are you guys doing? You guys living all right? Why Replicano not working for me, Jay says. Replicanos might not be working for you because what happened was you rolled the contract over. You got to double check because you may have rolled the contract over, but you're trying to trade the NQ Perpetuous contract. So the NQ contract on TradingView is still set to September, and then you may have rolled your Ninja Trader over to Jay. If you look at my screen, you may have rolled it over to the December. So you need to make sure that you're on ES September here. The instrument is ES September. That's what you need to make sure. That's probably why it's not working. So everybody needs to be on alert for that. I made that mistake several times, numerous times, and I've actually blown accounts because of that. So I am going to do everything in my power to stop you guys from blowing up accounts or making the same mistakes that took me years in order to figure out. I'm going to do everything in my power. All right. And the first thing that we're going to do is that we're getting ready to navigate this market right now at the all-time high. All right. So hold on. Let me turn my news wire on. Guys, the market is pumping right now because well, in part now Tesla is not Nvidia, but in part to the fact that Elon just bought $1 billion in cash worth of Tesla shares. So Tesla is soaring, and if Tesla starts soaring, there are other stocks like it are going to soar as well. So Tesla actually has the ability to move this entire market, like seriously. So that's what's going on. Well, that's one of the things that's going on, guys. There's no really crazy news events going on right now. That's all that I've seen, unless I'm wrong. That's why I'm turning my news wire on right now before I do anything crazy. I got this going in the background. Hold on. Unless I'm wrong, that's just what's going on. Guys, listen. Obviously, Discord has far more features, and so like they know the value of Discord. But but TikTok, listen, if you're on TikTok, I need you to send at least 2 comments in. That's going to be my requirement. So I'm not even going to interact with you. Like if you don't send at least 2 or 3 comments in, like hey morning or hey, W, you guys. Even if it's W in the chat, or even if you say hi or hey I'm new or something, so that I can know who you are, because I have a pretty good memory. Morning, brother. No problem. After Mr. Pessimist said, okay. Shaquana says good. Shaquana says just got on. That counts as a comment, Shaquana. I need at least 3 comments. Guys, listen, look, I want to start interacting with you guys more. I interact with Discord all the time, and I check in with people with Discord, and even if they don't say nothing, I say, hey, what's up? How you doing? So Discord already knows how I get down, but we need to get it. But we need to get the engagement up on TikTok. That's what we need to do. Hold on. We need to get the engagement up on TikTok. Told you I'll be back. Let's get it. Optimistic says, "Oh yeah, I know you'll be back." Cass says good morning. Cass is inside Discord, so I appreciate you for stopping by, Cass, and saying hello. Everybody else, what's going on? Why y'all not typing? I need at least 3 comments from y'all. W in the chat or something. Just say hey, hi, or hello, or hey, my day's not going well, or hey, my day's going great. Hey, I'm happy to be alive. How are you doing? What's up? WWW. It could be WWW. You can send it back to back to back. But I need 3 comments, and I'm gonna bug you until you do it. Don't sit here and don't ask me and say, "Hey man, what's going on with that market?" Or "Hey man, what you talking about with that?" And then like, and then like, I know you haven't sent no comments. Why would I do that for? I'm not gonna interact with you when it literally takes you 30 seconds in order to do something like that. And no, I'm not upset. I'm just, you know, we all, guys, nothing in this world is free. Nothing in this world is free. You either got to pay with your time or you're going to pay with your money. So you choose. So you either choose 30 seconds to interact, and then you can continue to interact, and then we can have a great day, or whatever the case may be. Mm, and so Discord, they're paying $29 a month, but they get to hear my voice instantaneously. There is no 10-second delay. And then they get to ask questions, and they get free classes, and then they get the models, they get the whole nine. Literally like the whole nine. So nothing in this world is free. If something is free, I start getting nervous. I'm like, why is it free? How much time is it going to cost me? Is it worth my investment? But that doesn't mean that free things can't be valuable. There's a difference. That doesn't mean you cannot extract value from things that are free. I just start to go, what's going on with that? But that's just human psychology. Cause what's crazy is whenever I was trying to do this shit for free, and then nobody want to sign up. And then whenever I give it to and then like whenever I offer it to people that like I know, I'm like, hey man, I'll give you like 2 3 weeks for free, or a month for free. You know what I'm saying? You're my family. You know what I'm saying? You're literally my uncle. I got you. And don't nobody want to sign up. They're like, oh well, okay, well shit, I'll do it later. They don't attach a sense of urgency to it. But if I was charging $5,000 a month, everybody would be locked in. Shit, everybody would be locked in. I'm being honest. It's, it's sad how that works, but that's just how most people think. Look at that fucking market, Jesus Christ. What is going on with that? Oh my God. Brandon says good morning. District says, hey, District. Thank you for commenting. Alexander says free Antarctica. I like that comment. Hey, buddy, you're gonna get blocked, Alex. Hey, no free, no countries, man. Hey, hey, I do not like Antarctica, man. Come on now. Come on, Alex. You know better than that. Come on now, Antarctica, man. Come on now. What's going on with you? My uncle lives in the North Pole. Antarctica's in the South Pole. Come on now. My uncle's not going to visit you on December 25th. He's not going to slide. A 500-pound guy isn't going to slide down your chimney. What's wrong with you? You get blocked, Alex. And we've been doing good, too, bro. We've been doing good, man. Are we going to reverse or are we going to keep going higher? Market looks so crazy. I'm low-key scared to trade, Shakana says. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Look at this clusterfuck here we got going on here, guys. They're laying the cheese. It's clear, guys. This is like a ninth straight gap up in a row. Guys, read the pre-market plan, please. We need to read the pre-market plan so we can understand what's going on. What's going on. Whenever I say stuff like, "Hey, I'm not even going to begin to predict," I think that that's for good reason. Guys, read the pre-market plan, please. Read the pre-market plan, please, so that we can know what's going on inside Discord that was sent out, please. Did y'all read it? I hope y'all did. Because if y'all did, then, y'all wouldn't be surprised because y'all wouldn't, because anything is on the table. Okay. Because there's people inside TikTok that's inside Discord, so I might show it today. But don't think that you're getting one over on me because the market's already open when you should have read this last night. For the people that's new, let's see. Yo, morning family, he says. Jay says, thank you. No problem, Jay. I got you, my boy. Amazing morning, everyone. Yeah. Good morning, team. Hope you all had a great day, Bedhead says. Okay. I think we addressed that for Jay. Nye, how you doing? Hey, Nye, how you doing? You doing all right? Good morning, Nye says. Okay, good morning. Nye's new here. All right, we're doing great. Morning, team. How you feeling? I'm doing all right, Toon. I'm doing all right. We're doing all right. Ray, my boy. All right, this said what's up to Mike. L, what's going on, L? How you doing? How you living? All right, I spoke to King Crypto, Bedhead. Bedhead's my guy. I already spoke to Bedhead. Arise. Hey, how you doing? Arise already said that. Hey, I already spoke to her. Hello, how you doing? Ryan Gibbs, Tink. CJ, my boy, how you living? You all right, C? I already spoke to Exo Michelle. She's doing all right. Toon just sent a message inside TikTok. All right, so we got some people, and then everyone else that I didn't mention. Hey, how y'all doing? I hope y'all read this pre-market plan. Let's see what we got going on today. Let's see what's going on today. All righty, guys. Listen, this is what's going on. On Friday, Michigan Consumer Sentiment at 10. I said no downside targets for a reason. Expect them to make a new all-time high on NQ. Tomorrow. That was Friday. Oh, I sent this out Thursday. So this was Thursday. It was sent out. So the trade plan for Friday. 585 on QQQ was screaming to be swept. They did that on Friday. Boom, boom, boom. Expect a new all-time high break and a pullback in the range tomorrow. So they broke it and then they slightly pulled it back in the range. Okay, great. Slightly for SPX, that is. QQQ, they just broke the all-time high and they just kept it there. And this market to begin to shift dynamic afterwards. Considering tomorrow's Friday. Oh, I'm sorry. Daily time distortion until Powell. And this market to begin to shift dynamics afterwards. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means don't fucking expect this market to go down. That's what that means. So everyone keeps trying to short this shit and trying to call the top, and it's going to be the ones to blow up the account. Stop. You don't know what you're doing. You don't understand the dynamics of this market. You just don't understand the behavior pattern, and that's okay. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with not knowing, but you better get with somebody that does, or you better be listening to them. All right. So, guys, what's going on is this: people don't understand the concept of this market. I've said this. Guys, I've said this numerous times. Listen to me, and then I'm gonna show the charts. Hey, man, what's going on? We're missing the chart action. No, you're not. The market's at the all-time high on this one candle, and I'm looking at it right now. There is no play, because if you short it, they could just go higher, and if you long it, then they could dump. So you're not missing out on anything. That's FOMO. That's in your brain. So you need to. So you know what? You need to break that. You need to break that. They need to show you something in order for you to take it. So let me continue on my little rant here for like another minute or two. All right. So what we got? So I said I think we should take this piece by piece and be in A quality trades. So that's what we did on Friday. Decent day on Friday. Pretty okay. All right. So now what's going on here? Market is becoming exhausted. This is the trading framework for this week. You need to understand this. This is very important. 8 straight gap ups. They've laid the cheese, and they're setting us up for Powell and a shift in monetary policy to send us lower for months to come. For Powell. We've been saying it here for weeks. This is what we've been expecting. Just search Powell. So all you need to do is you need to come over to the search bar, and you just need to search Powell. Because I've been saying it here for weeks that nothing's going to change until something breaks. Something needs to break in order for this market to go lower. They could just keep going higher indefinitely. I don't know why people don't understand that. Well, I didn't understand it. It took me years in order for me to finally understand that through back testing and then through a lot of pain. Because I used to think that I could predict this market. You cannot. That's why I threw away the bias. Because they're just going to keep doing things that are just unrational to the average person that is not going to understand it. They're going to run all the engineered lower liquidity levels after Powell. It's clear. I said after. Daily time distortion, then an all-time high overshoot if a new all-time high is established not during New York beforehand. They made a new all-time high before New York, so they had to run it up today. So an all-time high was established not during New York, which was during the London and Asia session. So I think that that's why they're shooting it higher again today. Then a serious pullback with the trend lower beginning to be established after FOMC this week. Makes the most sense to me. All right, eval instant passes on Wednesday again. You know what I'm saying, guys? So if you have any questions about that, just let me know. Powell starts talking at 2:30. Best to put PA and funded accounts on ice after 1 p.m. on that day. Quarterly OPEX is on Friday as well. I will not even be on stream. Guys, I don't even log into my computer on quarterly OPEX. It is not even worth it. So this Friday, consider it a wash. You might as well not even log in. And then after 1 p.m. on Wednesday, don't even trade your real accounts. You'll fuck up. I'm being so serious. All right, the trade plan for Monday will be sent out later this evening, and I sent it out. And I sent out this picture of us having 8 straight gap ups on SPX. If what I'm saying to you sounds literally like Mandarin, which is Chinese, you need to pay for the knowledge community page, and you need to be in here. Or if you're already in here, then you need to continue to learn, and you need to listen to me go on and rants over and over again until it makes sense. Because what I said is not anything groundbreaking or anything insane. You need to know when quarterly OPEX is. You need to know what a FOMC rate decision is. You need to know who Jerome Powell is. Like if you're going to be day trading. Period. You need to know what a gap up is. They're gapping the market up because from the closing price to today, it gapped up. So you need to know these things. Also, ICT is back now. He took like a 4-month break, and so he's back. That's why I tell you guys to join Telegram. You need to join this Telegram. It's free. The link is right here. Now, the trade plan for today. All-time high close on Friday. Anything is possible. I'm not even going to begin to try to predict the next strong liquidity or bias. That's why I set no downside targets again. and we're at the all-time high, so they could just squeeze in and go higher as they're doing now. So if I can't send out no downside, if I don't feel comfortable sending no downside because we closed at the all-time high, and if I don't feel comfortable sending no upside because we're at the all-time high because there's nothing here, we're in price discovery mode, then guess what I'm gonna do? I'm not even gonna predict. Why? It makes zero sense. Having a bias like that makes zero sense. I'm just being 100% real with you. All-time. Why? Because all-time high was established during New York. Means they do not have to push this higher if they choose not to. Well, that was invalidated because I sent it out at 6 o'clock. They made a new all-time high overnight. So number one, consequently, is just not correct. So they sent it higher. Two, the market is insanely top-heavy with cheese being laid for lower liquidity to be swept. So they could dump it on your head top at any given moment. So why would I do that? All right. Considering 1 and 2, we have to take it piece by piece and wait for setups to appear as everything is on the table. So you're going to have to wait. So like if you think this market's going to go lower, you're going to have to wait for them to show you bearish imbalances, and then you manage your risk off of one of those bearish imbalances to then target lower levels of liquidity. It is just that simple. I don't give a fuck about any, the models are step 2 and 3. I'm talking about like the ICT models and stuff like that we have that that are back tested and stuff like that are inside Discord. I'm talking about, the 1150 macro. I'm talking about the time hacks that we have inside Discord. Those things come after they show you a bearish imbalance or an imbalance opposite of what they've been doing. So like if they're going up, then you need them to, and like if you think they're going to target lower levels of liquidity, then you need for them to show you a bearish imbalance so you can manage your risk off of said bearish imbalance to then target lower levels of liquidity. Or if you think that they're going higher and they're targeting higher levels of liquidity, then you need to wait for a pullback into an imbalance to then manage your risk off of that imbalance. And use that imbalance or a sweep of liquidity or a sweep of some minor sell side liquidity to then manage your risk off of that so that you can target higher targets. That's called taking it piece by piece. You don't just hop in here and just short and just say, oh, we up, I'm a short. Or, oh, we down, so I'm going to go down. I'm going to short this full port. Like that, in an uncertainty voice. I think a whole bunch of nothing will happen. Daily time distortion when we look back on it come Wednesday. This is important. Most will blow up their accounts in the meantime and beforehand. Guys, I said this in bold on purpose. Do not fuck with them. Don't fuck with them, please. I'm serious. Don't fuck with these people. These people that have programmed this computer. Don't fuck with them. Take it piece by piece. I think they're saving all their chips for FOMC Wednesday afternoon into the following week. Makes the most sense to me. Guys, listen, and I'm going to close with this. The stock market is never obvious. It is designed to fool most of the people most of the time. By Jesse Livermore. It is never obvious. So, why? Because I put a twist on that and I said the stock market is going to do the most obvious thing. Guys, when I read this is where I came up with my quote. The stock market is going to do the most obvious thing in the least obvious way to hurt the most amount of people. Because if it's not obvious and it's designed to fool most of the people, guess what it's going to do? It's going to do the most obvious thing, but in the least obvious way to hurt the most amount of people. I'm serious. That just is what it is. So that's that. So yeah, guys, y'all need to read this. That's very important. And like, y'all might want to leave like a little reaction here so that I know that you read it. So that you can hold yourself accountable. So you can go, oh man, you know what? I read that. Okay, great. So that you can build a rapport with yourself on a daily basis. So you can go, man, you know what? Okay, good. I'm locked in and I read that. Okay, good. I'm ready to go. All right, I read it so that you can get yourself in a routine. 10:04. What we got? It is now 10:04. 950 macro is commencing. They're at their all-time high. These people aren't playing around today. I can see that. It's clear as day that they're just not fucking around today. What we got? Look at that. They might start trying to target lower lows of liquidity up in here now. Gotta keep my eyes on these people. Good morning, Murdoch. Beda says, I'll be looking for house scalps today. Man, that's a tight stop loss if I enter. Smart move, I think. I, th- I think that's the right one. I just joined. How we doing, E? Morning chat. AC says. Yeah, good morning, AC. How you living? You all right? I know you all right. Good to see you. Great to see you. Great to see you, my brother. Hmm. I might start trying to target lower lows liquidity here. You got to be on alert. They haven't really given us any bearish imbalances to really think that they're going to send this market any lower as of right now. What time is it? 10:06. Okay, so look at this 15-minute bullish imbalance that was just formed. Another one. That's how bullish this market is. This market is bullish off the hook. If y'all think that they can't keep going, they've gapped this market up 8 straight days in a row again. And there's people that bought puts. Y'all need to understand something very important. Overbought can become more overbought. And oversold can become more oversold. That's why the RSI traders, I'm talking about during New York session. That's why the RSI, which is the main session. I'm talking about, that's why the people that be doing them weird strategies, that's why they be blowing up their accounts. I used to do that. Who the hell is buying up here? Why would they keep doing that? I used to ask myself that. He says, took that. Good job. Good job, Charlotte. Great job, Charlotte. Great job, Charlotte. Good trade. You got out of that, Charlotte? Latanya says, good morning. Good morning, Latanya. You all right? How you living? Hey, guys, can anyone check to see if Apex is doing that 90% off sale still? Is that correct? Is that Save 90 code still working or is it not working? Shakana says, I love how knowledgeable you are. I might need to get the Discord. I hope so. I hope you want to. I hope you want to learn trading and seriously start to understand it. You'll see. You'll see it. That pre-market trading plan alone is worth it because it'll stop you from blowing up your account. Minimum. And then you can join the free classes on the weekend. You get free classes. You get to show up. You don't need no books, but we have an 800 catalog book in here, book library in here too. And then we got time hacks. So if you only available to trade an hour a day during your lunch break, then we got a model in here for you for that. That's high probable, one way or the other, up or down. So if the 1150 macro is inverse, then you can play the opposite of that. But it's bullish 80% of the time. After years of Forex courses, the way you think is much different of what I've seen before, she says. I know futures is different though. Yeah, Forex is I don't want to mess with no Forex. Because it's not as precise and it can be messed up at any given time frame. It's still controlled by a computer, but there's a lot more to that shit than just what's going on with futures. It's a lot more to that. Yeah, Shaquana. That's it. Just trying to open up your mind, guys. Listen, QQQ is the version of. I'm sorry, ES is the version away from Qs. I'm looking at ES above my head, and ES is trying to go lower, and the Qs was trying to go higher. Look at that gap up. This is bullish. I'm bearish, man. Look at that. Look at that gap up. Guys, I think they're going to start targeting lower lows liquidity here. I'm just being 100% real with you. Look at that. Goodness gracious. Look at that candle. What is going on? That is not normal. Something's going on with that. I swear to God. That's crazy. We don't even have a bearish imbalance being formed here. So any trade at a minimum is delegated to a C, and you're just hoping and guessing. No bearish imbalance has been formed. I still think they're getting ready to go lower on this here. I'm just being honest, but I don't necessarily want to jump the gun on this at the all-time high within the first 10 minutes. I might have to. I'm gonna have to wait for like a like a huge hoorah or something like that, up or down. So that I might have to do. Guys, we're at the all-time high, the all-time high. So if you're looking at this and if you're like, hey, let me buy that, that's a problem. I'm just getting in the future, Shaquana says. Oh, okay, nice, Shaquana. Nice, nice, nice. What's this? That ain't nothing but 10 ticks. Goodness, they're really moving this market. Let them buy it. No need, no nothing. Yeah, no, that's kind of okay. So we have the first presented at bearish FEG here, but that's just the first presented. This entire move, everything else has just been bullish. They might start targeting lower lows liquidity here. They might start doing that because they just gapped this market up off of nothing. It just did that off of nothing. Today's about down wick, and I'm worse at targeting shorts. What do you say? Got to work on that. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, man. There's no difference between targeting shorts and targeting longs. It's really no difference. It's just it's well, there is a difference. If we are in positive HVL, then it's gonna then our shorts are gonna be slightly harder to come by. So let me change that. So like if we're like and then damn sure like if we're at the all time high, then you could get random green shoe candles out of nowhere. So the market maker's hedging itself, the higher we go. That's why like red candles are that's why almost all red candles are met by green candles. Because the market's just hedging itself. I don't know. I feel like buying power is usually strong. Yeah, it is. Yeah, because the market's designed really to go up. It's only designed to go up. That's why in order to short it, like you have to have more conviction and you have to, you know, and shorts have to be shorter lived because when you short, you have to buy eventually. Like, but when you buy, like you don't have to sell. Like you can just hold. But like you're not gonna hold no short for forever. So eventually you got to get out. So people don't understand that concept. People just don't understand that concept for some reason. That's why people buying like long outdated puts, like they never really win over any extended period of time. They never really do. I can't speak for shit. I can't speak for them for no damn forex, but I know about this. That's for sure. Apex 90% off is good, really. Are you serious? Where'd you use Michelle? A save 90? Wow. Guys, y'all know what that means, boys. Y'all know what that means, don't you, boys? That's crazy. Apex 90% off sale before eval instant pass? Are you shitting me? Guys, wow. That's crazy. 37 on the 50K. Oh, 37 on the 50K. So which account, Michelle, is the 90% off sale referring to? What about the 150? Or is it just for the 250s and the 300s? I need y'all to check the 250 and then like the 300. Like you don't have to buy the account. Like you can just like say, okay, I want to purchase an account, and then like you put the code in, and then like it'll let you know whether or not it'll take 90% off. He says 90% off. Yeah, guys, just use code man. What am I talking about? I could check on my damn self. I'll check on my damn self. Sit here. I'm sitting here. I'm being lazy. Look at me. Code Adele. Adele. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? That's Chat GPT for code. Well, yeah. Well, Save Now always works. Save Now or lab or the code lab always works. Or like if they run it at 90, then save 90 or whatever it is. That 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 usually always works. So let's check the 50K. Let's check the 50K. Okay, yeah. So the 50K is $37. Let's check the 150K. That's just using code lab. Let's check the 150. Let me see if save 90 works. So save 90. Let's see. Hell no, ain't no 90% off. What the fuck? Who said that? Hell no, the 150K is $80. I knew that they wasn't gonna do that right before people was gonna be blowing up their accounts. Who the hell told me that? Is it a 250 then he was talking about? Some dude was saying it was some dude was saying it was down 90% off, but it might. What the hell? Hell no, that accounts $100 for one eval for the 250. Shit. Yeah, it's 80% off right now. Yeah, yeah, it's 80% off. Hell no. The hell is that? Nah, no, that's not true, Shiloh. Shiloh says it won't be 90 until the 80. No, they override that all the time. So like they'll be running like an 80% off sale, and like it'll say 2 weeks, and then what'll happen is they'll just randomly inject the 90% off. Now, what they won't do is that they won't. So what they will not do is that they will not run a 80% off sale and then lower it to and then lower it to 71% within that time frame. They won't do that, but they can always bump it up beforehand. So they won't drop it right before a news event. So the best sale you're gonna get is that 80% off right now before Eval Instant Pass. Because that didn't make no sense to me on as to why they would do that. Yeah, no, guys, the 300K account is $120 right now. They're doing that shit on purpose. Because they know, because they know a lot of people are gonna be blowing up their accounts over the next 3 days. So like they want you to buy more accounts. So you're not. If you don't got no Eval Instant Pass accounts, then shit is cooked. The best that you can do is this damn 50K account. But I think you should only be trading 50K accounts anyway. What's this? Save 90. Yeah. That's what I think you should be doing anyway. Yeah, nah. So yeah, the 50K account is $37. Yeah, damn. Sleep bastards. Guys, let's look. This is strategic for them. They're doing this on purpose. This is strategic. They are strategically doing that. Make no mistake about that. Look at that first percentage should be holding up. That's strategic. Yeah, yeah, save 90 works, yeah, but it's not 90. Yeah. All of the codes are the same thing. So guys, listen, guys, the names of the codes don't matter. So what it is, guys, so what it is the codes are just giving you the best sale at the best sale going on at that specific time frame. That's all that's going on. We have another presented 15-minute BISA here. That was just formed. So that's all that is. So yeah, guys. So currently, right now, they got 80% off. So 80% off, but you don't need to be buying a 300K account because I think Bedhead made a comment and I think I saw Bedhead make a comment earlier and it said the 300K account is just it's just fool's gold because you have to earn more money to pass it, and then on top of that, you got to generate a larger amount to make before you can get a payout. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that having a buffer is bad, but I'm telling you, trading a 300K account is nothing like trading a 50K. I swear to you. The highest I would ever go is a 150K. Well, now I used to have the 250Ks, but you got to trade with more size on those. Scalping on those accounts is a lot harder. If you're looking at scalping, and if you're looking at the most versatile account in order for you to change your life the fastest, it's going to have to be a 50K account. I'm just being real with you. They're tapping into those 15-minute bits here, and I don't like what they're doing. So I think, guys, ES is now trying to go up, and NQ is now trying to go lower. Look. ES was just trying to go higher, and NQ is trying to go lower now. NQ is trying to target lower levels of liquidity, but they're trapped inside this 15-minute bits here. They pull us back on something serious, then I'm gonna consider taking a long up in here. If they bounce this up into here, then I'm gonna consider taking a short. I would actually prefer them to dump this right now so that I can consider lining myself with a long scalp potentially. That's what I would prefer. But guys, listen, look, they're tapping into an area with multiple levels of confirmation. They're tapping into a 1, 5, and a 15. The only reason why I'm not considering longing this right now as hey man, you said multiple levels of confirmation. What's going on? That's perfect right there. That's a 1, 5, and 15, right? Well, yeah, man, but we just pumped up nonstop here, and we just targeted so many areas of liquidity that, like, I think that their belly is full, slightly. So, I think that they might try and swoop it down in the here and target this one and this 5 and this 15 before they give a decent bounce here. That's manageable to my risk. So, to me, guys, but you're only going to understand that from just looking at price action and just seeing how it moves, just from getting a feel for it. So like if you're ever confused inside Discord, you can just ask me a question. But guys, y'all can just ask me a question and say, hey man, what you think about that 1-5 and that 15 right there? What you think about that one? And then I'm gonna say, oh well, well, John, or hey, well, Charlie, or well, Samantha, or if your name is, you know, Mike. Well, we got a Mike in here, so I don't want to think Mike make Mike think I'm singling him out. Well, we got Latanya. Well, you get the point. I'm gonna be like, well, I like this one here. I might be a little bit more greedy on my entry, and like I might like that. So like, either they bounce this up into here, and I consider it short and see if I like that, or they pull this back in a decent manner, like this violently, and then they tap into this over here, and then I'll try and manage my risk off of one of these, something like that. So you're not Discord. Y'all can ask me, but that's what I'm thinking initially. They're gonna bounce this market again to then at least do something that looks like this. They're gonna pull it back, and then they're at least gonna come up in here like this, and then start to come lower, or they're gonna do this and then just go higher like this and just keep doing this nonstop. So right now, so right now, we are waiting for them to make a decision on what the hell it is that they're getting ready to do right now. But we're at the all-time high, so you got to be cautious on trying to short this shit. They could shoot this. Gotta be on alert. Looks for buys right here, Brody. You sure? Jab. Liquidity grab one more time for more sells. No. Liam says, I agree. I got a question. I got a question. For the people inside TikTok, do you think do you think that we're gonna go higher and take out this level right now? Or do you think that we're gonna go lower? And do you think that we're gonna come here? TikTok and Discord. Guys, listen, this is also, guys, I'm gonna start doing this so that instead of just talking a lot, because talking a lot is gonna drill it into your brain, sure. But however, I want you to seriously start to, because I want you to seriously start to improve your knowledge and your brain, even though you're not in a trade. because a lot of y'all might be trying to fall asleep here. And so like y'all might only learn when I take a trade or like when I say this is what I'm looking for. But like I want to start challenging y'all so that y'all can start thinking like how I think and so y'all can start understanding the psychology of this market. Because the psychological aspect is a huge portion of this market. So I got a question. So if you think that they're going to take out, if you think that they're going to take out this line right here, say higher. If you think that they are never going to take out this line, and if they're going to come lower, and if they're going to start targeting maybe somewhere like in here, like at this line right here, first, first, say lower, higher than lower. We're going to accumulate till after lunch. Okay. So if you think time distortion like this, and then we do nothing until an hour from now, until the 11:50 macro, then say time distortion. Which one? Just you know, just which one? Which one? So you got higher time distortion or lower or this line. Which one do you think in your brain? Discord, what y'all got? I just want to see what y'all think. What happened to the webcam, gang? Bro, the webcam was really only because I was live streaming with somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Man, like I'm not trying to, I want y'all to, you know, I know that y'all want to see my ugly mug, but I would rather y'all look at the charts because shit, we strictly business here. This ain't no fashion show. I don't want y'all to see my chain. I don't want y'all to see my, you know, my crooked teeth. You know what I'm saying? Because I only got like 2 teeth in my mouth. I don't want y'all to see that. I don't want y'all to see that. Like I got one tooth on the up, like on my upper row, and I got another tooth on my bottom row. That's it. Like I don't want y'all to see that. We here to make money, man. That's it. No bullshit, no none of that. And then if we in time distortion, then I'll like run my mouth. I'm just teasing them, by the way. That was sarcasm. Nye says LOL. Yeah. Would love higher. Nye says higher. Time distortion to lower. Ryan says higher. I'm waiting for 24202, he says. 24202. Okay. So maybe look for longs. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Okay. I think we move back to golden pocket by the end of the day. Oh, okay. We're moving too much during London. Okay. To create an upper wick. Okay, Liam. Time distortion and lower, Liam says. Okay. I think we take out that line, then go lower. Okay. Okay, I can see that. Michelle says higher than lower. Okay, so it's working out like a Michelle thought. 9 to 5 day trader gives the salute sign. What's up, 9 to 5 day trader? How you living? If I call out your name, I want you to at least say hello or hey, what's up? F82, what's up? You ain't said nothing today. Brandon, I think you said something earlier. What's up, Brandon? I already spoke to Shaquana, 9 to 5. I already spoke to him. Matt, I already said what's up to Matt. How you living, Matt? Matt, what's going on? To answer your question, because you logged out earlier. Matt, what's going on is they're just squeezing people out. Not squeezing, it's not squeezing. They're just filling orders. So the shorts, they're causing the shorts to fill their orders whenever they keep going up higher. Because people don't understand the notion that this market does not have to go lower. It can just continuously keep on going higher and higher nonstop. It just does not have to go lower. And people don't understand that. People don't understand this market is rigged to only go up. And so I don't know why they keep doing that. Like, I don't get that. I already spoke to Liam. So Liam has made a lot of comments. I need you guys to make at least 3 comments. 1LE, what's up, man? How you been living? You been tuning in? Jab, I just spoke to Jab. I spoke to Optimistic. K2, what's going on? K2, not K2. As in the synthetic marijuana, not K2. So he said K2 does not stand for that. Jill, what's going on? How you doing? Hey, Divine, how you doing? You all right? I think Divine's inside the Discord in the community. She's just supporting. Shaheem, what's up, man? Dede, what's going on? Ryan, 1919. Ryan, 19 3 times. Wavy, walk. What's going on, Wave? Boost test, what's going on? Halcyon Trader Funding. Oh, what's going on, Halcyon Trader Funding? How you doing? What's going on? Grind and Motivate. What's going on? BXR Trades, JR, Trevor, McCarthy, Farm Boy, TBO List. You've been tuning in for a little while, TBO List. What's going on? How you living? And I already spoke to the people that's inside Discord. What's going on? How y'all living? Time distortion and lower. We taking attendance now? Man, I gotta start taking attendance, bedhead, on these people, man, because a lot of people been showing up And you know what? Uh, I figured, man, that because a lot of people been staking me out for 2 months for that damn $11, and you know, they join eventually, and they go, man, you know what? Fuck it, man. I'm tired, man. Damn. All right, you know what? You win. This dude does know what he's doing, man. You know what? All right, fine. Here's my $11. I done gave up the accounts, and I'm blown up. So I gotta interact with some people. It'll make me feel a little bit better, and then also to make the time go by fast, especially when we're at the all-time high because there's nothing here. So you gotta do that. You gotta do that. Gotta do that. Yeah, gotta take attendance now. If if you don't sign in with no attendance, guess what? I'm gonna report you to your parents. You're cooked. You're done. No recess. Time distortion and lower. What the hell was that? All-time high, indecision, liquidation candle. Nasty work, liquidity sweep, she says. Yep. Guys, we're at the all-time high. Anything is possible here. ES is diverging away from NQ because ES just made a new all-time high again right over here on this candle right here. And NQ is not. So they're slightly diverging here, but this was nothing more than just a simple liquidation candle right here. Guys, we're at the all-time high. Anything is possible. Y'all gonna learn. And y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna learn. Y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna learn. Y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna learn and y'all gonna see. On as to why y'all shouldn't be doing. Hold on. Is that Trump? No, that's not Trump talking. Okay, we're good. We're good, money. It'll probably start to dip now, he says. No news Monday, whack PA. Yeah. What news just dropped? Nothing. Just all-time high. Was that a 1030 candle? I lied. Let me take that back. What's going on? We're temporarily down for maintenance. Investing.com is temporarily down. What the hell was that? Okay, so we got no, there's nothing. It's just a bill auction at 11:30. That's it. There's nothing there. I thought that that could have been. Typically at 10:30 you get the crude oil. So, but crude oil doesn't affect the market at all because they release it like 2 or 3 times a week. Like they got crude oil, got to be like tomorrow at 10:30. No, no, crude oil comes out what on Wednesdays? When does crude oil come out? When the hell are they releasing crude oil numbers? The hell is going on? Oh, crude oil at once a week on Wednesdays. So Wednesday at 10:30. I'm looking at the crude oil. No, 30. Yeah, it's Wednesday. It's once a week every Wednesday. They release the crude oil inventories. I thought that's what that was, but it's on Wednesdays. My fault. Nothing. We're just at the all-time high, just dancing around here. Nothing. They came up here and they tapped into this 1 minute Sibi and they just flashed in and they pumped it back up. Nothing. Time distortion. Nothing. So we got to take it piece by piece. ES just made a new all-time high, so they can keep squeezing it. So I'm not too sure. I'm not too confident on the short. That's why I said that they got to prove something to me at all-time high. I'm just being honest with you. Just being honest. Just being honest. Being honest. Being honest. What's going on? Thursday, I think. Liam followed the live crew. Oh, thanks for the follow, Liam. Oh, wow. How nice. What we got? Nothing. Okay, so we're rejecting this 1 minute Sibi here. Might start trying to target lower lows of liquidity here. But ES doesn't have any bearish imbalances yet, so where are we at? So we're at 660 plus on SPY. Goodness gracious, look at that. These people are crazy. I think they're gonna start targeting lower lows liquidity now. That's just what I think. But we're still technically in time distortion slightly. They gotta come down here for me to think that they're not in time distortion. But I think that at a minimum, I think that this is probably where we're gonna go sometime soon here. But I'm not even gonna begin to try to predict what I think they're gonna do at the all-time high. They could do anything. Guys, at the all-time high, they can flip this market bullish instantaneously. Like anything is possible within their reality. You are a computer program and you are living within the matrix at the all-time high. You have no right or no say so. It's called price discovery. They are trying to discover the price. So right now what it's trying to discover, guys, right now this computer program and this algorithm right now it is computing where the most orders are and where it can potentially target to fill orders at. So if there's more orders resting above, as in like buy stops above, and people that have long beforehand and that are trying to get out at the market above, as in sell above, and there's buy stops because people are shorting this shit, they're just gonna go higher. I'm serious. It is literally just that simple. Because, guys, listen, I'm gonna break it down to you in a very, very simple way. Who the hell is buying up here? Oh my God. Nobody. No one is buying. But I'm gonna break it down to you. At this line right here, above right here that you're looking at, there's a shitload of orders right there. Why? Because anyone that got lucky and that shorted this candle right here, which almost no one did, but anyone that shorted in here, whenever they saw the market starting to pull back, they have their buy stops because they're in a short. Because in order to stop out, they have to buy the market back again. Their buy stops are right here at this line. Anyone that bought in here that got nervous when this market started to pull back like this because they know that they're buying the all-time high, they're going to be trying their sell stops. I'm sorry, their sell orders are going to be right over here at the same exact point. And this market, the algorithm doesn't give a shit. It doesn't care about you or your positions. It literally only cares about smashing into them and then filling them. So it just wants to go to the place where the most amount of people can transact at. So if this line right here has more orders that to where like they can make more money and generate more spread at, they're going to come here. Guys, this is just liquidity. If this line right here at this liquidity spot to where anyone that bought in here, they're trailing their stop. So anyone that bought, they have a sell stop here to then trigger orders. And then anyone that shorted up in here got lucky because they know they're at the all-time high, so they just want to get out really quickly because they don't want to overstay their welcome. They're going to put their they're going to put a buy order here. So you have sell stops here that are trailing, and then you have buy orders here for people for anyone that got lucky and that shorted in here. They're going to be trying to get out of the market here. Well, get in because they're executing a buy order because you have to buy the contract back. So like when you sell, you're not in the market. You have to buy back in, if that makes sense. Because when you sell, you're shorting, so you have to buy back into the market. People don't understand that concept. A lot of people don't understand that concept. All right. So guys, right now, this time distortion right now, they are calculating. Like the computer is like operating in like binary code right now. So like if I switch to a 1 second time frame, you'll see it. This right here is a 1 second time frame. Look, the computer's operating like binary code right now. And it's going and it is literally calculating where the most amount of orders are. I mean, this literally like, guys, I'm laughing, but like I'm laughing because I'm serious. This is literally all it is doing. And so it is trying to decide right now which line right now. Is it going to be this one or is it going to be this one? And it's going, where do I want to go? Beep bop, boop bop, beep bop, boop bop, bop. Where can I go make most money? Or not most money, but that too. But beep bop, boop bop, boop bop, 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 bop. Where can I go to fill the most amount of orders at? Where can I go to help the people? That's all that it's trying to do. It's just trying to help you. So it's going, where can I go to fill the most amount of orders? Beep, bop, boop, bop, boop, bop, 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 bop. That's it. And so it's either here or here for the short term, that is. And we don't know which one because they're in time distortion. So we don't know. So look at this. This guys, this is a 1 second time frame, and it's operating on a 1 second time frame. Look, it's creating 1 second SIBIs in 1 minute and 1 second BISIs over and over again. Look, it came down here and it tapped this 1 second BISI and it's bouncing now. It came down here and like it just created multiple 1 second BISIs and it's bouncing. Now, obviously, no guys, you have to be a psycho to be trading a 1 second time frame. But I broke it down like that so that you can look at it and so that you can understand that they're doing this. That guys, this program is booking price over and over and over again on every single time frame. That guys, that's why a lot of people they go, man. Well, you know what, bro, the ICT shit, man. I tried that, man, but man, I don't really know about that. Well, you had information overload and you was doing a lot of weird stuff, and you was trying to trade on the one. Was you trying to trade on the 1 second time frame? Were you trying to trade on the 5 second time frame? Or even the 15 second. Was you doing those things? Were you longing into a 1 minute BISI after a full blown external liquidity sweep and they were just going to dump it and you weren't paying attention to the overall draw on liquidity after they had already completed a major objective? Were you doing that? Were you doing that? You know, you got to ask these, oh, hey, were you full porting? Were you doing that? Were you trading with 15 minis? When 15 minutes or 17 minutes, when 17 is the maximum allowed on your account, were you doing that? Did you not give yourself enough room in order for the trade to play out? Like, so like, so like if you were, for example, like if you were shorting this, so for, or like, for example, like if you were long in this BISI here, like they wicked you out here because they flashed below it, but then they came up higher. Were you doing that? Instead of waiting for the candle to close to invalidate what you were looking at? Were you doing that? And then were you full porting? Those are questions I got to ask people. And usually the answer to one of those questions is, yeah, I was doing that. Damn, that is why I blew up my account. Oh, fuck. All right, what we got? Do you use order flow? Deuce says. No, I do not. I do not. How am I manage my risk off order flow? How am I do that? When they can pull orders at any given point in time. How I'm gonna do that, Deuce? How you gonna manage your risk off of order? Now you might be able to use order flows like confirmation, maybe, and because we have people in here that do that. So like they read the market like how we read it. They might use order flow for like some confirmation, but no, I don't. There's nothing on this chart, nothing except for FVGs. This is just pure blown, full blown tape reading. This is called stripping trading down to its chrome, because that's all that you need. And then you also need to ask yourself, can a 5-year-old toddler do this? If a 5-year-old toddler can do this, I don't think it's going to make me any money, like considerable. Like if it's just as simple as just drawing goddamn trend lines and shit, then trust me, it's not going to save your account. You're going to blow up. Just stop. You're going to blow up the account. Like I always say. I'm being honest. I'm just being for real. Just being for real. So yeah, those things. If a 5-year-old toddler can do it, and if 95% of other people are doing it, I don't want to do it. If 95% of other people are doing it, I do not want to do it. Because 95% of them aren't successful. So I think, like the other 95%, but I think, what would hurt them the most? And what I think would hurt them the most would be probably for them to take out this level again. Or to just do time distortion. So like this is what I think. I think time distortion too. And I think another all-time high shoot here, and then maybe a pullback in the range, and then try and target lower levels of liquidity. That's what I think would hurt the most amount of people, because I think there's a shitload of orders up in here. So like they might do something like this. Like they might do like a flash liquidity grab up in here. Like they might flash it, and then they'll start targeting lower. That's what I think. So like from what I've seen, how this market likes to behave, I think that they're going to flash this, If they just do this, like flatlining, and then they just fully fucking reverse this like this, I would be shocked. I'm gonna just be for real. Oh, well, long it, long it then. No. Why would I buy the all? Why would I buy this when ES is doing this? Why would I buy the all time high on this one candle, the all time high? I'm asking to get dumped on. I don't think, I don't think that's great risk management. I want them to show it to me. So I think there's a shitload of orders right here that they might try and flash grab really quickly. That's what I think. What news just dropped? It says no news money. Okay, so I just seen that. Unc said bebop boo bop boo bop boo bop bop. I'm joining every day now. Unc said, "How old are you, F82?" Unc, God damn. Come on, man. Come on, man. How old are you, F82, Zero Sama? How old are you? Don't lie. Don't lie and don't lie. How old are you? You don't even know where that's from. Where's that from? Where's bebop boo bop boo bop boo bop bop from? Where's it from? Depending upon your answer, I'm gonna know how old you are. So you can't lie to me. Hey, happy to be. I think that language might be Russian, or I don't know what language that is. But hello. Then again, that would be expected. And the market doesn't also have to do the obvious. I think that we're at the all-time high, and I think that the obvious is that we're just going to keep going higher and higher until proven otherwise. I think that that's just the most obvious thing. That just makes the most sense to me. but but it didn't make the most sense to me until I submitted myself, until I just gave up, and I was like, okay, fine. They don't have to go lower. They could just keep going higher forever. So until I understood that notion, and until I finally understood the fact of the matter, and the fact of the matter is that this market is rigged to only go up. I never accepted that. I never accepted that concept. You definitely aren't, but it's cool. Deuce Deuce says. You think so? How old are you, Deuce Deuce? Don't lie. How old are you? That was Star. That's Star Wars. That is Star Wars. That is Star Wars. I think that's R2D2. Deuce says 22. Okay. Yeah, that's Star Wars, and that's also from SpongeBob. Star Wars and SpongeBob, yes. Usually rate cut. Market dip, make market dip. He said, Deuce says 22. Okay. Well, I'm 7 years older than you, Deuce. So I would say I'm big bro. I'm I'm not old enough to be your father's brother. I don't think so. I'm 29. 6 or 7 years older than you. Tim says barely old enough to shave. Yeah, my beard started growing in when I was like 24. Before then it did not connect. I used to get the spray on. So up until I was like 24, 25, maybe about 26 even, I was getting the spray on. But even now at 29 years old, like I have like a beard, but like it doesn't grow out fully, like like Rick Ross. Like it just doesn't get puffy. So like my beard only grows like a full like inch, like if I let it, So maybe when I'm like 40, it'll start to grow in. Had that patchwork, huh? Yeah, I did, kidder. I did. Patchwork, it was crazy. Yeah, man. I had the baby face. You gotta be like 6'4", 6'7". Sorry, I had to. How do you know that? I'm not 6'7". How do you know how tall I am? Why would you guess? I'm 5'3". Look at that tease. They could do anything in here. Yeah, all time high is definitely hard to trade. No, yeah, all time high is the hardest thing to trade. I swear to you, it's crazy. Cause you don't know what they're gonna do. Cause look, like if you bought this thinking that they were gonna take this out, which I figured that they were, then you're just guessing. Then they just dumped it for three candles in a row, and then they stopped it on a dime randomly at no for no rhyme or reason. And now they could very well just retarget this again. So we don't know what they're going to do in here. As of right now, until they come here, at a minimum, this is time distortion. So we're in full blown time distortion. So we got to navigate that. Someone said something about time distortion earlier, but I think I missed it. Said something. What's time distortion? That's one thing I have trouble with. 1LE. 1LE, you still in here? If so, I'll answer that question. Good morning, y'all. I finally got home for my first day of PT. Physical therapy says. Feels good to be able to put pressure on my foot, man. Yeah, man, that's good, man. Good job, kidder. Proud of you. Could I take longs with this tiny FVGM versus? Nah, kidding. Nah, CJ, you don't want to do that. Not yet. Not yet. So guys, my plan A is this. Hold on. I'm gonna get guys from the class that we had inside Discord this weekend. I'm gonna give you my plan A, B, and C, and then we will write that and then we will stick to it. Hold on, I'm gonna give that to you right now. Kenny says, "Man, I wish I was 22 again." Man, you're not lying. Not even to know what I know now, I would pay to be 20. I would give every dime that I had just to go back to just being back what I was, and to just have the opportunity to just redo it again at 21. And like, I don't have nothing crazy going on. Shit, just to go back to when I was 18 again, 10 years ago. I swear to God, I would, because so much time was wasted. Like, so much time was wasted. Like, it was just it's crazy, bro. That's why those people that just be trying to piece together trading strategies from Reddit and this and that, and they be like, well, man, I don't need no instructor and this and that. Bro, I thought like that. Like, I thought like that, and I wasted so much time. So, like, a decade of my time. A decade of my time. A freaking decade of my time was wasted, and hundreds of thousands of dollars were wasted because I was trying not to have an instructor. Like, and like, because like my pride just wouldn't let me. Like, I was like, yo, like, why do I need to listen to somebody? I can figure this out. And then only then did it seriously become like I was in school again. So like I went. So like just like how some of y'all go to college for 4 years and you got to go to school again for another 4 years to get a degree. It was the same thing, but I was losing hundreds of thousands of dollars versus just me submitting myself and then just understanding what was going on. But however, the messed up part about it though is I didn't understand the concepts that I'm trading now though, if that makes sense. So I would have actually been fucked up because I would have paid an instructor to teach me support and resistance and trend lines, if that makes sense. And they don't know what the fuck is going on with this market. They don't. So in hindsight, again, I really would have been fucked up either way. So it really wouldn't have worked out too well, because there's no way I would have been able to manage my risk off of no goddamn trend lines and shit. Look at what they're doing. Look, they just gapping this shit up nonstop. They acted as though that this level right here didn't even exist. They acted as though that shit didn't even exist. They not coming back for nothing. This is crazy. Anyway, what else I got? So yeah, that's my rant. It's because your voice sounds older than that, and we don't know what you look like, CJ says. He said it's because your voice sounds older than that, and we don't know what you look like. But y'all don't know what I look like? Bruh, I'd already shown y'all. CJ, you know what I look like, right? You know what I look like, CJ. Was a trade taken today? No, not yet. But we're at the all-time high. And then we're in time distortion. We've been in time distortion now since 9:50. So we gotta wait for them to either sweep this liquidity up into here and then target lower levels, which is my plan. And then I'm getting ready to give you my A, B, and C plan for what I'm willing to accept from this market. Not gonna lie, my shit fake patchy. Yeah, he said not gonna lie. It takes a lot, guys. It takes a lot for you to maybe like, man, damn. Not gonna lie, man, my shit kind of fucked up. Oh man, damn, man, I'm fucked up. Well, man, you know what? Damn, I don't know how to trade. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know what's going on. We know CJ trolling. Nah, I know he's trolling. I know he's trolling. CJ don't know what I'm look. CJ don't know. So guys, CJ don't know what I look like. Hmm. Mhm. 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 Hmm. Um, what's that dude's name? What's that dude's name? No. What's the dude's name? White dude. What's his name? What's- Oh, that. Who's that? Mm. Man, I'm not caught up on the news, so I really don't know. I I really don't know. Anyone that's watching Discord, what's uh, oh yeah. Mm, yeah, man. What you call it says can't okay. We know CJ Troll. Okay. Yeah, all time high is definitely hard too. Was a trade taken? No. Do you go live every day, Deuce Deuce? Say yes, I do. 9:30 every single day. 9:35 from TikTok. 9:35 every day, and then mm, 9:15, 9:20 from Discord. I try to. Can you explain what time distortion is? Time distortion is this. Time, time distortion is when they are engineering liquidity for the people that are in zero DTE options. So guys, this is the greatest money marketing thing that you have ever come to witness, ever in the history of ever. Because they have a complete lock on this. Because when you buy, they know you have to sell. And when you sell, they know you have to buy back to get bias and get back into the market again. If that makes sense, to close out your position. So, guys, that's why they don't give a shit about stops. That's why like this market is not out to get you. So you need to understand that. I'm serious. That's why. Guys, because they don't care. They only care about taking the market to a place where they can just fill orders. That's it. They don't care about anything else. So like nothing else matters. I'm serious. So time distortion, because what it is the people that are in options, the longer that they hang this out here, it's called theta decay. The longer the more that they do this, the more that their contract value decreases. So they're actually making money by keeping it sideways. And then they're also getting people off sides as well because there's people here trying to short this and they don't know if it's going to go up or down. So like if they shoot it up in here, then their stop is going to be here. So like they also get the people that just randomly try to predict this shit to enter into the market as well. It's called time distortion. They're really just engineering liquidity. Like guys, they could just make this shit just out of thin air. That's why like on this move right here, I didn't believe them. Because we're at the all-time high. Anything can happen. This is nothing but sideways time. Look at that. What did I say? Look at that flash. You saw them attack that? Did you just see that flash? They just flashed that. So guys, they just attacked those orders right here at this line right here. They just attacked those orders just now. So they just reset again, and they could just go higher again, nonstop. So yeah, so like if you shorted this, now you're like, oh my goodness, where do I stop out at? And now they could just keep going higher nonstop. Guys, they have given you zero indication on as to why you should short this market so far. Zero. That's why we're waiting. Excuse me more. That's what's going on. Look at that candle. Told you. Good job, Michelle. Yep. That's what I was thinking too. So yeah, they took out this level here. So that's what I was thinking. Now, what I do think is this. I do think that they're now going to start targeting, potentially start targeting lower levels of liquidity. But in order for them to do that, they're going to have to either come up in here like this and then give me a serious bearish imbalance where like I can consider thinking that they're going to go lower, or else I just think they're just going to keep doing this all day, nonstop. So I got to remove this line here because they just flashed that. Good job, Michelle. Good job. That's it. That's all they're doing. That's literally all that they're doing. That's it. So we're in time distortion. Again, guys, bullish, sideways, continue squeeze, time distortion. Bullish, because it's bullish. Sideways, they're going sideways. Continue, because they're just going higher. Squeeze, because they're squeezing out orders to the upside. Time distortion. Bullish, sideways, continue, squeeze. It's not like in Mandarin or anything like that where like I'm trying to confuse you. It just, yeah, guys, trading is very simple. Just call it what it is. Time distortion is time distortion. What's time distortion? They're distorting time. They are distorting time. Time distortion. Ooh. For who? For the people in options. Why? Because time is the most valuable thing in an options trade. If you had unlimited time in an options contract, then oh my God, everybody would be billionaires. But like if you but if you hold it and if it doesn't do anything, then you start to lose money. Time is literally arguably the most important thing in the options contract. Because if you have enough time and it goes against you, then it doesn't decrease in value. It doesn't. So really, time is the most important thing. So time distortion is really for the people inside out. So like, if you're trading options but you don't understand theta, then what the hell are you doing? You're gonna blow. Stop. You're gonna blow up the account. Wow. Um, they're probably gonna shoot this again. Guys, this thing was just calculating orders, guys. That was the only reason why we had that flash candle and why that candle turned red. So they took 2 minutes to they took 2 minutes to digest those orders that got filled, and now it is currently trying to calculate where it can go to then fill the most amount of orders again. That is literally all this market is doing. That's it. That's all that's going on here. I'm still here, guys. Data and time distortion. Hmm. Time distortion. Right. Zero to T is crazy. I about blew my account. Went to 30 to 45 days and started making my money back. What do you mean, Alfred? Went to 30 to 35 days and started making my money back. What you mean you went where to 30 to 35 days? Where'd you go? Alfred? Oh, options. Went to options. Oh, okay. Yeah. Got to give yourself some time, man. That's crazy. So that could mean if more orders are down, we could also see downside. Deuce Deuce says. What do you mean by more orders are down? Oh, you're talking about like if you know what I'm saying, like if there's just resting orders here, buy or sell, then yeah, it could be. But but they can just continue to engineer liquidity up, and then they could target it all in one swoop. I'm serious. He said, yeah. Went from zero to T to third day. Yeah, zero to T is dangerous, bro. Guys, guys, this is this is what's going on. Y'all gonna see me look this up in real time because we're in time distortion. So let's try and educate ourselves while we're in time distortion. Break. Said I need something to break. No, 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 no. Oh yeah, guys, listen, guys. This is what I've been saying for months in here. Guys, this market is not going to go lower until guys something has to break. Powell might cut by 0.25%, but he needs something to break. Guys, people need to start losing their job. Guys, why would he seriously start cutting rates on a serious note if the market at all-time highs? He needs something to break, man. Yeah. Oh wow, how nice. She says, when I break it down, it helps me be confident in opening my trade. I scalp. I've been doing one-on-one to build my buffer. It helps me with anxiety when candles open in a different direction. So I make my money based on 2 to 3 candles and close the trade. Repeat 2 to 3 times. Yep. I usually take profit right now. Okay, I got my first payout this morning. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, man. Powell needs something to break, man. We're not gonna go lower until something breaks. I'm just being honest. Look at this. Look what I said. Thursday and use NFP to moon this and carry the momentum in next week and keep this market elevated for Powell in 2 weeks with daily time distortion. Look at what I said. I was 2 weeks ago. I said that. All you gotta do is search Powell, guys. Everything in here is in here. You'll likely get FU candles out of nowhere. Powell says something unexpected. Look at this. Powell look, yeah. When I said that they were going to shoot this to the all-time high because of Powell, I said, oh yeah, I said this. I said I'm fully expecting them to bounce this market to find buy-side liquidity tomorrow. That was for Powell's Jackson Hole speech on Friday. Bouncer going into Powell's Jackson Hole speech right there. I said that. That was a month ago, over a month ago. Sheesh. Yeah, guys, I gave y'all multiple warnings about that Powell Jackson Hole speech again into all-time high overshoot. Look at that. Wow. Guys, that's why y'all need to be reading this. Seriously. What's going on with that? Anyway. Anyway. What we got? Anyone say something inside Discord? Just wiped out the last 5 minutes. Yeah, all-time high. Time distortion with no real aim. I feel that, man. I had to get growth oils for mine. You did? That worked for you? Look at that. No reason to go short. And no reason to go long because we're at the all-time high when they could dump this at any given moment. They could do anything up in here. So we got to be on alert here. Look at this time distortion. Sideways bullish time distortion. They're up to no good. Look at that. They're up to no good. They're up to no good here. They could do anything. Okay. So we got the 950 macro. 1050 macro is over with now. Guys, I have this written down in my journal. Bill auction at 11:30 is the largest thing, but that's a super small thing. Then we have, so now, guys, for the next injection of liquidity, we have the 1150 macro. That's it. I think that in your journal, you need to be writing down 950, 1050, and 1150 so that you can be reminded so that when they start to do time distortion, you can at least start to pay attention to those time zones. So you need to maybe try and pay attention to those. Because if they're just doing time distortion, then you can say, okay, well, guys, I think that that'll help everyone's patience. So everyone inside Discord, I recommend, you don't got to do anything, but I recommend that obviously you should have a trading journal so that you can take notes so that you can be reminded. Why? Because you're not a robot. So you're going to forget. Even me, I still forget. So I write it down, even though I know what it is. At a minimum, you need to write down the major news drivers that are releasing for that day. So you need to follow the instructions like how you should be on the knowledge and community page when you signed up. That $11 page, you need to follow those instructions. It says download that news app or save that news website so that you can know what's going on. And then the settings are there as well for you to edit it. And then you need to write down 950, 1050, and 1150 macro. And then you need to write down the 1208. I recommend you write the 1208 lunch sweep down as well. Why do I think that you guys should write down those two time hacks? Because you don't want to be looking at a short at 1150. Because it's going to go against you 85% of the time. So you need to write that down because most of y'all might forget that shit. And then you'll blow up the account. Or you'll take an unnecessary loss. So you don't want to do that. And then you need to write down the 1208 lunch sweep. So you need to write that down as well. Why? Because you really don't want to be looking for a long at damn 1208, 1210. because you know. Or if you're gonna look for long, then you better have studied the time hack, and then you better, and then like you better look, and then you better be trying to use the 12-way learn sweep to then set you up for a better entry on a long, if that makes sense. That's what you got to do. Once I get the hang of this a bit more, I'll try to zero the T out again. Alfred says, okay. What about futures, Alfred? Alfred, do you have an account? Alfred, I got a question. I got a question for you, Alfred. I don't think that you should do zero DTE options unless you have this. Be honest with me, Alfred. Don't lie, because you can only lie to yourself, because I really don't know you too much yet. But I got a question. Do you have a trading account with at least minimum of $40,000 to $50,000 liquid in it on a broker? Do you have that? Is it a yes or no? And I'm not trying to pocket watch you. I'm just being honest, because this advice is going to help you. Do you have that, Alfred? No, he says. Okay. So you should not be trading zero DTE. You should not. I'm just being honest with you. You shouldn't even be trading 2 or 3 day or 1 week expiration. You want to know why? Because you're going to fall under the pattern, because you're going to fall into the PDT rule. So like if you enter into a trade and like let's just say it starts going sideways and you want to close it to save the trade, well, guess what? That's going to be your one trade for the day. Because you need at least 25,000 at all times in order to adhere to that. So how are you going to seriously be a professional trader and operate in a professional manner if you don't have, like, if you can't be a day trader? Guys, just stop and just think. Stop and think. Just stop and just think. Don't no one get in their emotions or their feelings. Say, hey man, you attacking me. That's fucked up. No, listen, just stop and just think for a second. Hear me out. If the rules say you cannot be if the rules say you cannot be a day trader, then why are you trying to be a day trader for? I pause for dramatic effect. Guys, I'm gonna pause again. Why? Why are you trying to do that? If you cannot manage your risk, which is the most important thing in trading, like a day trader because of the rules, then why are you trying to do that? You're setting yourself up for failure. Why are you trying to do that? Why? I'm smaller time. 2K. Started turning into 7K. Then life happened. So now I'm making my way back to where I was by actually learning the markets. Okay, good. Okay, life happened as far as what? Now, was it something outside the market, or was it something regarding the market, as in like you lost the money because of what you were doing before? And guys, accountability is key, because if you can't hold yourself accountable and like if you can't admit, be like, man, I was tripping, dog. I lost a lot of money. Then you're not gonna learn. You're not gonna improve. Only until when people started asking me, being like, hey, bro, what happened? Until like I started going, man, you know what? I was being a dumbass. Like shit, I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars just doing those weird strategies that didn't make no sense until I really started improving. So yeah. So what happened, Alfred? Was it life as in like a family emergency, or was it life like as far as like you went through the growing pains as far as figuring out how real this market was? But in the meantime, while he's asking that, guys, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Why would you do that for? Because you have to be, guys, if a trade starts going against you and if you're scared to close it out, because you're losing, and then also two, because you don't want to take a loss, because that'll be your 1 day trade allowed for that day, because you only get 5 total in a week. Then how can you seriously operate on a higher level? Like you're handicapping yourself, you're handcuffing yourself. It's like trying to run with shackles on your feet. She good now. I'm ready to learn it. Me, a strategy that has been working for me. No, what I'm saying, Alfred, is what happened to you. You said life happens. You said life happened. What I'm saying is did life happen as far as like something outside the markets? Alfred, I'm not trying to know your life. Like, Like if something happened, with family, that's fine. You don't even got to say family. Just say outside the market or inside the market because this is important. I'm serious. What happened to you? He says, it's all good. Okay. Okay. I'll leave it alone since you don't want to disclose that. Okay. Well, listen, what I was going to say was if it had something to do with it being in the market, then you need to not do what it was so you need to not do what it was before that got you to that point. So you need to abandon that. So if you were trading 0DTE, you need to stay away from that. Because you need to stay away from that until you have enough liquid cash in order for you to properly trade it like normal. Because it expires and goes to zero at the end of the day. So you need to be okay with managing your risk with something that goes to zero at the end of the day. So like if you're wrong, you need to go, oh well, shit, I'll just close at like a 3 or 5% loss. I don't care before it goes against me. I don't care. You need to have that mentality before you can succeed in doing that. I'm just being 100%. Dude, I hardly even know you. So this advice that I'm giving you is gold because you're not even inside Discord. I really don't even do that. But I'm just being honest. Excel says, is there a good trading journal app you recommend? Yeah, there is. Uh, uh, just shoot me a DM right now and I'll send it to you. And it's one of the free ones. It's the best free one. But I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that anything beats going to Target and spending $8 or $9 from Target because Target's gonna have a better selection. Spending $8 or $9 on a really nice looking trading journal. Just I'm not talking about like no 50-cent little kindergarten notebook, like the one with the camo, with the black and white camo. I'm talking about like spend $8 or $9, $8 to $9 on like a good trading journal, and you writing it down so that you can remember specifically. Because I tried those electronic journals, and those didn't help me as much, me personally, as far as like writing it down specifically. But the one that I send you, like it can still document your trades, and so like if you want to keep track of your trades, then that's fine. Because if you blow an Apex account, then they'll just remove it. But like the one that I can send you is fine. Just DM me right now, and like I'll shoot you that information. I'll copy it and paste it, and I'll send it to you if you want that. So if anyone inside Discord wants that free online journal, that's fine. And then like it'll automatically copy all the trades to the accounts, so that and then like you can write down your emotions and stuff like that electronically. And then they also have an app as well on the App Store, and it's free. Ask me how I know because I tried out all the free ones, and then I compared that one to the paid ones. So that took me like weeks and months in order for me to figure out. So I'll just save you the time. Trust me, I just know it's the best one. So my entire goal with this entire Discord is just to save you time and money. But you just got to be willing to listen. Just got to be willing to listen. So yeah, if anyone inside Discord wants to DM me, let me know. What are you putting in your journal? Tim Bryan says. Uh, Alfred says. Alfred says. Alfred says. Oh yeah, already I'm learning that real shit psychology is the hardest part of trading. H right now. Yeah, it is. It's very hard. I would say. I, I would say this though. I would say. I would say that the psychology comes second. Personally, from what I've seen. I'm being honest. So the psychological aspect comes second. Why? Because if you have the psychological aspect, but you don't know what you're looking at, like if you're just trading bull and bear flags and you can't identify time distortion to then stay out of this market, to then only trade when it's advantageous to you, then it doesn't matter how much how much of a psychological hold you have if you cannot manage your risk. It doesn't matter. Because you can understand price action, because you can understand the psychological aspect of it, like, we're probably going to go higher, so let me look for longs. Okay, cool. Or, you know, I got the utmost confidence in myself, but like if you trading these support and resistance and these trend lines, and if you're doing weird shit like that, then you don't know how to read this market, then you're just gonna blow up the account. So you got to chill out on that shit. So that's the most important thing. But you can't be doing what 95% of other people are doing. If 95% of other people are doing something, then it's probably not the best thing to do. I'm just being for real with you. It's just not. I'm just being for real, being honest. He says, I learned that the hard way, he says. Yep. So I got a question, Alfred. Alfred, I got a question. Because I tell people this all the time. Hold on, let me answer Tim's question. What do you put inside your journal? Tim, my journal at this point in time is this. My journal is very simple at this point. Why? Because of just where I'm at specifically. So I've already done the hard work. But beforehand, I used to write in my journal about what I did wrong and this and that on a daily basis. But right now, usually speaking, before I press the button, I know what I did wrong. Like I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm talking to Superman's cake. This ain't good. This is probably gonna go against me. This is a sick quality trade, and those things. But like if I still fuck up, then yeah, I'll still write that down. And so like I take note of that. Um, uh, guys, just like how like when I had that losing day on CPI, like how I knew that was the last time I lost. Like I didn't forget, I remembered. So in my journal right now, I have today's date written down, 9:15, and then I have a bullet point and it says bill auction at 11:30, which is it's super small, but it's the only thing going on today. Then I have the 9:50, 10:50, and 11:50 macro on one bullet point written down. And then right below that, on the third bullet point, I have 12:08 sweep. So the 12:08 lunch sweep. So these are going to be high probable time hacks and setups that I'm looking for. Why do I have the 9:50, 10:50, and 11:50 macro written down? In the event that they decide to do time distortion, I can look for those macros in order for an injection of liquidity to happen. So like if we're declining through time distortion, then I might look for a setup out of those macros to form. To where I can manage my risk off of, if that makes sense. And then I have the 11:50 inverse because in the chance that they decide to turn 11:50 macro bearish on the 15% of the time, well, then I'm gonna look for, then I'm gonna look for a long after that ends, after that time period ends, and then so that's 3 bullet points so far, which is nothing, and then on the fourth bullet point, I'll put a space in between that, and then on the fourth one, I have the Q's HVL levels of 579 for the day and 0 DT, which is 584. On the fifth bullet point, I have SPY HVL, and on the sixth, I have XPX HVL. So I just have 6 bullet points there in my notes. In my notes, that's it. And then but at the same time though, I also have this as well. So I have this. So like this is also basically my journal right here. So excuse me, because people that are inside Discord can't see this on TikTok. So this right here. So I have this in mind, but I continuously have to go back to this to then look at this. So right now I know anything is possible, and so I know that I probably shouldn't even be trying to predict this shit. I know that. So that's what's going on right now. So that's basically what comprises my entire journal for the day. He says, "Oh, thank you. No problem, Tim." Um. So yeah, Alfred. I learned that the hard way. I started journaling all my trades about 9 months ago, and I've been trading 15 months and didn't realize how much that would help me down the road. Yes, me too. Because I thought that I was too good to journal. So, but I noticed that the most successful traders are journaling. So, guys, listen, it is a wonderful thing. You need to start analyzing and you need to start asking yourself this. Are 95% of traders, 95% of traders, are they successful or are they not? The answer is no. Okay, cool. So you have to ask yourself the next question. You have to go, okay, so 95% of them, what are they doing? Hmm. What are they teaching? Support and resistance. Trend lines. RSI. MACD. Okay. Fibonacci, because that's like 60, 70 years old before computers. Okay. Just doing whatever the fuck it is doing, just buying and selling, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. That's a strategy. Moon tide strategies. Astrology signs. Okay. And 95% of them are doing those things. So, should I be doing that? No. That's the answer. No. Because why the fuck would I want to do what they're doing and they're not successful? Okay. So we got that. Okay. But the ones that are successful and that actually somewhat do figure it out, what do? They journal. They back test. They understand the importance of demo trading. They practice. They're patient. Those are the things that at a minimum, even if I do want to do the things that 95% of them are doing and the 95% of traders are doing that are failing, that I should be incorporating. EMA day trading strategies. How the hell are you going to manage your risk off of a 21-day EMA that's going on for 21 days worth of data in the past? How is that going to save you when they gap this market up like this? How are they going to do? How are you going to do that? You cannot. How are you going to manage your risk off of a 50-day moving average on a daily time frame when you can blow your account on a 1-minute candle? Okay, I'm not going to do that. Okay. So what's left? Then you got to know what we're doing inside here. Roy says we cannot hear you. What do you mean you cannot hear me, Roy? TikTok, can you guys hear me? L says I can. Discord, can you guys hear me? Can Discord hear me? Am I tripping? Roy says he can't hear me. Roy's inside Discord. Okay, they said yes. Okay. Roy's inside Discord. He said, L says you're good. Okay, yeah. Loud and clear, Bedhead said. Okay, good, because that was a very important point. So, I didn't want to miss that. Roy's inside Discord, so I got to make sure Roy is good. But Roy's a professional truck driver in Cali. So he listens to me while, just, in the background, just over his radio. So I got to make sure that he's good. All right. Getting overdone a bit, but I feel the energy. It's getting overdone a bit, but I feel the energy. What you mean you feel the energy what for Quiet Swarm? What you mean you feel energy for what? You talking about the energy for the market or you talking about my energy? What's getting overdone? Am I milking the points a little bit too much? Be honest. You want me to stop? Don't lie, be honest. What you mean, Quiet Swarm? I started my son a custodial account on Charles Schwab, and it's up 3%. All dividend stocks on Drip. Okay, good job. Proud of you. What you mean, Quiet Swarm? How can I improve? He said, it's getting overdone a bit. But I feel the energy. All right, I'll stop. Quiet Swarm. I'll stop. I'm sorry. Yeah, nah. I do stuff like that for for dramatic effect on purpose because I want it to be ingrained into the very psyche of what you are. Guys, I literally want you to go to sleep and you be thinking, I'll blow the account. Stop. I'll blow the huh? NQ Insider said, I'll blow up the account if I do that. Why? What's trading support and resistance? My account says 0. Huh? Huh? I was doing that. That doesn't make any sense. Let me stop. 15-minute busy sibbies. That's what I want you to do, seriously. Because that's what I was doing. I was hearing whatever his name is, Michael Hudson's voice in my sleep. ICT. I think his name's Hudson, whatever it is. Michael J. Hudson. I was hearing his voice in my sleep at night. I was hearing that shit in my sleep. That shit was crazy. Like a grown man. Like, you know how like your voice, you have like an internal voice that so like that voice in your head. Like that's like like your normal. Like when you read something, you read it in your voice. That voice in my head was him. That voice in my head was him. Yeah, nah. So yeah, because I saw a 19-year-old kid making $150,000 a day doing this, and I was like, I have to know this. I have to figure this out. What if I only do 10% of what he's doing? Oh my God, could you imagine what I could do? Man, what even 5% a day of what he's doing? Where would I be at? And that's just what I sought out. But I think that the thing that helped me the most was the fact that I failed so much beforehand because I tried so many strategies. And so now I know that that's just not what to do. So now when I see them doing something, I can now see in real time what they're targeting because of that. So like when I see this time distortion, I used to get fucked up on that. But now I understand what they're doing because of zero DTE. So it helps me stay out. So like, and then like I used to look at, so like I used to look at shit like this. Like I used to go, that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 top right here. Let me put my stop loss here. Right? Or in this sense, I used to go, like before, and like I used to go, that right there is a man, that's a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple top, man. We're gonna go lower here. Let me put my stop. Let me be smart. Let me put it like right here. And like the market would just do this shit right here and it would shoot up real quick and it would attack my stop. And I'll go, what the hell are they doing? But it wasn't until I understood what I put inside Discord and the things I'm telling you guys that that's what they're targeting. And it wasn't until I understood that this market doesn't like perfect to where I finally started to understand what they're doing. But I had to understand liquidity first in order for it all to be tied in and in order for it all to make sense. Exactly. So continue doing it. It helps. Michelle says. Okay. Where do you get your news? I'm not going to gatekeep because I don't like to gatekeep. But the settings are inside the $11 knowledge page. Bro, but you can go to investing.com and get it. Or bro, you can just sign up and then you can have it. You can know what's going on. You can save yourself some time, man. It's investing.com. It's that app. It's that app. I'm doing this to help my paycheck until I can take it up another level and go full time. Okay, Alfred, great job. Proud of you. Proud of you, proud of you, proud of you. Why don't you join the 1K to 50K challenge with us, Alfred? Why don't you take some time to learn and then you can turn 1K in prop firms into 50,000 with us? Why don't you do that? Why don't you hop on that journey with us? We started it, so you might be a little bit behind, so you might have to learn, but we're going to do it again from Discord. Why don't you do it with us? Why don't you do that? So that way you're not really trading your real live money, like you're not practicing. Because if you take a $1,500 or $2,000 loss, you're going to lose that money immediately. Why not just learn first for free and then perfect trading for hardly nothing, and then you hit the ground running with prop firms? Because I think that prop firms is the easiest way for you to escape the matrix with the least amount of money involved. But you just have to know how to trade though. So like you can't just not know how to trade and then just expect to get rich. Well, you can't get rich out of nothing if you don't know how to trade. Anyway, but the props are going to help you, and it's going to help you manage your risk the most. Because you can turn just a few $100s and you can 10 or 20 extra money instantly on your first payout. On your first payout, you can 10 extra money from that initial account invested. And that's if you just blow the account and you never get a payout again from that account. But if you get at least 3 or 4 payouts, shit, you could damn near 30, 40 extra money per account. To me, that's why you wouldn't want to do that. It doesn't make any sense if you know how to trade. But then it begs the question again, if you don't know how to trade, then why the hell are you trading in general? So I guess if you know how to trade, then you should be using props, right? Interesting. You think they're going to look at that shoot. You see how every single guys, did you see that market move? Did you see how every single time they target this level, they flash it? Like it goes like it just flashes because they're just filling orders.
Yeah, it filled the orders and it broke that supply zone. Hey, I wanted to just say thanks, bro. Honestly, I've been going through, trying to get things together over here.
Right.
That's why y'all don't hear me too much interacting because I have to pack and all this
Now
other
do your
stuff.
thing.
But yeah, I've done, I do my homework. I take my bumps and bruises. I man up to everything, and adding to my knowledge, and especially with the information you gave, especially understand liquidity and understand where the market is going, and then just, bro, it's just tying all in. And yeah, it's not. They say it's easy, but it's not. But it becomes easy once you understand. Once you
Yes.
know what you're looking at. Once you understand where the market is going, there's no way around it,
There's
bro.
no way
It's like
around it.
that's a cash register, bro. What are we talking about? It's an instant cash register. So I'm learning to get my cash register up.
Exactly. Yeah, man. Look, you'll never look at the man. Once you inside Discord, bro, you never gonna look at this shit again. You you are literally gonna look at me as though like I'm stupid for charging you $27 every 90 days. You're gonna look at me like I'm stupid. Like you're gonna be like, what the hell is that? And then 55 or $55 every 90 days for Discord. Like you're gonna look at me like I'm stupid. Like you're gonna be like, what the hell is that? Like what? Because everything is going to be revealed to you in time. Remember when I said, hey, you don't want to be shorting all time highs because they haven't given you any indication on that's why you should short this market? Look what they keep doing. Guys, they could just keep doing this nonstop for forever. They don't have to go lower. They're going to have to prove to you and show you that they want to go lower, and then you manage your risk off of it. Guys, there's people that keep shorting this shit and they keep on putting support and resistance lines right here and they keep on resting their orders here. That's why they keep on getting fucked. Guys, that's why that support and resistance shit does not work. How the hell are you gonna navigate this shit like that? How the hell are you gonna do that? Because you don't know what they're targeting. You don't. So, what's next? I'm still learning. Okay, paper trade now. Been studying for a few months now. Just started paper trading last week with ES1. Okay, what you studying? CJ from TikTok, not CJ in Discord. CJ from TikTok. CEEJ. What you what you been studying? You doing them supporting resistance and trend lines? What you doing? I'm serious. Like, what are you studying? Um, Quiet Swarm says, you think they're gonna keep it elevated until power hour? Shit, it's 11:50 right now. Time is flying today, boy. It is already 11:50 macro. Time is flying like nobody's business. Good Monday so far. I think this is what I think. I think that what I said in Discord is reigning supreme again. They could do anything. So they're going to have to show me something in regards to what they're doing before I think something else. Like today, because they kept this elevated, I think that they could very well turn the 1150 macro bearish. So they could do anything here, or they could use 1150 macro to shoot it up higher. So until they show me that specifically, mm, yeah, I'm a little bit uncertain about that. So like if they enter into time distortion with the 1150 macro, then I'm just gonna think that they're just gonna shoot this up higher at any given moment during that. So as it stands right now, they have effectively taken me out of this market. The only way that I'm going to consider entering into this market is on my plan C, which is what I'm getting ready to outline. Jab says I top tick all time high. Do I get out? I don't know, Jab. Are you inside Discord? I can't answer no trade setups for you because I can't see your screen and you can't send me no screenshots. And I don't know what you know. And I don't know what you're managing your risk off of because I don't know what you know. So you got lucky with shortening all time high, but I don't know what you got going on, Jab. You're not inside Discord. How can I answer that question for you? How can I give you serious trading advice when when you're not willing to invest $27 every 90 days? How can I do that? Or $29 a month for Discord rather. I'm sorry, because you got to be inside Discord. $29 a month, or whatever it is, whatever the hell it is, like $70 every 90 days. That ain't nothing. That's 2 Chipotle burritos a month. How can I answer that question for you when I don't know what you know? You said this nigga. I'm being for real. How? How can I do that, bro? How am I gonna do that, bro? When I don't know what you know, when I don't know what you managing your risk off of, and when you on TikTok and you can only type 30 characters per message, and then on top of it, you're listening to my voice on a 10-second latency delay. How can I do that? I'm being honest with you. You've been tuning in, Jab, and I like you, but how can I do that? He's laughing. He said, bro, he's won the free trades, Tim says. Yeah, he's won free trades. That's okay. It's okay. He can copy the same trades I'm taking, but he might not know what I'm doing. And, so, and then, I'll win 90% of the time, but he's also copying my trades on a 10-second latency delay. So that's dangerous. So, and so he might not know how to manage his risk. He might not know what I'm willing to risk and what I'm willing to lose. He might not know that. So that's also kind of dangerous. That's why I said this is not an alert service, because you don't know what I might be trying to accomplish. You don't know, because because $300 or $400 to me might not be $300 or $400 to you. And then a 50K, and then 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 50K accounts is not the same thing to me as it might be to you. So you wouldn't know that unless you're inside Discord and unless you're asking me how to manage your risk, because I do eval instant pass. So these accounts are like water to me, because I don't trade the evals. But for you, you'll be sweating like a fucking stuck pig on the average person can be sweating like a stuck pig on 2, 3, 4, or 5 funded accounts, because they work so hard to get them, to pass them more than likely individually. So you're sweating like a stuck pig down $300 or $400, and I'm not. So I don't advise copying my trades from Discord, from TikTok, if you don't know what's going on. Now I feel like I never tune in when you taking a trade, because you're a big time scalper. Yeah, that's because I trade with Apex, but that's also because. So like I can scale out. I can, and those trades are inside the film review channel on Discord for people to watch. And so I was doing that like 2 weeks ago. I was doing that 2 weeks ago when we were not at the all-time high. But at the all-time high, they're just gonna, guys, look at what they're doing. Look, they're just making new all-time high after all-time high here. So like, every single play has to be a scalp. Like, it has to be short-lived, or else you're risking losing everything. And then like, if you buy this, then where are you gonna structure your trade to go off of? Just stop and if you bought this right now, what you gonna do? How you gonna manage your risk off this? Like it's price discovery mode. Where you gonna get out at? So it almost has to be a scalp. And then with trading with Apex, if you up 3,000 in a trade, but then it goes against you 2,500, you'll blow the account, because they have a trailing drawdown, not an end of day drawdown. So so with the account that I have, with the accounts that I'm trading, I almost have to be a scalper. So like, I have to take the profit, and I have to be out when I see it, and at a minimum trail my runners or move my runners to break even, because that's just what I have to do. So you have to adapt. So this is not a swinging environment. Look at this clusterfuck they got going on. It's 11:50. So guys, it's 11:50 right now. Thanks for the reminder. It's 11:50, and we are at the absolute top. I don't care what anything says. You buying the absolute top, and I don't care how strong it is. Let them show you how strong the 11:50 macro is. Let them show you. You don't just, there's nothing here. So they have officially taken this away. Why? Because it's not advantageous risk wise for you to execute this. It's just not advantageous risk wise in order for you to do that. Nub says it's 1150. Yep, it's 1150. Bro, he's one of the free trades. Yeah, this is just wild. All these highs. Yes, guys, they don't have to go lower. That's what I was saying at market open. They don't have to go lower. They could just keep going. They could just keep this going indefinitely here, nonstop. They don't have to go any lower. They could just keep. They could just do time distortion all day here. So they're gonna have to show me something here, like this, like a shoot like this, and then a flush, so that and like a pullback before they target some liquidity here for me to think that they're gonna go lower. Then I'll take that. Or if they don't give me that bounce, and like if they just start doing this like nonstop, then I'll consider something here or here. Until then, there's nothing. I'm just being honest, because you don't want to short this because look at what they just keep doing nonstop. Just look at what they keep doing nonstop. They just keep on screwing people over. Equal lows at 24,240. Close. If it was equal, then I say that'd be a super strong magnet. But yes, this right here at a minimum is the next liquidity that they want to sweep. That and then here. So they're engineering this liquidity to be ran as of right now. That's what they're doing. So that and that is what's next. I learned that the hard way. They don't have to go lower. Now that I understand that, I'm more careful. Used to try and catch reversals a whole too long too. Yep, Mama Trades. Yep, you're right. Nah, yeah, Jab says, nah, I feel like I never tune in when you're taking a trade because you're a big time. Yeah, Jab, I wanted to finish that point as well. Guys, because people get upset with me because they go, shut the hell up, bro, and just press the button. But like, they don't understand that like one mini is worth like 500,000. So like my entry level position is $1 million. And some of y'all, and then like the people that are saying that, like they're staking me out for an $11 a month membership, but they want me to rush into $1 million position and put thousands of dollars on the line. It's crazy. But they don't take that advice themselves. Like they wouldn't do that. And then the people that do that, I tell them and I say, okay, well you do that then. Buy it with decent size and you let me know how that works out for you. Right? And then like the last person that I told to do that actually took me up on it, she was like, yeah, I'm gonna buy the all-time high. Watch. And I think she went in with like 6 to 8 contracts, minis, she said, and the market proceeded to dump a full percent. And she logged out of the TikTok and she was never seen again. I have not seen that account, the person behind that account, since then. So God knows what happened to them. Hopefully they're okay. But that's what I'm saying. Just because you can go 200 miles an hour in your car doesn't mean you should. You have to adhere to the caution. Guys, look what they keep doing. They just keep on bursting us higher. There's nothing here. They keep doing this nonstop over and over again for forever. So you need to understand that notion first before you just try and jump into this shark-infested water. Every single short that is in the history of shorts that have ever existed is underwater right now. They're losing. On this 1 minute candle, no one is winning. They're all just hoping and praying it goes lower. But we don't have to go lower because they've been showing you that this entire time. So why would I short this? And then why would I long this as well if this is the highest of the high that we've ever been? And they're not giving me any indication or any serious pullback to manage my risk off of. You'll blow up the account. So if I can't short it or long it or buy it or sell it, then what do? I just do nothing. And then conversely, if they just do this, like time distortion, sideways shit, then I do nothing as well. So now there's 2 scenarios working against me. as far as that's concerned. So that's why I'm doing nothing. I'm just sitting, I'm just chilling because we're at the all time high. So I could randomly get like a dump FU candle down here, and then and then register a loss. But we're at the all time high, so they could just keep doing this and shooting it up like this, randomly like this, mini pullback and then a shoot, mini pullback and a shoot all day, which is nothing. Where it's called price discovery. Why would I do anything? ES trying so hard to go lower. Yes, ES is trying to go lower, but this is also very dangerous. Why is this dangerous? Because ES is trying to go lower, but can you imagine can you imagine what NQ is going to do if ES decides to shoot to this moon? Can you seriously imagine? Like if ES says, "Man, you know what? I've been chilling out here for like for the last 45 minutes. Let me start targeting upper levels of liquidity and let me drag NQ higher with it." NQ is just going to moon. So you can't even short that. That's what I'm saying. They are fully diverging right now and no one knows what they're going to do. The people that like to drive 200 miles an hour in traffic and they like to yell at other people that aren't, they don't last long here. They don't last long here. But the people in the Toyota Corollas that drive obeying the speed limit, or that before they speed, they familiarize themselves with the market, or in this instance, in this scenario, the road that they are driving on, they are the ones that last. So then the next time that they drive on the road, they know, okay, the cops are usually here on the side of the road. There's a speed trap here. There's a big pothole here, so I don't blow my tires, so I don't, blowing your tires and like I lose a huge portion of my account, so it puts me back. Or hey, you know what? There's like a dead end here, so I don't want to drive 200 miles an hour down a dead end, and like I end up crashing into a wall and then unaliving myself, which is blowing up the account and like you never return. Those things. So like I know where the pitfalls are. So I took my time and I obeyed the limit first, the speed limit first, and the rules first. So the next time I know how to drive down this road, then I can speed if I want to. Versus the people that don't really know what they're doing and they're yelling at other people, "Hey, hurry up and move over, you idiot." And then they drive down the road doing 200 miles an hour and then they crash, blow a tire, get pulled over, and then shoot. Even if you get pulled over, that's going to set you back about 45 minutes or so with the police. And that's enough to derail any journey. So even if I'm going under the speed limit and I don't get pulled over, I'm going to still get to the destination faster than you. It's an illusion. So like the people that go, "Man, you know what? Screw this. Man, we've been sitting here for 2 hours. Let me buy." Or, "Man, let me short this here. We've been sitting here for 2 hours." Well, now they're getting further away from the destination because they're down and they're losing. Versus a guy like me who's just sitting here doing nothing. Then whenever they show me something, then I'll consider aligning myself with the market and managing my risk off of that. And then I get to the destination faster. Just like that. That is literally just how it works. And that's just the simplest analogy that I can give you as far as trading. Yeah, stop yapping and press buy, Kidder says. Yeah, exactly. I know, that's what they want. No, that's hilarious. Yeah, stop yapping, Yo, bro, that joke right there will never get old. I swear to God, it will never get old. I've seen more and more folks talking about taking just a few trades per week versus every day, making each trade count. If I copy trade 4 accounts, like $600 a few times a week, as an example, what more does one need? Yeah. Well, eventually, Mama Trades, what's going to happen is you're going to see how simple it is in order for you to do that. And then I'm going to be honest, then you're going to want more Mama Trades. But that's natural. But you can still scale up, though. That's exactly how I look at it, Mama Traded. Yep, I agree. That's how I look at it, too. That, guys, this also ties into a point that I wanted to make as well. This is very important, so everyone needs to listen. This is very important. The copy trader should only be used in order for you to be content with waiting more. I thought about this point this week and I said I was going to make this point, so I'm going to make this point right now. So you need to listen. This is serious. The copy trading of the multiple accounts should only be used in order for you to be content with less. What do you mean by that? What does he mean by that? What I mean by that is this. Normally speaking, in order for you to make $10,000, you're going to have to make $10,000 on a single account. But the eval instant pass and then the copy trading, if you have 20 accounts, let's just say, and you do the eval instant pass, then you can get right to trading 20 plus accounts. So you can make $500. So you can take the same trade, but then be out at, let's just say, 500 and just rinse and repeat. So that same trade that you would have held on to every now and then to make 10,000, you can take that same trade setup and then be out at, let's just say, 500 or let's just say $1,000, and then you would make 20,000, 10 to 20,000 off of that same $10,000 trade, but you would cut it earlier, right where the market can begin to hurt you at, instead of holding it through where the market can begin to hurt you at, and then you only capitalize off of a $10,000 trade like once a week or twice a week at the most. Whereas now you can do that, implement that same strategy and that same setup almost every single day. And then it can help you avoid the time distortion. Why? Because you're content with knowing that you don't care if it goes up or down. So now you can then manage your risk accordingly. And so now you can take more conservative setups and you will be okay with less, if that makes sense. So now you can replicate the strategy every single day. And I think that that's the mentality that I wanted to share with everyone inside Discord for you guys to have. That's very important. It should not be used like, well, I normally do $10,000 trades, so let me make 10,000 normally times 20, so I want to make 200,000 a day. Yes, let's go. No, you should actually start to be content with less. And I think that, and I think that having that mentality will help you. So you need to start thinking, if I do this, I'm still going to take the same trades as I normally take, and I'm going to manage my risk the same. But I'm going to be content with $500 to $1,000 a day versus me trying to make 5,000 in one trade. That's what you need to start thinking about whenever it comes to this copy trading stuff. And if you do that, you will get rich so much faster than you could ever possibly imagine. I'm serious. I'm serious. And it wasn't until that happened then, I needed to understand that. That makes sense to me, Montrez. I analyze my best trades, my trading style, my goals. Copy trading my same setups is what I'm working to implement. Yes. Just copy trade your same setups, and like where you normally get stumped out at, let's just say 200-300 ticks, then be content with taking 100 ticks. And then but still the same A+ setup and just rinse and repeat over and over again. Or at a minimum, you take the profit there and then you just leave runners and you trail it versus you just holding it until kingdom come like how you would normally do. And then it possibly going against you. So just be content with less and just be okay with moving your stop to break even or trailing it at that point, because you know you got the copy trader on. Yep, trailing has been my new add-on to my new approach. Yep. It's called improving on your risk management as well. Whoa, what is that? Okay, that's only a 3. But that makes me nervous on trying to short this. That's only a 3, but that's making me nervous there. 1205. If they shoot this up in the air, I'm going to consider a short. Practicing currently. Okay. What was you managing your risk off of, Shiloh? Not a bad short. What'd you manage your risk off of? This 1 minute Bissy here? This 1 minute Sippy? What was that you managed your risk off of? Because that's going to be my first question. Not a bad trade setup, and I'm happy it worked out for you. But what was your confirmation to manager? Like, what did you say? Okay, I'm gonna short this right here, so I'm gonna manage my risk off of. What was that? Oh, that 1 minute Sippy that form? Okay, not bad. Good job. If that's the case, great job. NQ is still trying to go higher. This is crazy. And lunch open. Okay, not bad. Okay, manage your risk. I definitely own a scalp all-time high. Too dangerous, Jab says. Okay. ES trying to so hard to go lower. Yeah, it is. Y'all were saying that I was copy trading you. I was just saying that I'd be taking my own. Oh, no, no problem, bro. You can do what I'm doing. I'm just saying, you just make sure you know what you're doing. I ain't mad at your jab, JAB. I ain't mad at your jab. I ain't mad at you. They gotta bounce this up in here for me to consider this lunch hour short here. I might take this trade here. Gotta see it. Hey, this is just dancing around up in here. What we got going on up in here? Just hanging us above this level here. Look at this. Look at how bullish this is, man. This is crazy. They might try and shoot this again and shoot this higher over here. We're at the all-time high, so we gotta be cautious. There's a volume imbalance right over here on QQQ. Let me move this over here. There's a volume imbalance right up in here. Right here, there's a volume imbalance. So they might take all this volume imbalance and then just and then reshoot this liquidity up in here before they consider pulling this back. Guys, whenever I say holy smoke, stop, hold the phone. What was that? That usually means that like there's a volume imbalance, and I think that they're trying to fake people out. So it looks to me like they're targeting this again. This is just another, guys. This really doesn't have much to do with liquidity, more so than it has to do just with imperfect. So this market doesn't like errors. So like, it doesn't like errors. So because it's a computer, it's not a person, people are imperfect. This market doesn't like errors. So this is an error right here. This is like a glitch that it made. So it's trying to correct itself. So it doesn't like the fact that it did that. So it's shooting it up in here now to fill that. So look at that candle. Yeah, because they're targeting this right here. This right here is the error that it's trying to fix. That's called a volume imbalance that it's trying to fix right now. So there was nothing traded in this zone here, so it's trying to fix that. I don't give a shit about this 1 minute SIBI here. I don't. I think that this takes more precedence over this 1 minute SIBI here. That's just what I naturally think from what I've seen, how this market likes to behave. Which is what I think. So they're getting ready to fill this right now. But again, they're shooting up in the here, so they might just retake this out. So on a normal day, like if I had like a bearish imbalance up here, then I would consider this short. But we're at the all-time high now, and they're shooting us up in the here. So I'm unsure about that specifically. So I think they're gonna come here right now until proven otherwise. Like they're gonna have to prove it to me that they don't want to do that. From based off of what I've seen, from just how bullish this market is. I'm just being honest. Just that as AC said, that is definitely driving it up. Yeah. I mean, that's it. I mean, like, to me, like, that's just what's going on. But it's 1209, and so 1208 is written in my journal, so I want to consider something here, but I think that takes more precedence right now. I'm just being honest. That's just what I naturally think. So I think they're going to shoot this for right now. Then they might try and resweep this liquidity above head before they reverse this shit. And then I also don't like the fact that ES has just been hanging around here like this, because they could very well do this. And then if ES does this, then can you imagine what NQ is going to do? NQ is just going to shoot through to the moon again. And that's just what I said earlier. So they could flip ES bullish at, look, they just filled it, I think. So they could flip ES bullish at any given time frame. So they just filled this just now to the tick. So that's done. Now they can potentially go lower. But that was the draw on liquidity that like I was specifically looking for. That was that. Now they're starting to go lower after they did that, because this market didn't like that. It just didn't like it. Closed at 9101, high at 9. Yeah, they filled it. So the market just did not. It's weird, but I'm being honest. It just did not like that shit. Like I just can't describe it to you, but it just doesn't. Like you're just gonna have to be in here in order for you to understand. And then like once I show it to you and once I continuously repeat it to you over and over again through repetition, then you'll start to see what I'm talking about in real time. But this just came from back testing. Anyway, Hold on real quick, guys. I gotta go get some water. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm watching that, and I'm still looking for a short, but there's nothing anymore to short anymore. There's no bearish imbalances. They filled them all. So we're right back to where we were before. Hold on. Oh boy. Oh. Okay. This is dangerous because they're right back hanging this up here at the top. They could do anything. Like they could very well shoot this and fuck you. So we don't know what they're trying to do here. Look at this. Just look at this here. Look what they're doing. They could do anything here. This is nothing to play around with. Just look at this price action here. Look at this clusterfuck. Look at this. From 950, just look. Look at this. Look at this action. Nothing. Listen, if you're like, bro, you should have bought this right here. Why would I buy the absolute high of the high? Like in any trading strategy, that is not a good idea. Well, unless you're the orbs, the breakout traders. They usually get fucked, usually. Because they're chasing. So that's dangerous. So, pullbacks don't really exist to them. So that's dangerous. But in almost every single trading strategy, anyone buying the all-time high in the top of a move like this just doesn't make much sense. Look at that. Look at that. Look at what they're doing, Jesus. Look at that candle. They keep on shooting this. They can go forever. They could go on forever, man. Guys, this is what I mean when I say you gotta take it piece by piece. So like they gotta give me like a flash jump into here, something I could manage my risk off of. Tap into one of these higher time frame BISTs with multiple levels of confirmation. Now, since they've been engineering this LR here, they gotta run this LR here and then tap into something like this down here, something. This right here looks like LR to me. So this looks like to me like they're gonna run this. I'm just being honest. Like that's just what it looks like to me. But I gotta wait for them to run this first, or they gotta dump it and then show me that and then make me think that they're gonna run it so that I can manage my risk off of one of those imbalances. And that's just stripping trading down to its chrome. So like if you can't understand that, then you're not gonna really understand or master the ways of the market or even the more complicated shit like the ICT concepts, which is far more complicated. So like you have to understand that. Like you have to understand what I just said first before you can trade and structure trades like ICT. Like you have to understand imbalances and just normal just imbalances. And you have to know how to manage your risk off of an imbalance. Like that's just the basics. Guys, all that I'm doing is I'm just showing y'all the basics. All of those concepts and stuff like that, like you're gonna have to be inside, the concepts and the time hacks and stuff like that that's inside Discord, like like that's a little bit more advanced. Some of the ones that have been back tested and proven, But you cannot do those if you do not understand what I'm looking at. This is just the basics. This is like elementary school math, kindergarten math. Like 1 + 1 = 2. That's red. That's blue. That's what this is. Don't buy green candles. Buying the all-time highs work for 6 months. Risky says. Risky, I'm not talking about buying the all-time high and just holding indefinitely. That's not what I'm talking about. Risky, I'm talking about like you're day trading and you can blow in an account off of a 1 or 2 minute candle. That's what I mean, Risky. I know that buying the all-time high is the smartest idea. I know that because it's only rigged to go. It's rigged to only go up over the course of time. So yes, like if you buy the all-time high right now, and if you wait like another 3 or 4 or 5 more years, this should be up 30 more percent, 20, 30 more percent. I know that. I used to run my own 3C1 hedge fund. I know what that means. I'm just being honest. I think you're new here, so you haven't heard that. But yes, I know that. And I've been telling everyone in Discord in here for months. Look. NQ has bounced 32% from the lows and is near all-time high. And there's people who claim to be professionals spewing bear market propaganda. Block them. I said this like 4 months ago, 5 months ago. This market is bullish until proven otherwise. I think this market is going to go back to all-time high again in the next month or in July. It is that bullish. I've been saying that nonstop ad nauseum in here for months. Trust me, I'm aware of what I'm saying. They're going to take this market to the all-time high again. The how/when is the only question. That was in late May. This is not an environment to be swinging shorts. They want to take this to the all-time high. That was still in like May. Bro, yeah, trust me. I'm aware. Yeah. They're gonna go to all-time high on SPX and NQ. It's clear. Whether or not you want to accept it in reality is, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna say this here for a while. Yep. Markets and price discovery. Yeah, guys, this market does not have to go lower. So you can still blow an account by doing that. Yeah. hmm This is how you trade the all-time high. For anyone wondering, I said this 2 months ago, 3 months ago. You have to be patient and wait for solid setups to form. You cannot go buying the top of the top of the top of the top of the move and holding indefinitely. That's why, because that's poor risk management. Because the market is in price discovery mode and you have no viable upside targets to TP. So like if you don't have no real targets to take profit at, and if they could just dump it on your head, then why would you buy that? So because there's no bearish imbalances or any liquidity above for you to think, hey, you know what? This is what they're targeting, because I don't know what they're targeting. It's in price discovery mode for a reason. So you have to wait for pullbacks to enter and solid trade setups to form. If you're considering shorts, they have to be short-lived. Why? Because they keep squeezing it higher at the all-time highs, price discovery. And last only several minutes. Or if you're going to hold, you have to immediately go break even once it's in your favor. Modest price targets are best at all-time high. Always best to stay on the safe side because you don't know when the carousel is going to stop spinning. I said that 3 months ago. You don't know. Yep. No one knows. No one knows. So yeah. Buying the all-time high always works because it's rigged to only go up. Guys, 100 years from now, when we're all long dead and gone, there's going to be a new 16, 17-year-old. And he's going to look back 100 years from now when SPY is at 6,000 And he's gonna say, "Who the fuck were those dinosaurs trading Spire 6600? What a man, 660. Man, what a time to be alive back then. Man, what were those dinosaurs doing back then?" That's what they're gonna say. It's rigged to only go up. If it doesn't go up, then the stocks get removed. So like the stocks that don't do well, they get removed from the S&P 500. They get dropped. Like that's just how that goes. I'm just being for real with you. Don't buy green candles. Yeah. I really only enter long on red candles, but I have confirmation that it's going to go higher. And then I only short on green candles, which is pullbacks, because I have confirmation it's going to go lower. So like I really don't chase. If I chase, I automatically downgrade the trade. I automatically downgrade it. Let's keep shooting this up nonstop. Nonstop. They keep shooting this. It's 12:22. I wonder if I can get 20 ticks out of this. Wow. But the all-time high in VIX is low, so my TP is going to be smaller. I wonder if I can get 20 ticks out of this trade here. Let me see something. Let me see something here. What is that? There isn't a bearish imbalance for me to manage my risk off of here, so I might want to chill out on that. Okay, there's one right there, but that's many. That's nothing. There's nothing there. This is dangerous because ES is still curling up here. But however, they've engineered this LRLR right here for them to run this. So they're engineering this LRLR right here in order for them to run this at a later time. I think that's going to be ran at a later time. So a short right now is probably not the best idea because they could flip ES bullish at any given second. And if ES flips back bullish, then NQ is just going to shoot because NQ is already bullish today. So they could do anything here. So there's been nothing here so far. This is crazy. This is crazy, dude. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 We got nothing. No bearish imbalances being formed. Nothing. That alone is keeping me out of time distortion. Because I need for them to start to try and maybe target this LRLR here and this LRLR here in order for them to sweep this. If you don't know what LRLR is, you're going to have to look that up. Just type in LRLR ICT. Look it up. If you don't know what that is, LRLR. Larry Robert. That's what it means. L as in Larry, R as in Robert. And look at it and tell me. Look at it and tell me this shit don't look like LRLR to you. Or it's shit. Or it is. Look at this. I think they're going to run this. I'm going to be for real. That's what I think. That's what I seriously think that they're getting ready to run this right now. He said Kenny says fucking textbook. Yeah, no, it's textbook. It's it's textbook LRLR. That's why, guys. That's why you're gonna have to use me. Try Larry Robert. Larry Robert. What's Larry Robert? Larry Robert. Yeah, not low resistance liquidity run. I think that's what they're gonna do. Textbook. It is. It's very textbook. Look at it. Just look at it. Just type in what is LRLR. You'll see it. I think that they're just engineering liquidity to be ran. But however, the problem is I can identify it, but they're not giving me something where I can manage my risk off of, if that makes sense. Because they can continuously keep on engineering LRLR like how they've done up here and just keep shooting it up higher, and then I get stopped out. But I need for them to show me that they're going to run it, but then imbalance that I can manage my risk off of before I do that. We finally have one right here so far. I took that quick short for 18 ticks, AC says. Okay, nice, AC. Nice. AC, I might join you here on this. Hold on. Mm, mm. I might join you, AC. Hold on. I
Order.
think,
Order
AC,
submitted.
I'm going to join you right quick for 20 ticks to the downside. So right now I'm in a short. Quality of this trade is about C plus. 20 ticks to the downside. This is the
Order
first present.
filled.
Oh shit. Not bad. Okay. 20 ticks. Okay, not bad. So that was just 20 ticks. I still think they're gonna run this. Good job, brother. AC says. Good job. We did. Okay. Good job. We did. Okay. Yeah. Quality of our trade is about a C plus because the only reason why I wasn't a B is because we're at the all time high still. And so ES is just hanging out around here like this. So you have to have quick TPs and time distortion, and then also quick TPs at the all time high because they could do anything. God knows what they could do. We don't know what the hell they're going to do. But the reason why it was a C plus, even though it was a short at the all time high, was because of the LRLR. So I figured that they might want to come down here and sweep this, but I just wanted to be safe and be out at 20 ticks. I just wanted to just be 100% safe because we're at the all time high, so they could bounce this. All right, moderate. I told you I'm starting to see it more. I got that Rennie Shard gun. Yes, you do, my brother. Yes, you do. You do. Good job. Did anyone take that short? Guys, listen. Guys, that's also why you have to be inside Discord because there's a 10-second latency delay. So when I saw that I took that trade, if you weren't paying attention, and by the time you heard that and you saw that, I was out of that trade on TikTok. So, hey, quick question. Did anyone take that? Did anyone take that? 1400 on PA with that. Okay. Did anyone else inside Discord take that? Did y'all take that? The Nubs, did you take that short or no?
I keep missing my entry on this trade. I've been trying to get this
Okay.
short, but I've been missing my entry. Last
Yeah.
one, you grabbed it right
Yeah.
before I grabbed it.
Okay. Good job. $30 on the PA, Nubs. Oh, because you trading micros, Nubs. Ray says took it. Okay, good job, Ray. I think I think that at a minimum they're going to target this little minor sell side right here. At a minimum. So that was my logic, but I still wanted to be safe and only take 20 ticks. So as of right now, this trade is still playing out, and I think that at a minimum they're going to sweep this right here. So this trade right now is still actually valid. Mike says yes. Ray says yup. Says same logic, targeting that side, then bounce up. Yep. That's what I was thinking. So whenever they show me this presented right here, I took this short off of this 1 minute SIBI. So this right here was the largest 1 minute SIBI that we've had presented all day. Excuse me. Let me pause that because they can't see that. So anyone else took that inside Discord, let me know. But we'll blow the horn for you in a minute. So this right here was the first presented 1 minute SIBI of even somewhat decent size the entire day. But because they pulled it back before they decided to take this out right here, I decided, well, you know what, that might be something I want to manage my risk. But I don't really want to overstay my welcome more so and just fully hold to this liquidity sweep. So I'm gonna just take a quick $200 per account, if that makes sense, because they could bounce at any given moment because VIX is low, and then we're at the all-time high, and then ES is just hanging out here. So if ES gets a random FU candle to the upside, I will obviously lose that trade. before they decide to sweep this right here. So that's why I was out within 20 ticks. So I have to take it piece by piece and I have to analyze what's going on. So as of right now, it looks like the trade is getting ready to lose. As of right now, for that trade, I was actually correct. Because it looks to me like they might try, but they got 45 seconds though. So wicks don't count. If they inverse that, then what I was looking at was wrong. As far as to holding that trade, as far as trying to wait for this liquidity sweep here. If that makes sense. So I'm just playing with their, so long story short, guys, I'm just playing what they're giving me. And so that's just what they gave me initially. They're still in time distortion here, as you can tell, but they gave me something slight. They finally gave me a bearish imbalance to where I think that they might target a lower level of liquidity. So I took that just for 20 ticks. I mean, that's just what I did. Michelle says yes. So you took it, Michelle. You did? District says no. Okay. Damn, wait. My train of view lagged out. Son of a bitch. Didn't feel it. It said it did, though. I don't know what happened. So I just went down 70, even though it said my order was closed. This shit weird. Really, Nubs? You got that trade copy, or are you trade copying or individual account? What's going on, Nubs? That's strange that they did that, Nubs. Nubs, your trading view has been tripping lately, man. What's been going on with that? That's fucked up. You said it closed you out. Well, so did it close with the other trades or no? That's why, Nubs, you got to double check. And like if you're looking at my screen, you have, guys, I recommend that all of you have a positions tab. So you have to look at the positions, the active positions, and double check the active positions to see if it actually closed the trade out for you or not. Screw what TradingView says. You need to have NinjaTrader pulled up, or the main brokerage that you pulled up, or the current positions pulled up so that you can see the P&L in real time. That's what you need to do. And then an extra added bonus would be you turning that sound on so you can hear that order filled, or you can hear the sound executed when it fills the order. Yeah, it said positive 30 when I closed. I checked my P&L, then go to NinjaTrader. NinjaTrader still running it, but the TradingView showed it was closed. Yeah. You know what I think happened, Nubs? What I think happened was I think that they possibly filled you partially. Did they partially fill you? And so like they just bottom ticked you? TradingView did? Because they could have partially closed it out. Because TradingView is going to show how many contracts they bought right here. As you can tell, look, you can see it. So TradingView is going to show you how many contracts they bought and how many contracts were sold and the exact time. You can't hide that. So TradingView is going to let you know. So you need to look at that. Oh yeah, it said it was only closed 3, but I used 6. Yep, that's exactly what I thought. So what it was, brother, was they bottom ticked you. That's fucked up. Yeah, that's fucked up. So for me, whenever whenever I get the feeling, hey, you know what, this market's just bottom ticking me and like it's fucking around, then like I know and I go, man, you know what, today might not be my day, or you know, today just might not be my day. Or I go, did I answer or did I exercise enough patience in that trade, respectively, if that makes sense? So for this, I guess I executed it. So I guess I read it right, because I figured that they were at least going to target. This market is so bullish that they are not. Stop and just think, guys. This market is so bullish, they are literally not even targeting minor buy side liquidity. I mean, minor sell side liquidity. They're not even targeting the minors. They're not even targeting the internals. Like they're not even targeting the minors. Like they're coming in here and like they're teasing it, and they're using these 1 minute bissies in here in order to fuel us to shoot this higher than more all-time highs. That is how bullish this market is. It's absolutely insane. So ES is actually starting to flip right now. So ES is starting to turn bullish again slightly, and it's causing NQ to just go higher, like how I said. This is crazy. So now that's wild shit right there. Anyway, next thing. So they're just right back in the time distortion again. So we just gotta sit here and we just gotta wait again. Guys, this is why I don't care if the market goes up or down. Like, I don't care what they do. I don't care. The only time I care is when they do plan B. My plan B is always the same. Like if they do this, or if they do this, which is sideways time distortion with no real aim, then I just do nothing. Look at that. Look at that pump. Look at this. Look at how bullish this is. Now, this is making me very nervous. Why? Because look, one, two, and three. We're here now. So in my brain, I'm thinking, oh well, okay, well we're here three times now. Why wouldn't they just do this again? They could very well do that again. Like, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they target this right here again? I mean, like that's just what I'm thinking in my mind. So until proven otherwise, then I'm just not going to do nothing. Well, if you didn't long it, well, I'm not going to long it because why would I risk this entire LR downside here in order to only make 30 ticks? That's a poor risk to reward. They're going to have to prove to me that they're going to dump this market right now. And then if they prove it to me and if they create another bearish imbalance, then I'll consider managing my risk off of that bearish imbalance again. I'll consider doing that again. I will consider that. Yeah, it said positive 30. Okay. Close 3 yes. Damn, I'm down 700 again. I'm losing from losing 70. Hopefully they don't deny me a payout. No, bro, no. It's 1/3 of the account balance in one trade. Nubs. It's not $700 total. It's $700. Bro, Nubs. I'm sorry. It's like 750 in one trade. So like you can't lose so like you can't be down. But even if you're down 750 or let's say 800, they still not gonna say nothing. But like if you down 12, 13, 1400 dollars and then you don't cut it and you hold it for like 5, 10, 15 minutes praying to God it goes in your favor, then they will deny you a payout, Nubs. Yeah, Nubs, no. Yeah, no, it's not even 700. I think the number is 750. 2,500 times point 0.3. So yeah, Nubs, the number is 750 in one trade, but that's not concrete. Like you got to be down like 11, $1,200 in one trade and then hold it for like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, and then just not want to cut it because you don't want to take a loss in order for them to deny you a payout. Just to let you know, my 2 unit shows 290 risk. Yours is 890. Why the difference? Hmm. What you mean on the risk? Mine shows yours shows 890. Where? Oh, because that's where the stop loss was initially, right there. That's why. But like, if I edit this to 20, see, so that's what that is. That's all that is. That's what that is, right? So the risk is what my potential stop loss would be. But I don't have a stop loss because I don't want to get wicked out. So, but guys, the reason why I don't trade with a stop loss is because I know what I'm looking at. So I'm going to take a trade and then with what and if what I am looking at is invalidated, then I will have the discipline to cut the trade. If what I'm looking at is invalidated, then I'll just cut the trade. It's just that simple. Because the reason why I entered the trade is no longer valid, so I'll just get rid of it. But they might do a flash scam wick down and then bounce it. So I'm not gonna tell guys, no line is gonna tell me when to get in or get out of the market. Stop and just think about that. You need to think hard about what I just said just now. Now, if you're beginning, then yes, that's fine, do that. But I'm talking about what I'm doing. Like, because you're gonna have to understand and be okay with losing first before you can do that. So like you're gonna have to remove that fear of, oh my God, uh, I'm up, I'm down, like that before you can do that. But listen, that's not the point I was making. The point I was making was no line is going to tell me when to get in and out of this market. It is not going to tell me. It's not. So what does that mean? That means that support and resistance and those trend lines is not going to tell me that either. Because they could just flash it below and then liquidate you and blow up the account. So support and resistance and trend lines and bull and bear flags, like you know, like a bull and bear flag line to where like price is doing this and like I'm drawing trend lines like this, like that's just not going to tell me when to get in and out of the market. It's a straight line. A 5 or 6 year old can draw that. So it's not going to apply on a serious level to this market. This thing is coded and it's not operating under that. The only reason why I draw trend lines is because I think to myself, if they break this to the upside or to the downside, where are they going to go in order to hurt people or in order to fill orders from here? That's it. Because I think, hmm, what are 95% of other 95% of other traders doing so that I can learn what not to do? That's what I do. Are you taking any more trades today, Tyler Trey says? I hope so, man. Well, if they just keep dancing us around, Tyler, then I guess not. Like if they keep dancing us around here without creating any imbalances and just random time distortion like this, I got a question for you, Tyler. Would you trade this if they did this? Would you do that? That's a serious question, Tyler. Would you do that? Would you do this? Would you do that? Maybe your response will be appreciated, but would you? You can respond, but I'm gonna give you about 10, 15 more seconds to respond with a yes or no. Would you do that? Yes or no? And if you would, then sure, you can say yeah. Hmm. Right. Yeah, I don't think that would be the best idea. And that also includes swing trades as well, like trying to structure trades as well. Well, just do lighter size and buy it and then just hold it. Okay, do that then. Smart ass. Decrease your size then. Well, if you short this and they keep going up higher, then you could get a better entry for your position. So you should wait. And then you know, so that's where so that patience can come in on a better entry for your trade that's going to last you 2 or 3 hours. Because they could break this up or down. You got to wait for them to show you something. I mean, that's just what makes sense logically. That's what I would do. Just being honest. They're doing nothing now. They're up to no good. They're up to no good in this no man's land. Holy smokes, guys. Where the hell is the time going? Can you believe it's 1 o'clock? I seriously think that guys, I think time is on fast forward in real life. This is the fastest I've ever seen in this day going by. It is 1 o'clock in the afternoon right now. Like, let that sink in right now. It is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's crazy. That is wild. It is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Hmm. Discord does Discord have any questions? Quiet Swarm, did I upset you earlier? I hope I didn't upset you with the hums. You know, I was thinking. I'm sorry, I was thinking about that. You okay? Because you hadn't responded. And I know I was getting on your nerves with the Nah, you good, homie, he says. Okay. All right, big dog. My fault. My fault. He said, nah, you good, homie. I like him. All right. I'll make sure I didn't upset you, brother. You know. So yeah. So now I know this. I now know that if I'm making a point too much, or like if it's too I think that the correct term is, well, I know that Ray Ray will let me know. So I think that the correct term is exacerbated. I think like if I begin to belabor the point too much, then I think that you'll let me know. He said, I am chilling. Okay, yeah. I think that you'll let me know for sure. I think you'll be like, bro, what's going on, bro? Why do you keep on saying that over and over again? Chill out. But I know that like if I say something that's just like verbally incorrect, oh, Ray Ray would be like, hey, I don't know about that. This is how you say this word. So we got a lot of people in here that are going to help me and keep me accountable at all times. I feel your teaching, commentary, and engagement works. Yeah, thanks. I try. I know. I was just joking. I was just joking. I know he really don't got a problem. I know. I was just joking. Just trying to interact with my man Quiet Swarm. Trying to interact with him. Swarm. I might just call him Swarm. I could just say Quiet Swarm. Okay, what we got? Are they gonna are they are they gonna maybe target this little miner right here that they've engineered? Or are they gonna come here? Which one? Which one? Which one? Which one? Which one are they gonna do? Guys, in order for them to take out this lower, like run this LRLR, they have to take out this miner here. Holy smokes, look at that 1 minute Sibi that just formed. So what we got? Do we take a chance on a pullback into this 1 minute Sibi here to then maybe target that miner there? Do we do that, or do we wait for them to then go down in a straight line and then sweep that miner and then we look for a pullback? What do we do? What to do? What to do?
I've been waiting.
What we got here? 40 ticks. Do you think that we can get 20 out of this? What y'all think? Do we think that we can get another 20 out of this by managing our risk to what we got? I'd say sweep liquidity and look for pullback in my mind. That's at least a B plus. I agree.
Yep.
I agree. I think that the smartest decision would be for us to wait for this liquidity to be swept, and then we analyze from there. Or so that's my plan A. My plan B is they just do nothing and just do time distortion, then I do nothing. My plan C is they pull us back up into here, literally like up into here, and then I could try and short this for 20 ticks to the downside. That's my plan C. But I like plan A a little bit better. But in order for plan C to work out, they gotta do this, and then they gotta dance it here for like 1 minute so that I can short it on a green uptick candle and target 20 ticks again for the potential downside. So they have to do that in particular. That's just what they're gonna have to do. Plan A is I just wait here through this time distortion here. So like if you want to, guys, listen, look, if you want to do that, then you can do that. Like so, like if you want to wait this out here in order for them to at least at a minimum take out this little minor sell side liquidity, then you can do that. And then we can start looking at to structure a trade off of that respectively, if that makes sense. So we can start to do something like that, if that makes sense. But I wouldn't even consider a short until like they bounce this up into here, like somewhere up in here, like something like that. I'm gonna just be for real. Like I wouldn't even consider that. Bash says, okay. Didn't mean to reply to no. Okay, I'll sweep the liquid. Okay. What you thinking? Okay, not bad. So you bought that and I was your okay. Good job. Good job, Bash. You might want to move that to break even a little bit, like if they shoot us up a little bit more. But why? Because we're tapping to this 1 minute Sibi now. So watch that, Bash. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad, Bash. Good job. Great job. I wonder what you managing your risk off though, Bash. Let's see what you got. Okay, what you managing your risk off of there? What are you using to manage your risk, Bash? What are you looking at? What imbalance are you looking at? Are you managing your risk like if they sweep this, like if they sweep this liquidity zone right here, like if they sweep this minor, is that what you're managing your risk off of? What are you doing? Guys, I'm talking to somebody from Discord. He sent a trade setup, so like I'm just looking at his trade as you can see. Like if you look at your screen, this is what they're doing inside Discord. So like they can send me this, so like I can see what. Okay, an SMT. Okay, there was S. Okay, good job, great job, great trade then. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, what's going on with that? Ooh, they came up here and like they rejected the Sibi here. What was that? 1250. Okay, an injection of liquidity. 1250. Okay. What was going on with that? Okay. Yeah, I hope that you moved at the break even whenever we shot up. Like I said, hope that you did that, Bash. I closed at 210. Okay, good job. I put my limit order. It got filled. Okay, great job. Great trade, Bash. I'm proud of you. Great trade. Way to manage it and way to take it piece by piece and way to close it out to leave no doubt. Given our focus on liquidity, can you talk more about about specific entry models? Are you looking for breaker structure, overall direction towards liquidity? So, great question. So, at a minimum, I think that they have to come here or here in order for me to even consider anything. So like these are the immediate draws in liquidity that I'm looking for. So these miners here. So hopefully inactivity detected online. What's that? Okay. So hold on real quick. Let me make sure TikTok is still working. Hold on. Fuck. Thanks, Matt. Matt says can't hear you, NQ. Sorry, I was talking. Thanks. I was still on mute. Thank you, because I didn't press the mute button, the unmute button. Thanks. So Mama Trades, what I was saying was this. Thanks, Matt. So what I was saying was, at a minimum, they have to come here or here in order, like, just like that's just my immediate draws on liquidity. And so, like, if they keep it inside here, then I just know that they're bullshitting, right? But however, that breaker structure isn't going to take place until they come here at a minimum. So, like, they got to do this, and then once you do that, then the code of the market is going to begin to shift dynamics just slightly. It's still going to be bullish overall, but however, shorts are going to be, the quality of the shorts are going to slightly increase at that point in time. So yes, the breaker structure and like the market structure shift. So like once we break this and like and and then we have a market structure shift, then I'd say, hey, you know what? This market's trying to seriously pull back a little bit. Then I will analyze the next levels of liquidity to the downside. But then I can also look at the next liquidity to the upside because they could just very well just sweep this and then start targeting upper lows of liquidity. That's why I think that having a bias can do you in. Because if you're only looking at one position, you're handcuffing yourself. I don't think that we should be doing that as traders. Did that make sense, Mama Trades, a little bit or no? Like as far as like what I'm looking for as far as liquidity here and here, and then if we take this, then you could consider that, I guess, a breaker structure or a market structure shift, MSS. Did that make sense? So like we can break this and then like the structure will change. That's what I think. So like guys, I don't really shift what I'm looking at until they prove it to me. So let me repeat that again because that might go over some people's heads. I don't change what I'm looking at until they prove it to me. You need to understand that. So I don't think that this market is going to at least shift somewhat bearish until they take out this and until we have a market structure shift. But then when they do it, well, then I know, oh shit, well, they did that. So let me try and look for trade setups that align myself with that, respectively. I don't think that they're going to seriously start targeting this liquidity here until they do it, or until they come up in here and then create a bearish imbalance that then makes me lean towards they might do it. So then I might possibly be able to take a trade off of it like that, as you see, something like that. So this trade setup that I was looking at is actually starting to play out, but hopefully that makes sense. Did what I just said make sense, Discord? Because I'm not sure it does. What about TikTok? Did that make sense, Shiloh on TikTok? Did that make sense? What about Michelle? You see, Mike says yes, it makes sense. So because of that, it is keeping me out of this. It is keeping me out of this weird chop here. Why? Because I'm not guessing. I'm not. I wait for them to show me something, and then I align myself with what I think that they could potentially be doing. And then I go, is that worth my risk? Do I want to short this 1 minute SIBI here at the all-time high in the middle of chop? Maybe. But if I do, I know that it's a lower quality trade. Do I want to buy the all-time high up in here and just hope that we go higher when it's in price discovery mode? I don't know if that's a good idea, because they could dump on me here and start targeting minor sell side liquidity and just start targeting lower levels of liquidity. If the buy or the sell isn't clear, then what do I have to do? I have to wait for them to show me something, up or down, if that makes sense. So that's just what I'm doing now. Just sitting there chilling. You will learn that. Yeah. I think that patience is one of the most important things to learn with this. So because VIX is low, guys, because VIX is low, they're doing this to ES. Because VIX is low, they're grinding it down like this. Looks to me like they might want to try and sweep this on ES, and if they sweep that, they're at least going to flash this VWAP here. So that VWAP action, that VWAP action, they're at least going to flash that at a minimum here. But they're grinding it slow, and they're not making it, and so like they're not making it obvious what they're doing here because VIX is so low. That's why all-time highs is extremely hard to trade, because it starts to move like Asia a little bit, and it can be very deceiving. Asia is very deceiving. So guys, look, they're targeting it now. So this trade that I was looking at, so in hindsight, hey, great trade. That's why I told Shallow to move his stop to break even, because he's risking this entire downside, because they could very well flash this at any given moment now. We don't know what the fuck these people are going to do at this point in time. No one knows what they're going to do. Exo Michelle says, makes sense. Okay, good. Oh my God, I didn't take it. KV says, you didn't, KV? Uh-oh. You could have managed your risk off for this 1 minute right here that I was looking at, because that's the first opportunity that they've given you to even for you to even think that they're going to do that. But however, it has to be short-lived, because this right here should be where you could have gotten out at. So you would have managed, God knows how many ticks. You could have managed your risk to 15, 20 ticks, and then you could have profited 60. That's like a 3-to-1, 4-to-1 R trade right there, respectively. And that's just taking what they're giving you. For example, that's just an example. So now, since they took out this minor right here, then, shit, we don't know what they got planned now, as far as NQ is concerned. Did they take this out on ES? What's the low on this? 613.25. No, not yet. So this right here and this right here, I think, is the next target on liquidity for ES. So with that being said, if ES starts hunting downside liquidity, NQ is going to dump. So with that being said, as long as ES doesn't take this out, like if this bounces, then I'll consider more shorts. Then I will consider shorts respectively on NQ, because I'm looking at what ES is doing. So if ES forms a perfect double bottom here, and if ES bounces, I would feel more confident in a short. So like I need like ES to like bounce here, and then NQ to bounce as well, so that I can short it again. That's just what I'm thinking, because ES is trying to sweep this shit and NQ is not. Look, NQ is trying to go higher and ES is saying, yeah, hell no, I want to go lower. What the hell are you doing? They're diverging right now. on a minute by minute basis. Okay, so they just took out this little liquidity right here, but I don't think that they might stop. I think they might slip it at least to this VWAP here. So I think they might at least target this VWAP here because there's some liquidity there as well. VWAP has nothing to do with ICT. That's why I'm ICT discretionary. Because I'm valuing liquidity and where they're going more so than I am about 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 anything else. Because that's the most important thing. There's nothing more important than trying to understand where they're going to go, or not trying to understand, because no one's going to understand. Then understanding where they can go up or down, which is liquidity. That's the most important rule as far as trading is concerned. Where they're going to go to fill orders at. You need to understand that. So they just made. Hold on, did they just do that? What was that? Low 612.75. Low. Okay. So if they bounce this up, so guys, look, they just made a triple bottom. If they bounce this up into here, I am seriously going to be considering a short. Because why? Because they just made a perfect damn near double bottom right here. This right here is insane. That's ridiculous. I don't think that's going to fly. So any bounce until proven otherwise, I just think that they're fooling around here. And I just think that they're just trying to engineer liquidity in order to flash this VWAP here. So I actually pray to God that they bounce this shit up into here, like up in here into this range here, so that I can short this. That's just what I'm thinking for right now. So until they do that, I don't believe them. Like, I don't believe nothing that they got going on here. I think that ES is slightly bearish. And so I think that if ES flushes to the floor, NQ is going to flush. So I want ES to actually bounce up into here so that I can consider shorting this shit. I'm just be 100% for real with you. It's just what I'm thinking.
Order submitted.
The test order, make sure this bot's working. Okay, it's working.
Order canceled.
So I'm looking at a short on ES right now. Why? Because that's a perfect double bottom. That's what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking at for right now. In particular, it's going to be about 11 ticks or so. One contract entry. But they got to bounce this shit right now. Like, they got to bounce it up into here where, like, I can short this shit up in this, like, up here in this range in order for me to think that. Otherwise, I'm just not going to take it. I'm just being for real. I'm just not going to take it. But guys, listen. They got to give me something where I feel comfortable. Man, guys, I'm. They're gonna smash this here. It's just a matter of do they give me an entry first before they do that? This right here is where they're gonna target. That, guys, if you're looking at it, you're like, oh my goodness, that's a perfect double bottom. Let me long that. Stop. You're gonna be the liquidity because that's perfect. I gotta triple check that. 612.75. 612.75. Yeah, that's like a triple bottom right there. I think that they're going to target that at a later time, but I think they're fooling around here. So I'm going to patiently wait for them to maybe shoot us up a little bit more up in here. Maybe retarget up in here again. It's 105 now. This is dangerous here. What they're doing. This is some dangerous shit that they got going on here. How many ticks is that? 11. Okay. I might need them to come up into here though. I don't care if they go up or down. I really don't give a shit. I'm just taking this day piece by piece, man. That's it. That's all that I'm concerned with. Taking this shit piece by piece. We at the all-time high, so they gotta show me stuff, and then like they have to display certain signatures and certain tendencies from me in order for me to enter into these trades here. So I need them to shoot this a little bit higher. Yeah, I said it as a 1 and a 5 there, but I might get greedy and like I might want them to tap into this 1 and this 5 up here in order for me to take that. Again, I really don't want to overstay my welcome too much. Why? Because we're at the all-time high and they could do anything. God knows what these people could do. So we just got to be on alert with that, like as far as that's concerned, all right? So I see this 1 and this 5 here, but I'm hoping that they start to engineer liquidity and take it up a little bit higher and get people off guards a little bit before they try and go a little bit lower here. That's what I'm looking at in real time. So, guys, I'm outlining what I'm thinking to you so that you can know what I'm looking at. So, I rarely ever trade ES. Rarely. I really only try and do it on gap fill Thursdays, but the situation has to present itself. But I like this because it's a perfect double bottom there, and I also like the fact that they teased it and then they're coming up a little bit higher, and then they created a slight market structure shift. Well, no, not really. Slight though, medium on NQ. Slight. So I might want them to come up a little bit higher before I short this here. So they just inverse that 1 that I was looking at. Like again, I'm not too sure about shorting this 1 and this 5, like I said earlier. So that 5 is still there. That 5 doesn't get inversed for like another 90 seconds. So I might want them to shoot this up a little bit higher and maybe target this little minor right here. This little internal. This minor internal. Then I'll short it like up in here or some shit for just 11 ticks down, something like that. But this market's moving very slow, so it can, this shit can confuse you a little bit. So you got to be on alert. And you got to know what you're looking at beforehand. So I think that they're going to target this, but it's just a matter of whether or not that they give me an entry that I feel comfortable with. This right here is what I'm thinking. Right here is what I'm thinking. But it's just a matter of, are they going to be able to give me an entry first before they do it? That's what I think. I'm just being honest. That's just what I'm thinking. That's just what I'm thinking right now. As far as right now, that's what I'm thinking. So I'm watching this. I got a question. Do you guys want me to be looking at ES right now and Discord? Discord has the ability to call us. Do you guys want me to be looking at ES right now, or do you want me to be looking at NQ? Because I have ES above my head. Anthony says NQ. Okay. NQ. Okay. I'll switch over because I have NQ. Okay, great. NQ. Everyone said NQ. Okay. Because I have NQ above my head. I mean, ES above my head. So I can see that at all times. So I'll just keep that there and then I'll update you guys. So NQ was rejecting this 1 minute SIBI that we rejected from earlier. That sent us lower to target that minor. That little internal liquidity. Everyone said NQ. Goodness gracious. Good God, gold. Who the hell is this? Lulu, please. Please, God. Don't remind me. crude oil. Show us how trend lines work. Crude oil. He said, actually, bro, go back S&P. All right, Lulu, please. Yeah, fuck, I'm gonna remove that. Shit. Mm, mm. Just crude oil works. Bro's hilarious. Man, I think they're gonna target this, man. But looks to me like they're just gonna go without me here. So I wanted to short off this 1 and this 5 here, but looks like they're rejecting this 5. Guys, if you thought that, hey man, you know what, I should buy this shit, stop. You're gonna blow up the account. If you were looking at me and if you were like, hell no, we're going back to all-time high again, stop. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're gonna blow up the account. This is dangerous. They're clearly targeted. Guys, this is literally damn near triple bottom, perfect to the tick. They don't like that. So I'm not saying that we can't go back to all-time high, but what I am saying is they gonna sweep this bitch before they do that, and then they'll decide after the fact. So you can do whatever the fuck you want to do, but I'm not gonna get it. But guys, you should never get in the way of what the fuck they're trying to do. I'm being honest with you. So you playing with fire here if you thinking about longer than shit. I'm being honest with you. Based off of what I've seen starting on this 1 o'clock candle here. But I didn't come to that conclusion until I seen that 1 o'clock candle. So until I seen this was a perfect triple bottom right here, I said to myself, I said, well, they could do anything. They could still go higher. But until I seen this, but guys, this is what I'm talking about by taking it piece by piece. Because I'm just analyzing this market in real time and I'm reading this market in real time. Just based off what I know that this algorithm and this program likes and what it does not like. So I'm still watching this right here on my other screen. Guys, whatever the fuck NQ is doing is fully irrelevant to me. That's why I'm looking at the ES chart, because until ES completes this major objective here, it doesn't matter what NQ is doing, because NQ was just in sideways time distortion. So NQ doesn't really have an objective. NQ is just dancing around here. ES is where it's at right now, because ES has a decision to make. It's either going to shoot it up into here and then catch people off guard so that I can short it, or they're going to flush this down here immediately, which is what I know that they're trying to do. Guys, they're just masking their hand right now. They're hiding their hand. It's just that you can't read it. Oh, well, not the people inside Discord, but it's just that most people don't understand what they're doing here. But this is just called reading this market in real time. So this right here, so yeah, they took it up on 1 candle, but that wasn't enough in order for me to short that. Like I want them to come here. This is where I said I'm willing to wager, sir. Sir, I'm willing to wager with you up here. Not no shitty little thing like this, and then they could do this and then this. Hell no. Guys, I am such a perfectionist with this market, and I realize that what I am showing is so accurate with this shit to the point to where, like, I know what I'm willing to accept and what I'm not willing to accept. So, like, I don't need no lines telling me when to get in and out of this market, because I can read it to a tick. I'm serious. So you can learn how to do the same thing if you inside Discord, but otherwise, so now they did it. So what I was trying to target has now been relinquished, but I still don't think that that's enough. I think they would at least want to flash this down into here, maybe. So what I was so what I said was 100% correct. So this is no longer a perfect double triple bottom anymore, because they've taken that out. So now the computer can take a break and it can go, okay, I feel a little bit better now. Okay, what's next? So now anything's on the table now. They don't necessarily have to tap this view app here. They could, but then that'll just be a pat on the back. But So now I'm gonna switch back over to NQ because the reason and that's why I was taking this trade, the reason and as to why I was gonna take this trade has just been invalidated. Because I literally had like 95, 98% conviction that they were gonna sweep that level, which is what they did. That's why that's why I was willing to trade and that's why I was willing to trade an instrument that I never trade, which is ES. That's why I was looking at that this entire guys. I wanted them to give me one little push up in here so I could short it here. Because that would have been insane. But they didn't. They stopped here at this 5 and then they took it lower. So just because you can read the market doesn't mean that they'll give you an entry. If that makes sense. Matt says volume imbalance on SPY. Where, Matt? You talking about here? They filled it. You talking about? What's the minute, man? They collected. Oh yeah. Yeah, they came back and filled it right here. Slight. Close 23. No, it wasn't there. It wasn't there. It wasn't there. Because it closed at 23 and the high of this was 22. So no. Just as long as it gets to the number before where it closed at, then that's so like if it closed at 23 and the high of this one is 22, there's no space in there. It just looks like it, but nah, there ain't nothing there. They're getting ready to flash this VWAP here and start to scare people out here. So this is getting kind of dangerous here. For the people that are in longs, they might start getting kind of scared now. Crude oil show us our trend lines. Yeah, that's hilarious, dog. Nah, that is hilarious, dog. I'm still laughing at that joke. That was actually funny. That was seriously funny. Crude oil. Crude oil. Draw trend lines on crude oil where anything can happen. God, it's the wild, wild west out there. People drawing trend lines on Forex charts. God bless their souls. There's people that draw trend lines on VIX too. I used to believe that shit. There were actually furus and people that claimed to be professional traders on X because I was following them because it was free. That said that were drawing trend lines on VIX and they were like, "Yo, VIX has to break out." That was like looking back on it, like those bastards cost me so much money. That is the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. What the fuck was I doing back then? What the fuck was I doing 7 years ago? 8 years ago? That's fucking absurd. That's insane, man. I was doing that. It's crazy, dog. Wow. Stupidity. Drawing trend lines on VIX. Trying to long VIX. And I was seriously entering into positions based off of that shit too. Like I would try and short the market because VIX was too low. That is the stupidest thing that I've ever heard. Are you shitting me? Why would I try and long something that is inherently designed to only go lower? And pray to God that a cataclysmic event happens that's going to shoot it up. That has not happened yet. Is going to shoot it up. Why would I do that? That is the stupidest thing in the world to me. My God, I used to do that shit like 10 years ago. And I wonder why I was losing hundreds of thousands. It's crazy. Yo, what do you use, Palmer says? 1 day or 1 month on NAS? These are one day. These are 1 minute candles you're looking at here. 1 minute candles. I'm looking at a 1 minute chart because you can blow your account on a 1 minute candle. I want to be able to read and manage my risk in real time based off what they're doing. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna go to 1 second or 5, 10, 15, or 30 second chart. But 1 minute, is more than enough for you to gauge the temperature of the market. You want to know why it's more than enough? Because if I zoom out here, I can still see the entire day from where we were. Look, shit, I can go back to damn 10 o'clock and still see this entire day. Look, so I can see this whole move here. So 1 minute is more than enough for you to see the entire day. Look at that. I could look. I can see. I can go all the way back to damn Sunday at 9 o'clock, or shit. If I scoot it over and zoom out, shit, I could go back to Friday at 8 o'clock and see this whole thing. So what else? So like, if I want to get a clearer, like zoom in on the fact, then I could just zoom in a little bit more. So 1 minute shows me everything I need. I don't need nothing else for me in particular. VIX is low and we're at the all-time high, so they're just dancing around here. God knows what they got planned. This, guys, this is still time distortion here. So whenever they're doing this, you got to wait for them to target like a liquidity zone. So I'm assuming that this right here is what's next on the table here. Well, not this, because if they take this out, then they're gonna come here and sweep this. And then conversely, like I think, like if they come here and take this out, then I personally don't think that they're gonna at least stop until they tap into this. And they might give you a flash wick candle here and then tap into this 5 and this 15 here before they do some shit like this and bounce it up higher. It's just my analyzation. So it's 122 right now. Fuck, I only took one trade today. That's all right. Not bad. It's okay. Manage our risk. What we got? Nothing. Guys, you really can't look at this garbage. What you gonna do with this, man? Green candle sideways. Green candle sideways. Green candle, get you offside sideways. What we gonna do with that? There's nothing there. So best to put our hands in our pocket. There's nothing here. Like, even if you sitting here trying to swing trade this shit, like you're just gonna be in a trade for 2 or 3 hours. So you can have gray hair by the time you're 20. I'm not. When they gonna ship my new phone? I ordered that iPhone 17. Look at this time distortion they got going on here. What the fuck kind of clusterfuck is this? Look at this weird time distortion here. Oh shit, they just flashed that VWAP on ES. Look at that. They flashed this. Look, you see that? They flashed that. They flashed it, and then what is that? Low 6607.75. Jesus Christ. Okay, so they just did it again. But they tapped into a 15-minute BISI here to the tick. So they did this again here. So they flashed VWAP here. So this bounce is going to be a little bit more stronger. So you damn sure got to be on alert because they just pulled this shit back this entire time here. All right. So that's just what they did here. And then we got a 15-minute SIBI that formed up here. Guys, they just did it again. They just created a perfect double bottom again. However, the difference is that they just flashed this VWAP here, and then they just tapped into a higher time frame BISI to the tick, so they could just bounce this shit on a serious note here. So contrary to this one, I really want to be rushing in the shorts here, because they've already swept multiple levels of liquidity here. So versus that other one, I really want to be rushing in the shorts here, but this is still dangerous here because this is a double bottom, but they could shoot this up into here very well before they try and run it. But I still don't like that though. I just keep on updating what I'm seeing in real time. That's it. Like, look at that perfect double bottom there. That's dangerous. Guys, This algorithm left that shit like that on purpose. It did that on purpose. I promise you it did. Like I can't even begin to explain to you what they're doing. Like they're just engineering liquidity nonstop. It's doing it on purpose. And like it gives me goosebumps almost to talk about because I can just see what they're doing before they do it. And like when they do it, then I go, holy fuck. This is what they're doing. Like this is their next objective. Like, so because they did this, I'm fully hands off for shorts. I'm fully hands off for longs because I just that just does not seem right. Like I just can't even begin to even explain that to you. I can't begin. I have. I did it over here, and then they did it again, nonstop. And as you'll see, this market just repeats itself over and over again, nonstop. So like, if you're thinking about longing this, that I don't give a fuck about this 15-minute BISI here. There's liquidity here. Liquidity takes precedence over imbalances because that's their number one objective, which is to fill orders. So there's orders resting here right now at this point in time. It doesn't mean that they can't shoot it up and then target it, but still though, but you have to now know, hey, you know what? The road isn't safe to cross, and it's not safe to cross on the long side because of this, or at least not right now, because they could just flush this. So like if you still think long, then why not just wait for them to flush it, and then you get a better entry. So why? Because the better entry is always good. If you could exchange time for a better entry, would you not? Would you not? See, that's the problem that a lot of traders have. Like, like these TikTok people that join and try to force me to enter into trades and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Because they're willing to exchange. They are willing to lose money and then to be in a trade and potentially lose money because they don't have a great entry than for them to just put their hands in their pockets. It's weird to me. It's weird to me because they're willing because they're not willing because let me put it like this. Whenever it comes to actually learning and then saving decades of their time from being in here and this and that, they rather not do that and then do these weird ass strategies or figure it out on their own on some shit from Reddit. And then versus being able to ask questions and learn and just expedite your learning curve. So they're willing to exchange years and decades of their time to hopefully then eventually get it versus doing it at a fraction of the cost. But however, so they want to take their time on that, but they're not really winning, they're losing. But then when it comes to shit like this, like they want to rush the process. So like whenever it comes to learning and then expediting their learning, they don't want to do that. Or they think that they are, but they're not. But then when it comes to this shit, they want to rush, but then they're just getting further away from the money. I know I said it was kind of conjumbled there, but hope that makes sense. Because if you don't got the knowledge, you're just running further away from the money. Because this market don't give a fuck if you know or not. It's just gonna keep taking your money. You gotta know what's going on. You gotta know what they're doing. Because if you don't know what they're doing, then how the fuck can you align yourself with what they're trying to do? So you have to know what their objective is. And then even then, once I tell you, you're gonna have to practice and learn in real time and see it. They're dancing us around here for a reason. They're fucking around. It's at all time. The only reason why that shit is dancing around here like this is because VIX is at 15 and a half. If VIX was any lower, if VIX was any higher, like 18, 19, they would have flushed this shit. They're dancing us around here for a reason. This right here is a perfect double bottom. They don't like that. This has nothing to do with buyers and sellers at this moment. It has nothing to do with it. This just is program coded to operate on like this. The only reason why we bounced here was because there was a 15-minute BISI here. So we tapped into that 15-minute BISI and then we bounced slightly. But this is still dangerous to the downside. It's 1:30 now. We're getting ready to F around and find out sometime soon. You talking to me, twin? I'm not gonna lie. What you mean, Anthony? What you mean, Anthony? Talking to you as far as what, my brother? Talking to you. What you mean, my brother? Oh, you talking about people that stake you out, stake me out for the 11, or people that are trying to rush in a position? What you mean, Anthony? I made 570 last night. Looks to be a possible tradeless day. Yeah. Yeah, bedhead. All-time high is dangerous. Piece by piece for sure, my brother. This is dangerous. What they're doing right now is very, very dangerous. Market taking my bread. What happened, Anthony? What's going on, brother? Talk to me, man. What'd you do? Market taking your bread. How'd it take your bread, Anthony? What happened, man? Sorry, man. Sorry. What happened? Let's talk about it so we can improve. What'd you do wrong? Did you try to buy this? Did you try and play in this time distortion? Be honest with me so we can improve. Well, I know you're gonna be honest because you've been in here for like at least a week or two, but you're still trying to figure things out. Let's talk it out. What happened? I'm talking to a member inside Discord so we can help him improve for next time. What happened? Let's see what happened. It has stomped me for like 345 times too, and then did the move I thought after. Okay. Hmm. So I'm assuming that you tried to. I'm assuming that what you mean is you maybe tried to short it here and they bounced it, and then you closed out up here, and then they dumped it, because that's the only thing that they've done so far up in here. What'd they do? What was the move on NQ that to where they stomped you? What was it? You talking about like you tried to short this move right here, and then they shot it up, and then they dumped it? Is that what you're talking about? What happened? Look at this garbage Basuda action. This is trash. They're fooling you. There's nothing going on here. There's nothing going on here. The only they just updated the draws and liquidity to here and here. That's it. Do you understand that we're on the same exact candle as we were at 950 and it's 150? This market has not moved. This entire market has been stuck for the entire day in a 0.2% range. We've done nothing. 0.2%. Basically this entire day. This was it right here. From 950 till now. How long is that? It's damn near 150. So 3 hours will be 1250. 4 hours. We've done nothing. There's been a time distortion for 4 hours. If I'm being honest, I took them at bad points. It's not okay. I might go for the short on ES, he says. Nub says. Not bad. So they're tapping into this. They're tapping in. So they tapped into this 15 here. That's what they did. They swept this VWAP here. I'll consider a short on ES like if we get here. But they got to go here. I think that's worth my risk for shorting it at the all-time high. If they don't, then they just don't. How is short looking right now? time distortion right now. So they either got to sweep this and sweep this, bounce this, so that I can consider it short, or sweep this and then sweep it hard enough and then target this so that I can consider a long. Anthony, I got a question. Were you on stream at the beginning at 9:30 since I've been talking, or did you just log in? Be honest. Did you just log in? Don't lie. Be honest. Have you been on stream? If I'm being honest, I took them at bad price points. So what were the price points, my brother? This is why you're inside Discord. Anthony says no. Anthony says no, he was not. Okay, you need to be on stream then, because I've been navigating everyone here through this time distortion here, and I've been talking people through this singular trade that we took right here, and then also targeting people through what ES was doing. So you need to be on stream, or you need to at least be listening. So like, if you not on your computer, which you should be if you're trading, but like, let's just say you're not, then you need to be on, then you need to join the people that's in TikTok, that's in Discord, and you need to be listening. Because I was talking to everybody through this time distortion here. I was being honest, Anthony, you my mans, just letting you know. And then secondly, Anthony, I got a question for you. I need you to be honest with me again. So I appreciate you for being honest, because honesty is the best policy, because now you know. Did you read this right here? Did you read this? Don't lie. Did you read this, Anthony? Did you read this? Be honest. Do not lie. Did you read the trading framework over here? And did you read this? It's either a simple yes or a simple no. Did you read the trade plan for today and the framework? Did you do that? Do not lie. Be honest. It's okay if you lost, but I know you're gonna be honest with me. I feel like you know the answer, bro. Okay. If that was the case, then yes, I know the answer. Then no, you did not. You did not read that. That's why I want you to, every single day that this is sent out in here, I need you to leave a reaction on this. Because you would have known this. Daily time distortion. Then power all-time high overshoot. Market is becoming exhausted. 8 straight gaps up. They're laying the cheese. So you would have known that. All right. So this is just the trading framework here. But you would also known that I went over this morning because you weren't on stream, and I said, hey, they're doing some weird shit up in here. They're just engineering liquidity in order for it to be ran after Powell. And I said, expect time distortion. So you would have been more selective on that. And I said, and I said specifically, this is what I said. What did I say? All-time high close on Friday. Anything is possible. I'm not even going to try and predict the next draw on liquidity or bias. I have zero bias. I said all-time high established during New York does not mean that they have to push this higher, but they established this later during London, so they had to go higher again. Market is insanely top-heavy with cheese being laid for lower liquidity to be swept. Considering 1 and 2, we have to take it piece by piece and wait for setups to appear, as everything is on the table. This trade is the most important piece. I think a whole bunch of nothing daily time distortion when we look back on it will come by Wednesday. Most will blow up their accounts in the meantime and beforehand. This is what I said in bold, Anthony. I said, do not fuck with them. And I repeated this earlier, but I'm repeating it again for you. Do not fuck with them. Take it piece by piece. I think they're saving all their chips for FOMC this afternoon. So you need to read this. Every single day this gets sent out, you need to read this. This is why you're inside Discord, man. I'm serious. So it's a learning point, but it's okay. At least you didn't blow up the account. You just took a small little loss. We're going to get it back. But you need to be on stream, and you need to at least be listening. Or at a minimum, if you're going to trade by yourself, you need to at least read this. So if what you're thinking in your brain is contrary to this, you need to be going, oh shit, okay, well, let me be on alert a little bit more. I don't know about that. Let me be on alert a little bit more, okay? So just to let you know, my brother. So, but guys, listen, look, we seriously got to give Anthony a hand, because for Ant to admit that takes a lot, because he easily could have lied and been like, yeah, man, I read that shit. But I read that shit, but I just made a little mistake. It's all right. I mean, I read that shit, but man, you know what? I didn't really get no value out of that shit. I'm serious. So that takes a lot for him to do that. Seriously, because accountability is key. Look at this bounce. If they sweep this liquidity here, and if they target this, then I'm going to consider a short in here. So guys, they're targeting some upper levels of liquidity here. MF says, "What's the Discord?" Uh, you want me to give you the Discord information, MF? MF, are you still in here? If so, I'll tell you. If you want it, you want it. You want the Discord information, MF? He said, "Yeah." Okay. The link is inside my bio. It is $11 a month for you to have the baseline understanding of how to trade. That does not mean support and resistance and trend lines. Because if a 5 or 6-year-old Tyler can do it, and if 95% of traders are doing it, and if they're failing, why would you want to do that? So we don't want to be on the side of the losers. So that's the baseline understanding of liquidity, understanding, some of the models that we have inside Discord, so that you can begin to understand how this market is moving. It's $11 a month. That's in my bio. Or you can do 3 months. It's like $27 every 3 months. That's nothing. And then Discord is on page 1. So you can access Discord from page 1. Discord is on page 1. And so yeah, Discord is on page 1, because you can't access Discord without the knowledge. So that lets me know how serious people are. Because if you're not willing to pay $27 every 90 days for a knowledge page, then that lets me know that you're not really trying to take trading seriously. And so then Discord has a shitload of information in it outside of that. But that's just a premium service. And you can't have one without the other. Because I could easily make everything $39 a month, but but the knowledge is the most important part. And the knowledge is inside Discord as well, but that's the baseline understanding, if that makes sense. All right? Because I need to know that you at least have a baseline understanding for what we're looking at, a baseline, so that you can then further that understanding. And that's the most important thing, because this is not an alert service. I'm not running an alert service. I'm trying to teach you how to master trading for the rest of your life. So you can't have one without the other. So that's $29 a month. It's inside my bio. The link is there. You click on it, and it's a picture of a red cartoon character, of a blonde hair, blue-eyed cartoon character named Boruto. And it says knowledge and community page. It's a WAP page. Yep. So guys, look, I'm considering a short here. Like, if they come up in here and if they tap into this, then I'll consider a short for like 11 ticks to the downside off of like ES. Like, that's what I'm watching right now. But like, they're gonna have to shoot this up a little bit higher right now. Hold on, what the hell is going on with my newswire? Why the hell is my newswire not working? What the hell was that? Too silent. Okay. Shit, I wanted to short it. So they took this out right here that I was looking at right here specifically. And I think they're going to start targeting lower levels of liquidity here, but I wanted them to shoot this up a little bit more in order for me to manage my risk a little bit better here off of this. So they tapped to this 15 and this 5, but I want them to come up here to this 1 and this 5. So I'm looking at a short on ES, but I really don't trade ES. But I'm liking how the price action on ES is shaping out, specifically more so than NQ, because NQ is just in garbage man's land. So that's what I'm looking at right now. It's something quick here. We'll see. We'll see what we got. But I need them to come up into here or something like that. Step up into here. Do something like that. Like, but that's what I need. This still doesn't sit right with me here. But they're still in time distortion. The time right now is 1:45. Hold on real quick. Let me go get some water. So I'm watching, guys. NQ is doing absolutely nothing. It is, guys. It is in full blown garbage man's land. When they hit this Sibi, they about to. Hopefully they about to. Okay. Our short look right now, Anthony says. Okay, I think we answered that one. Look at this. This is crazy. Hold on real quick, guys. I'm gonna keep it on NQ because most people are trying to trade NQ, but I'm gonna go get some water real quick. But I'm watching ES right now. Stretch. Goodness. I'm back. Where's my phone roller? Look at that. Rain shoe. Oh boy. Oh no, yes, okay. Yes is tapping, okay. Oh boy. Doing it. Oh, oh man. Goodness gracious. Nub says, what you think about short ES here where it's at? Okay. Sorry, I had to stretch there. Hmm. NQ still in no man's land. NQ's doing nothing here. ES is looking a little bit more interesting here, and ES is shooting up now to this 1 and this 5. We tapped to this 1 just now, did we? Did we tap into this 1 yet? Yes, we did, to the tick. Okay, so maybe on the next push, I'll consider pushing my luck. Maybe with something like this up in here. I'll do that. So, I said this one has less precedence than this one because we tapped into a 15-minute BISI. That's why the market's shooting up. And then also remember guys, do you also remember when I said that, hey, we just swept this liquidity here? Because they just filled their pockets here. So that's why we're shooting up here. So that's why I said a short is a little bit more dangerous. So you need to understand that going into this. So now we're tapping into this. And then on top of that, QQQ has a volume imbalance right here. Close 92, high up. So just a slight small volume imbalance up in here. Let's try and take our chances over here on a short here. I'm going to do that on a pullback slide. Just one contract on ES, and this is just going to be for about 10 to 11 ticks on ES. So on the next pullback here on a green candle, I'm going to short it as it's going up, not as it's going down, because the fill, like if they dump this, then I just missed the trade. But they gotta take this up here slightly. So like they gotta give me like a green push here in order for me to short this here. So we got 5 seconds here. 3, 2, 1. They gotta give me a green candle to the upside. Oh shit, look at that. Fuck. They gotta give me a green candle push to the upside here. ES is hardly moving. So
Order submitted.
I'm gonna short this right now on one contract on ES. We tapped into this 1 and it's 5 here. And then I'm just gonna target about maybe this internal here, which is about 10 ticks. So I am in a short right now. This is going to be about 10 ticks to the downside. All right, it's ES, guys, so it's going to move a lot slower here. So I'm looking at this now, here respectively. You know what? I might front run this slightly, right here. Just a little bit, slight little front run. Just something in order to make a few quick little dollars out of. So I'm in a short right now on ES. Guys, NQ is just in bullshit no man's land right now. So NQ is just trash. It's just fucking garbage right now. So I might try and target this little internal here. Considering that we just tapped into a 1-5, we didn't tap into this 5. We tapped into this 1 and this 15 here. So I'm just trying to target something really, really, really quickly here. Just because they're not giving me anything today, and we're an all-time high, and we're just in no man's land. So, and then on top of that, we just swept this. Then on top of that, we just swept this minor here. So I'm just trying to get like a little something light here. So don't really want to overstay my welcome too much with this. But I'm watching this respectively, and I just want to see what's going on here. This trend though is starting to change to green, as you can tell. But we'll see how this starts to shake out. So like if they give up this candle here or something like that, then I'll start to feel a little bit more confident in this trade here. So we're just going to play this out here. So right now, as it stands right now, I'm in a short. And I'm just trying to just pocket off of this 1, this 5, and this 15-minute SIBI here. That's all that I'm trying to do. But VIX is extremely low, so they're forcing me to stay in this trade a lot longer than I usually am. We're going to see. So I'm in a short right now as it stands right now. Trump does talk at 4, he says, but nothing relative. Yeah, Jack says I'm short. Okay. Yeah, Trump always comes on a lot. I've noticed that. I don't like the fact that it's just dancing us around here. But I still feel confident in this 1 and this 5 here. But I just don't like the fact that they're dancing us around up in here. I really don't like trading ES in general, but I just think that this is just the best thing that we got here based off of what's going on. That's 15-minute SIBI here that we're starting to hang around. But we're at an all-time high, so shortening all-time. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The quality of this trade is about a C. So the quality of this trade is about a C. It's not necessarily a C plus because it's against because the trend is up. We just bounced from a higher level time frame, and we're at all-time highs. So the quality of this trade at best is about a C. At best, it's a C. But it's something that I might be willing to take because I'm in light size. I'm in an entry-level size, and I'm only in one contract. And then also VIX is low, so they can shoot this. So you got to be cautious here. Got to be cautious here. Got to be cautious. Jack says, I'm short. The all-time high here, and we just took this out here. Hmm. So we're bouncing from. So right now we're bouncing from this 1 minute BISI here, as it stands. I wonder. I wonder what they're gonna do up in here. Hmm. This is why I don't like trading ES because ES moves very very slow. This shit moves slow like molasses. That's why I don't like trading this shit. Piece of shit. Garbage basuda. I don't target this here. Just be out here on this. I don't really know too much about this.
I didn't even know you was trading ES. You trade ES? What's that, short?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in a short on ES right now, but so I'm just in a short on light size on ES because we came up in here, we swept this little internal, and I'm just trying to see what they're gonna give me up in here, and then also we just tapped into a 1 5 and 1 and a 5 and a 15. So I was just trying to take my chances on this, respectively. But they're clearly invalidating and they're clearly not trying to go lower. So I'm down $50 on this trade here, but I'm gonna see what's going on here. So like if they inverse this shit, then I just know that I'm wrong and I'm only risking like 50 or $60 on this trade. They just keep going up higher. But this is why I don't like trading ES because ES moves extremely slow, and ES doesn't hit your targets as fast. It just ES just doesn't deliver nowhere near as clean as NQ. It just doesn't. So right now they're getting ready to shoot NQ into the all-time high again and then target this upper level of liquidity here. That looks to me like where they're going right now. So the only question is before they do that, do they give me a pullback here and then drag and then consequently drag ES lower so that it can hit my target before that happens? Or do they decide to take ES up here in a straight line to then retarget all-time highs? That's the only question right here that needs to be answered. So they're tapping into this 1 and this 5 right now on ES right now. They're tapping into a 1 and a 5 and they're going up. I'm down about $62 on this trade. Light size, but so I like a setup right now on NQ, as far as a potential short, like if they sweep this, but clearly I'm already in a trade on ES. Fuck. So maybe trading ES wasn't a good idea. NQ taking out liquidity soon. Yeah, they are. Anthony says, yes, they are, Anthony. They are, my brother. They are. 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 Down $100 on this trade so far. Down $100 on this trade. I'm going to add one more time right here.
Order filled.
I'm going to add one more time on this ES trade right here, and I'm going to manage my risk to these SIBIs here. So I'm going to manage my risk to these SIBIs here on ES, and I'm going to be out here. If they shoot it up higher, then I'm going to cease trying to make profit on this trade, and I'm going to just cut this trade here. But they got to pull this shit back on something serious right now. So I'm managing my risk to those SIBIs because I was only down like $100 or so. So I re-added again because I was in really light size, just ridiculously light size on ES. So like they either flush this shit down in here and then like they actually end up rejecting this 1 and this 5 and like they get me out like up in here so like I can reavert my attention and my gaze to NQ like how I should normally be trading, or they stop me out and like they just close me out on this trade and like I just say, well, you know what, I shouldn't be trading. I shouldn't be trying to short ES at all-time highs without anything crazy going on. So we'll see. So they're rejecting that 1 and that 5 now. We'll see. What time is it? 2 o'clock on the dot. Let's see if we get a lower push so that they can just get me out of this trade here. So I added again. I was in light size for a reason. We'll see.
Order filled.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I need to not be trading ES because that shit is that shit moves so slow. That ES reminds me of NQ in Asia. That's just not good. Anyway, so guys, that's why you have to size appropriately, and that's so that you don't get emotional in trades, especially when you're trading an instrument that's moving like this. So they're up here again at the all-time high again. They're dancing around here. So everything in me is telling me that they're going to shoot this. That's why I wanted to cut that trade. I'd rather cut it at break even or for a slight profit than to be fucking around and dancing around with them down in here. I'm just being honest with you. Being 100% for real with you. That's what I'm thinking. So right now, the trade is still at the point where I entered at. So they're rejecting this 1, 1, and this 5 here. Did they inverse this 15? I think that they just did. So yes, they just inversed this 15-minute SIBI here. And then conversely, they created another 15-minute BISI. That's how bullish this market is. Jesus Christ. Lord Jesus. May he help us. Nothing. Garbage. Okay. So we're still taking this piece by piece here. So this ain't nothing, guys. This trade ain't nothing, guys. You ain't nothing but down $100, even if you was trading one EA. Or you ain't shit. If you still in the trade, shit, you should only be down like $15, $20. So I just averaged again right here when we tapped into this 1 and this 5, and I just figured that hey, you know what? They might just start rejecting it here. So, but if they inverse this, then I'm gonna still cut the trade. So it was either one or the other. So that's that. Um, Good job, Shiloh. Great job. Great. Hey, did anyone in Discord do what I just did and add as I was walking you guys through that? Took NQ, Shiloh says. Okay, good job. Good job, Shiloh. Or were you guys saying, hey, you know what, that's ES. I'm really not too familiar with ES, and so like I just didn't take that. Jay says no. Okay, yeah, good job. Not for me. Okay, good job. Yeah, good job, Jay. Good job. Way to see that. Great job. But I'm just taking it just from what I see. So yeah, no, that one right there was an NQ, so that might not be for everybody in here. Jack says I'm short. Okay, Jack. Decide to take NQ since I'm not familiar with ES much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Good job. That's smart. Yeah, bro, because ES moves completely different than NQ. It just does. I'm like, it doesn't, like, it still works. Like, the concept is still the same, but ES moves like Asia during NQ. Like, that shit fucks with me. Like, I don't like being in a trade for 4 or 5 minutes. Like, I mean, like, I will if I have to, but I figured, I went from being a swing trader with that other weird shit that I was doing to being so precise with this market to where it makes me nervous to be in a trade for like 2 or 3 minutes. Like that is literally how precise I am with this shit now at this point in time. But like before, like I would enter into a trade and I'd be like, man, fuck it. I'll hold for like an hour or 2 or 3 hours until it gets there, I guess. Because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I didn't know. But now I see it and I read it in real time it's either they give me what I want or I don't participate. And then when they show me something and I take it and I expect it to be delivered within minutes. I'm serious. If they do nothing, I just do nothing. I just sit there. Like this weird shit. ES is practice. Yeah, good job, Shiloh. Great job. Proud of you, my brother. 2 says too slow for me. Yeah, great job. Yeah, real slow, Shiloh. Filled, never mind. 2 volume imbalances on SPY, he says. Filled, never mind. Yeah, filled. Huh? We had a volume imbalance on QQQ right here. Look what they did. Look, you see that? 1, 2. And look what they did. They came back for it. Look. Close 91.02. Low, so just a 3 point, which is really a 2. And then this right here, 96, which is really a 1. But they came back and they filled both of these, and now they're shooting up higher. Now they created another one. Close 91. So they have a 1, but they don't have to come back for this. Why? Because they're right here. I think they want to shoot this before they even consider coming back lower. That's what I think. They flipped this bullish. They flipped NQ back bullish again. This is why you really can't be trading time distortion at all-time highs. Because look at this clusterfuck. Look, clusterfuck and shoot it. You don't know what the fuck these people are gonna do. Because like if you bought this here, then they could have very well just did this on your head. They could have very well targeted this and then did this, and then you would have been stopped out, or you would have blown up the account depending upon the size you were in. And then like you don't want to short this because look what happened to the people that shorted it. Look, now they're getting ready to become food. So like that's why you have to take it piece by piece, and you have to wait for them to present you an opportunity that you have back tested. You guys all time high is extremely hard to trade, guys, because guys, all time high removes the guessing. Let me repeat that again. The all time high removes the guessing from the game. So like the people that get lucky from guessing and from praying for certain things, it removes their edge. So at all time high, like you have to exercise patience and you can no longer guess. And when you can no longer guess, it takes out that small percentage of traders that get lucky all the time. So now you actually have to read it and you actually have to go, what's it showing me? What's it not showing me? Is this worth my risk? Is it not worth my risk? But you can guess when we're not at all-time high. You can guess and you can actually be right a lot of times. That's what a lot of traders are doing. And that's what those furus are doing too. That's why they don't want to trade live in front of people. And that's why they can't call us market out. Yeah, let me send this to Excel. Yeah, Excel. You can download this. You can download this to your phone, or you can log into it on your desktop. But man, just take a look at it, man. I think that this is the best one that's for free. So I've done research on all of them, and I think this is the best one, and it's automated too. So you can figure it out. Just follow the instructions and the setup instructions. Catch you later. Sorry guys, I was sending somebody a message in Discord about an online trading journal. So like if you guys want like an online trading journal, just let me know. Or if you guys would like me to link that in the indicators section, I can do that because I guess it can be an indicator for you. I can do that. Just let me know. They're back up here again. What the fuck are they doing? So yeah, I had to get out here. So this trade right here is still valid. It's still working actually, because you want nothing down but nothing but 40, 50 ticks, like the 40, 30, 40, $50. So that wasn't nothing too crazy. I was just one contract. I was just trying to just make a few nickels off of by reading this market. So now they're starting to come lower, and now they're starting to target the levels I was in. So like this trade right here was still valid. And it's still playing out. It's just that I was just on ES, so I just didn't want to fuck around with this, man. I'm sorry, I just didn't. Because I really don't like trading that. But shit, if I could get like an extra, like what I did, like if I could get an extra $80 per account, $90, so I'm at damn 250 now on a day, so $1,000 on a day on this shitty day, and I'm only trading 4 accounts. If I was copy trading my 20 accounts like normal, I'd be up $5,000 today. So I would just walk away from my screen. But I'm trying to help people inside Discord set things up, and and I'm just trying to teach them how to read this market. Look at that dump, bearish. I'm up 2K on one account. Good job, Mike. Good job, Michael Ghani. Good job. What do you think about NQ right now? He says. Are you on a 5-minute time frame? Nope, 1 minute time frame. You can see it right here. You can always see my time frame right here. Hold on, what happened? Damn, I could have held that short. Ended up break even, but hey, it's all right. I'll find another setup, and we still got a whole trading. Nubs, why'd you close that trade for? Because Nubs, what I said was I said that if we inverse this, then it's wrong, but we didn't inverse that. But however, Nubs, a break even is better than losing. So at least you got it to break even though, Nubs. At least you did that, okay? So not bad. Great job. Way to shift and avert your gaze as far as going from, okay, I need to make a shitload of money to, man, you know what? Let me manage my risk and let me get out of break even and let me reevaluate. So you're learning that. That was a huge lesson that you just learned. But what we were looking at was an invalidated up here. So like this right here was my line in the sand. I said like if they inverse this, then cool, then hands off. Why? Because I was only risking like my profits essentially. So like if they inverse this, then I only would have lost like 100 to 150 bucks per account. Then I was just wrong. That's why I added right here at this top here. Because as soon as we tapped into that, I re-added again. Look where I shorted at. That's why I did that. And so my original trade idea right here, which is where I originally entered that, was still correct. As you can tell, they flushed it because I was trying to get out here. So they flashed it. So Nubs, for you next time, you need to be asking yourself, you need to go, okay, what he was originally looking at and what he was adding to, has that been invalidated and has that been inversed? And then if you're unsure, then you need to ask me, because you're inside Discord, so you can ask me. You can go, hey, is what you're looking at invalidated? What do you think? What I think about NQ is I think NQ is in no man's land. I think they're fucking around for no apparent rhyme or reason. It's 2:12 right now in the afternoon. Oh boy. Toy sent the Bat Boy. Thanks, Toon. Thanks, Toon, for sending that. Thanks, Exo Michelle, for the lightning bolts. Toon sent the Bat Boy Tater. Thanks, Toon, for the Bat Boy Tater. Thanks. Look at that dump. On practice shortened, Jaden says. Okay. Good job, Jaden. Manage your risk. Great job, Jaden. Great job. What we got in here, man? They're not doing nothing. This is just disgusting. They're giving you no reason to short. Because, guys, you cannot short this. Look at this clusterfuck up in here. There's nothing there. And then we're at the all-time high, so you really can't buy it because they keep doing this shit. There's nothing here, man. They're just fucking around. Jesus Christ. This is disgusting. Disgusting. Oh my God. If you bought this at 11.50, you in the same position as we were 3 hours, 4 hours ago. If you shorted this, well, you in the same position, but you're in the same spot. But you would have been scared because we was going up and then it came down. Nothing. Basura. Basura. Maybe I should do some push-ups.
Free NBA Youngboy!
Yeah. That's Doodle Ball from SpongeBob, guys. That's what that is. That's Doodle Ball from SpongeBob. I'm trying to add a sound here. Which one? That one or?
Neo flying. Neo harmony. Yeah. Neo harmony. Neo harmony lady on the mic. Neo harmony lady on the mic.
Hmm.
Neo harmony. Neo harmony lady on the mic.
Huh. Which one? Doodle Bob. I'm trying to decide which one to download. That one or this one?
Neo harmony lady on the mic.
Okay. Or this one.
Neo harmony. Neo harmony lady on the mic.
You know, I'm taking a trade to the lows, he says. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Doodle Bob me hoy. Alrighty. R2D2. I like that one. Download MP3 for R2D2. R2D2. R2D2 processing. Okay, so I got these. All right, cool. Oh, whoa. Look at that 1 minute Sibby that was just presented. Finally. Jesus Christ. Finally, there is something. What is that? You think it will hit if I place TP at the green level? What green level? I don't know what you're looking at, man. You're not inside Discord, Hitansh. Come on now. How am I know that? You're not inside Discord, man. I don't know what you know. And I don't know what your reasoning is and what you managing your risk off of when you can't send me a screenshot. How am I gonna do that? How's that fair to me? When I don't know. I don't want to give you something that you don't, because I don't want to do that. The one you took, the one you marked, my heart. I'm taking the one you marked, my heart. My heart. Once I pass, I'll join. I got you. Okay. Or you could join and then learn, and then you could pass it once you really, really know. Doodle Bob. Doodle Bob. Oh yeah. 24,250. If they inverse this, then it's just hopes and prayers. So I don't know what they're gonna do, bro. They're just dancing us around in here. I'm being 100% serious with you. Like anything else, I'm gonna be honest. At this point in time, it's guessing. I'm just being honest with you. So you just want me to be honest with you? I am. Because they're just dancing us around up in here, man. This computer is processing this information. So we don't know what's, bro, we don't know what's going on. So it's processing this information here, and it's in time distortion. So they could very well shoot this up in here and stop people out, or they very well could flush this. If I'm looking at this right now, ES is looking weak as shit, which is why I decided to short it here and here. But I wanted to be out because I just don't like trading ES. So I just made a quick $80 per account. You know what I'm saying? Just to get up my little daily average up here. But considering ES is looking like this and the NQ is looking bullish, I mean, like if ES decides to take if ES decides to take this out, which is this perfect double bottom here, then what they're gonna do is NQ's gonna give up the ghost here specifically. So this right here was the first opportunity in order for you to even consider a short here. But NQ is still at the all-time high, so I'm really unsure about this. I might try and join you for a quick short. I might try and do that. But we're still at the all-time high here, so I don't know, because this sideways shit just makes me a little bit nervous here. It's 220. It's getting ready to be in the power hour, and they just been dancing us around here trying to scare people out. So I don't know what they got planned. I don't know what they got going on. I'm just being for real. I still think that ES wants to target this because this is a perfect double bottom here. So this right here is the next drawn liquidity here. So NQ is just in no man's land doing nothing. NQ is literally doing nothing. It's just in full blown no man's land. 263, I'm looking to get out half. 252, fully get out. But your stop loss at break even now. That's my plan. Okay. So you're in a short at 263, Jaden. You're in a short at 263, you said? Oh, I'd look to get out half at 263. 263, you said half here. Okay, not bad. I like that. And then 252 fully, he says. Okay, 252. Okay, I like that. Target these candle bodies here. I like that. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. And then like if they inverse this, then you're just wrong. Or if you're just in really light size and you just want to take the chance, then you could just put your stop loss above here and then target that. Yeah, that's not bad. I might do that actually with you. But they got to give me a pullback though, because I don't like this sideways shit. I don't like that. Like they're going to have to shoot. Well, but see, look, this is so close to that to where like if they shoot it up in here, then they're going to inverse it. So like what they have to do for me is like they got to do something like this. Like they got to come down in here and like they got to damn near make a perfect double bottom like this and then shoot it up. And then on that shoot up, then I'll consider a short to target this lower level liquidity here for this sweep or this sweep for me. So like that's what I'm thinking right now, because this whole setup can be effed up on just one huge candle to the upside, and then I will be relegated to hoping and praying, which I don't want to be doing. I don't want to be on the prayers. I don't like that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like that. I'm in practice in around 2480. He says, okay, 2,400. Okay, nice. Good job, Jaden. Hess says, yeah, I'm guessing right now too. Okay, no, well, at least you admit it. I'm being honest, at least you admit it. Nothing wrong with that. Hopefully oh no, you're not practicing. You want to eval, but eval is still practice though. At least you're not trading your real live cash account. So yeah, there's that. So we're waiting to see what's going on with this. Let's check out this very minor here. We got here and here. Excuse me. So yeah, I don't know about this. Look at ES just shooting up. Starting to shoot up now. Look. Look at him. Look at him. Starting to shoot it up. This is dangerous. What are they doing up in here, man? This is disgusting. Look at this price action. Look, every red candle become green. In the wise words of Indian Josh, every red candle become green. Every red candle become green. This is crazy. Disgusting. I wonder what's the chances for a rate cut. Let's see. Let's see what the chances are for a rate cut. CME watch tool. Powell's gonna go by this. He's gonna go with whatever the hell this thing says here. Okay, so now, so guys, so Powell is going to cut by 25 basis points. So that's not a surprise. Because I used to not think that this was the case, but until it was proven to me by my newswire. So he's going to go with this. He is not going to keep rates the same. He's going to cut by 25 basis points. That'll be his bone to the market. That'll be it. 25 basis point cut. Just printing barcodes. He said, I'm out. I don't like that. I'm risk free now, so it doesn't matter. Okay, good job, Hetash. Great job. I'm risk free now. Okay, yeah. So 96% chance he cuts by 25. He's going to do 25. He's not going to deviate from this. This tells him what to do. Guys, the market actually regulates itself, believe it or not. So like if the market starts dumping and people start getting scared, then he'll cut. Why? Because the market will start dumping and people start like if unemployment shoots up to like 8 or 9%, then the market will just dump. And then he'll go, oh shit, let me cut. I'm serious. That's how that works. And the Fed actually, the interest rate decisions manages itself. Nothing is really determined by one person, and it's not determined by humans. Shit, let me add this. Let me get my Charles Schwab back. Oh boy, look at this basuda. What are they doing, man? Do something. Please, God, my account. Why? I shorted it on Friday. Why did I do that shit? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no. Why? Fuck. I'm never gonna do that again. Oh my God. Until next week. Until next week. Or until tomorrow. Some people actually they don't even get a week. They do next week. Oh my God, never again. Oh my God, just please God save me. Please Allah. Please Buddha. Please Santa. It's coming up on Christmas. Do you like me? Please. Tooth Fairy. Please. Oh my God. I hadn't seen you in 20 years. Is that really, do you really care about me? Oh my God, if you did, you would show up now, Tooth Fairy. Like Bedhead said. I was laughing. Seriously, I ain't seen her in 20 years. The hell she got going on? She being fast with everybody else. She gonna bring her little butt over here and visit me while I'm sleeping.
Tooth Fairy ka po?
Tooth Fairy didn't take my gold grill. I know. He says. Look at that. So like if they bounce us up in here, then I'll consider shortening it. So let me join live. All right, I do that. You got to be inside Discord, then you can share your screen. I can't do that, man, because people will join here and then they'll do some of the most weirdest, outlandish stuff. I'm not saying this happened to me before, but I learned my lesson from seeing other people do things. See, guys, listen, look. The one thing about me is I learn my lesson from other people. So like if I see other people are blowing up their accounts, doing other weird shit, then I go, man, well, that must not be good. So let me not do that. Like, like the trend lines and support and resistance and those things. So I go, man, you know what? That must not be good for me, so let me not do that. But other people are trying to trade this and they're getting chopped up and they're the ones blowing up their accounts. I go, man, you know what, man, maybe I should chill. Maybe I should wait a little bit longer. Or maybe I go, man, you know what, today's maybe not a good day to trade. Guys, listen. Day trading does not mean you trade every day. Day trading just means you take trades and you could be out within that same day. And you have that option to do that. day guys, day trading does not mean you trade every single day and you trying to trade 15, 20 times a day. That's very important. There's a difference. There's a clear delineation. There's a clear distinction. Fine line. Bedhead says, repeat that with me. No position is a position. Yes, no position is a position. Because if you lose money, you're gonna go, God damn, I wish I didn't do that. Well, that's a position. You saving your money, you saving your ammo for when it matters. They're at all-time high, they're goofing off, they're not doing nothing. It's just time distortion. They're fucking off. So yeah, Hatash, I wasn't trying to be mean to you earlier. You know, I see you laughing, but yeah, bro, people do weird stuff, bro. Like they'll join you here and so you have a grown ass man wearing a thong in here, or he'll, you know, join here, doing some weird shit. You know, doing nipple twisters or some shit. I don't know what people be doing in their free time. As a matter of fact, I don't give a fuck what people do in their free time. I'm gonna be honest. It's 2025. I stopped judging. I don't care. As long as these numbers print, I don't give a fuck what you do. That's why I don't care who's the president. I don't care what they got going on. People join in here and get my account banned, so the people inside Discord can't benefit no more. And I can't help change people's lives no more. Hell no, I'm not doing that. So if they bounce us and if they target us liquidity up in here, then I'll consider it short. What's this? Because they ain't take this out. Like if they shoot this up in here, then I'll consider it short up in here or something. So yeah. Can you switch to a higher time frame for what? What you trying to see on a higher time frame? What is there to see that you're not seeing? Look, you want to go to the 5 minute? The 5 minute looks more fucked. There's nothing here. There's zero imbalances on the 5 minute except for this one that we didn't even tap into. You want to go to 15 minute? Look at the 15 minute. Nothing. Garbage. You want to go to the hour? Shit, you can blow your account on a 1 minute candle while you're looking at hourly candles. Red, green, green, red, green, red. Go to daily? Oh, fuck. They could do anything in a day. People can blow their accounts on a 1 minute candle. Look at that clusterfuck. More IFVG, he says. Can you switch to IFVG's where? Look at this cluster. They're shooting us up now. 233. Injection of liquidity. They're targeting this now. Oh, God. What are these? What are these? Holy shit. That's not nothing to play with. Okay. They flipped this bullish and ES is looking like it's finding its footing again from tapping to this VWAP. I might not want to step in. I might not want to tug a Superman's cape. So reevaluate again. Because ES, I'm not too sure about this shit trying to go lower right now on NQ. I don't know about putting my hopes and my dreams on that. I don't know what y'all think. What y'all think? Look at that. Look at that. Look at them target this liquidity up in here. I don't know. I don't know. I might try and take a flyer on this quick short here. For what, 20 ticks to the downside? I don't know. Let me see. I don't know. That looks kind of strong, though.
Nah, it looks strong, though.
Yeah, man. That shit looks strong as a motherfucker. I don't know about that.
I think it's about to take back off.
Whew. I know. Good God. I don't know. Should I do that?
I'm thinking about longing it.
So we're at a decision zone right now. It's either you short this and you use that 1 minute right there to manage your risk off of, or you wait for a pullback and then you long it, but you're long the all-time high and they could dump this.
I was gonna wait for that pullback right there.
Fuck. What are they gonna do? Man, this is dangerous. I don't know about this. I don't know. Maybe I should keep my hands in my pocket they just targeted this minor liquidity here, and they just swept those people. But the way they shot that shit up, I don't know about this. And then us being at the all-time highs, that seems kind of dangerous to me. So I gotta see what's going on here. They damn near at the HOD here, and they keep dancing us around up in here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, shit. They could do anything. I might consider a short. 20 ticks? What we got? Should I do 20 or 15 ticks? Man, god damn. What should I do? 20 ticks would be them tapping. Phew, that's dangerous. Hmm. ES can fuck this up because if ES bounces here, we're going to be fucked. Hmm. If ES bounces here, we're going to be fucked. And they just created that Bissy there. I don't like that. Hmm. But this was this pullback I was looking for. Hmm. 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 Okay, so ES is trying to go lower and NQ is trying to go higher. So ES is trying to flush this through the floor right now, but NQ is trying to go higher. It's 236. Hmm. 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 NQ is tapping into that 1 minute Bissy now. They're trying to use this as fuel. You missed it? Hmm. What
No,
did
I
they
didn't
try to
take it, but I'm looking at it like that pullback. I was waiting to jump in.
Man. Mm. Should we do half size on this? I might have to do half size on this because we're not too certain. And this is probably like a C minus trade here. I wonder if I should do this C minus. Oh, wait, hold on, man.
Connection lost.
Hold on, man. Let me ask. Bedhead, bro. Bedhead, bro. What you think, bro? You don't like that, or what you thinking? Because I'm not too sure I like this too much. Kidder says nah. Yeah, I don't know because they could do anything.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like that it's sandwiched in between two of them right there. I don't know if it's gonna inverse it or if it's gonna bounce off and inverse the other and bounce off of that. I have no idea.
I have no idea what the fuck they're gonna do. So yeah, nah, that's
Exactly.
that's dangerous right there. So I felt as though like I wanted shorter here, but they just created this 1 minute here, and then the only reason why I really didn't consider that short was because ES is right here at like another liquidity zone, so they could just bounce. So like if ES bounces at any time, it is gonna fuck this trade up. So like, man. So yeah, man. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It was just kind of sketchy. See, you don't know if that's gonna inverse that 1 minute or bounce off that 1 minute, inverse the one above it. I don't know, man. It's gambling to me.
Very much so.
Yeah, it's real risky, bro.
Real risky. Yeah, that's dangerous right there. It's 238. Let's just try and wait for them to show us something else. Plus, we had two strong ass candles to the upside. Yeah. Let's try and wait for them to show us something else. Maybe let's try and wait for them to target other levels of liquidity. So what I was looking at on shorting this, yeah, but it just happened to play out. But even then, no shit. I was still nervous because ES was looking like it was getting ready to gear up again. So like if ES decided to shoot up in here, then we would have been messed up. So we just decided not to take our risk on that one. That one right there wasn't enough really for me to really want to sink my teeth into. If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
I'm really glad I didn't jump on that.
On that long, yeah. Thank God that you mentioned that. Better safe than sorry. I call it a win, knowing it would have hit anyway. Yes, absolutely, 100%. That's the mentality that we gotta have, kiddo. Great job. That's the mentality that we gotta have. Great job. Mm-hmm. Man, what are they doing? Why is there negativity coming up? Okay. Power hour right around the corner. Yeah. around the corner. 30 says, He's mocking me. He said, Victor, what's up? Yo, what's up? This says short. Yo, yeah. That 300 is a magnet. Yeah. Power hour right around the corner, he says. Bustin' Nation says, yeah. Fine, He's mocking. He said, I did that on purpose, guys, because I want y'all to start thinking like I want it to be funny. So like you can start thinking like this. So you can start going. Because I do that to make you think and make you go, so that you can start thinking like I don't guys, I don't want to just make a point and just because like the average person gonna like if I just start making points with no emphasis, some of y'all are gonna just think I'm just talking. But like if I go, he did say that, or that does make sense. But that doesn't make sense. Something like that. What's going on with my Charles Schwab card? This is ridiculous. Look at them flush it. Man, this was the right play, but it's okay. So now that's trying to target lower levels of liquidity. Where? This is where? Here and here. Here and here is next. This right here on what I said still does not fly. So damn, look at that short that we had on ES. My God, look at that top tick. Fuck. Shit, we should have held on to that, eh? It's okay. Made a few bucks. Oh, man, look at that short tick. Guys, I was telling y'all, man. Look at that shit. Guys, they're going to flush this here. I don't give a shit what they were showing me. This market doesn't like that. They're not going to leave that intact today. They're going to take that out, boy. So if you thought buying up in here was a good idea, I got another thing to tell you. I don't think that was good. Yeah, no, I don't think that was a smart idea. I'm just being for real. I wonder why my Charles Schwab account is working. They're not letting me add my card to it. It's being a pain in my ass. Hold on real quick, guys. Gotta call Charles Schwab. So guys, listen, look, they've taken out this level that I was looking at. They've done that. So we gotta reevaluate again. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate that. 2369. Guys, I'm on the phone with Charles Schwab right now. So my Charles Schwab investor checking account is in the debit card linked to it. For some reason, it's giving me problems with Apple Pay, and the Zelle isn't working. So hold on, give me a second. They just swept this. They just swept this little internal here. So they have the full authority to bounce us right now. Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. To answer X6's question, I need 200 to pass the combine. So, well, keep doing what you're doing. What's wrong with that? You think short's valid? They just swept this minor. Hold on. So, guys, I'm back. So they just swept this little minor buy side here. Hold on, let me turn this down. They just swept this little minor buy side here, and so that's why the market is bouncing. And they swept the minor buy side right now, so this market is no longer perfect. So this right here, what I was looking at was valid earlier. Remember when I told you that about 2 or 3 hours ago? I remember that. They came back for that. That's why this market is bouncing. So guys, this market has the full blown authority to go to all-time highs right now. Again, and just take out everything above. So to me right now, there's no real lower draw on liquidity here because they could do anything at this point in time. So I'm gonna be honest, like how I shorted this up into here and I felt confident about that, I really don't feel confident about this anymore. Like to the downside anymore. Because they could do anything. Because they just retapped into this 15-minute BISI here so they could shoot this. So they inverse this one, but they can still shoot this. NQ is in the same exact spot that it was at damn 10 o'clock. We ain't did nothing. Hold on. I'm still here, guys. I'm on the phone with Charles Schwab, and their automated system says the markets continue in melt up mode. They literally just said that over the phone. I don't know if y'all heard that, but he said it. Well, markets continue in melt up mode. That's what the AI is saying. He said the markets continue in melt up mode, non-stop, just melting up, liquidating people. Look at this shit. Hold on. Potential short looks kind of juicy here. They just keep doing this, but I'm tugging on Superman's cape up in here. Shit. Pressed the wrong button. Fuck. Pressed the wrong fucking button and the AI fucked me. I'm looking at a short right here. Look at that. Look at that. Jesus Christ. What the hell are they doing up in here? I might consider taking a short. Debit cards. Hey, Bob. So we need to watch this 3 a.m. timestamp, Campbell. Green shoot. What's the chance that they green shoot this and target this here? What's the chances? Hmm. Okay, guys, listen. Do you guys look? Sorry about that. I was on the phone with Charles Schwab. Do you guys remember when I was typing this in here when I did this and when I said watch, and I said watch 3 a.m. I mean when I said watch 3 p.m. timestamp candle, and I did that. Y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that? Look, the timestamp is 3 o'clock now. That's what I was saying. Look, I went back like this. Look, like if you go to back button, look, you'll see it. I put it right here. No, right there. Watch 3 p.m. timestamp candle right there. And then I deleted it, and then I put another one right there. They targeted this right here on that 3 p.m. timestamp candle. So that was the hourly open that they decided to engineer liquidity to. So that's what they're doing. All right. So they just swept that liquidity right there on that. I might try and tempt fate here. They just swept that liquidity there. But I gotta wait and I gotta see. Hold on. I gotta wait and I gotta see here. Oh, I don't like that. The reason why I don't like that is because they didn't take out this liquidity over here on QQQ, but they did it on NQ. That was weird. The computers got out of line, so somebody executed some weird ass orders here, and so QQQ didn't do that. So they might just try and shoot this up into here on QQQ, which means that they're going to take it up on NQ. So I might just have to wait on that. Hold on. That's real weird that they did that. I'm trying to tempt fate here on short. Manage your risk to this 1 minute Sibby here. Could do that. Could shoot this too. What time is it? 303? I wonder. Tempt fate here. Start on my new 2 tick tick. I got over the weekend. Early up 42. Yeah. Good job. 403 times 2. Okay, great job. You feel that magnet now? What you mean, Buster Nation? What you mean by that? A magnet. What magnet is there? Anything's possible in this range here. I be trying to tempt fate and bullshit with them. Tucking on Superman's cape. They keep on rejecting. They're rejecting us 1 minute here. We tap into a 1 and a 5 here. Could do anything in this range. They're not even moving this market. It's hardly moving. Not enough volatility for me as of yet. Not enough volatility for me. I'm watching this.
I hope no one fell for that fake to the high side.
Yeah. I figured that they were going to take that out on that 3 p.m. candle. That's why I put that there. But I was on the phone, so I didn't say that. That's why I typed that out. So, guys, that's why I need to be looking at this screen. It's getting towards the end of the day, guys. So draws and liquidity are going to be not as not as strong. I don't know if I should fuck up an okay day for what they've given us, $250 per account. I don't know if I should fuck that up. I want to just carry this over to the next day and just consider today like one of those days where we really shouldn't have even been trading in the first place. It's crazy what they're doing. This is lunacy. This is full blown lunacy. Could just chill off to the 350 macro, possibly, but that's still 40 minutes away. So I gotta wait and I gotta see. I'm gonna probably give a prediction on what they could probably do in about 30 minutes. I gotta see, and I gotta see how long they coil this up, and then I gotta see what levels of liquidity that they engineer between now and then, if that makes sense. So I gotta see. 310. They're doing nothing. No aim or direction, just time distortion. Guys, today's probably just one of those days where we probably shouldn't even been trading in the first place. For real. That's why. That's why we take a peek. Guys, listen. If you can't do what we're doing and what we're showing, then you can't even trade ICT because ICT requires higher levels of understanding and then structuring your trades accordingly and then targeting highs and lows and this and that. Liquidity sweeps and understanding those things. What I'm showing is just stripping trading down to its chrome and understanding trading down to its simplest form of what it's actually doing. So if you cannot do this, you cannot seriously trade and read this market. So I'm sorry, but we gotta let that sink in. Because I'm gonna just be honest with you. You're not. So that's a problem. So like, if you have a problem with waiting for liquidity sweeps or for multiple levels of confirmation, or like if you're getting stumped up trading this weird ass time distortion here, and if you're just randomly shorting, and like if you can't update what you're seeing in real time and get a feel for it, now that feel is going to take at least a few months to gain an understanding of. That's why I recommend you actually execute a stop loss, because most of y'all have the wrong feeling. So that feeling is what you're gonna have to use me for, and that's why you're inside Discord. If that makes sense. But yeah, but that'll come after time. But you need to be looking at, hey, you know what? They just swept this liquidity over here. Shit, if I was in a short, shit, I should get out before this market can start to fuck me in. Or they just swept this here, so maybe I shouldn't be trying to short this because they could bounce this. Or we are at the all-time high, so maybe I shouldn't short it or buy it. Or they keep on doing this digital sideways barcode action right here. Maybe I shouldn't long this, or maybe I shouldn't short this because they could dump this or they could pump this. Have they taken out any normal levels of liquidity in here? No, not really. So they're just in no man's land, really. Not doing nothing. Well, he did say to look at ES. ES does have a perfect. ES did make a perfect exact double bottom right here. So why would I long NQ if they're gonna come here and smash it like how he said? Holy shit, they did smash it like how he said, and they did flash this just like how he outlined. And oh my God, they did it again. So maybe chasing longs up in here like how he was saying was a bad idea, because they were gonna dump this to then retake it out. They did exactly like how he said. Maybe I shouldn't do that shit. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Whoa. Or I'm sorry. Maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe them showing me this bear flag here wasn't a good idea for me to try and short here because we took this out. Okay, well, I blew my account, or hey, I made a huge loss here trying to short that. Well, fuck. Well, let me try and buy this bull flag breakout right here, and or this pullback in here and target higher. Well, I don't understand liquidity and the fact that this is a perfect double bottom, so they're gonna come smash this and then I blow up my account. Fuck. Damn. Maybe I shouldn't do those things. So yeah, being honest, gotta chill out. Sorry guys for my drawings. They're really bad. I'm not Pablo Picasso. Look at that short. Jesus Christ. Look at that. Lord Jesus, may he help us. Yeah, I did off the high resistance zone. Wait, support and resistance is what you trade at all-time highs, correct? Hell no. What are you talking about, Hetanash? Support and resistance is what you trade if you're trying to blow up your account. Do that. Where's the support and where's the resistance at up here? You let me know. You let me know what they're going off of up here. This is price discovery. You let me know. There is no support and resistance. Support and resistance is only support and resistance until they decide to smash it, to then liquidate you, to fill your orders. That's it. Made 1.75K off that reversal in short. Good job, Hetanash. Good job. Proud of you. What is the indicator called, he says? Oh, it's called the FVG indicator. It just plots the FVGs. That's it. There's nothing else on the chart. There's literally nothing else here, man. I'm just being honest. There's nothing else here. Nothing else. Nothing else going on up in this range. They're just dancing around here. They're not even targeting liquidity. It's 316. They've done nothing all day but liquidate people. They might pull it back in the range slightly tomorrow, but shit, we up damn near 0.75%. So even if they pull it back 0.5%, we're in the same spot. Daily time distortion. So they're just doing nothing up in here, man. I was telling you to take that short, and I says, oh, okay. I don't really know too much about that short. I needed more levels of confirmation in that at the all-time high. But that's just me. Good, but great job. I I was looking at this short here. I was, but I didn't take it because I was looking at that 3 p.m. candle and they flashed it, so I figured they might come up a little bit higher. At this point of the day, they gotta handcuff me in order to force me to take a trade. What is that? Got a volume amount? Three, which is 2 point volume amounts. Mm, strange. They're doing nothing here. Said it's five. I wonder if we should manage our risk to one of these cities over here. So that maybe target something lower. Mm. But this is a no man's land here. And they've already taken this out here. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh boy, what are they doing, man? Put me to sleep. It's great stuff you're doing, man. I'll be sure to join Discord. Okay, we'll see you in there. And you can be one of us. Great family we got here. I love the people in here. I love every last one of them. I love every last one of y'all, too. Then you can backtest the models we got. And then you know what you can do, Hatch and Ash? Once you know how to trade, then guess what you can do? You can do eval instant pass. You don't got to trade the evals no more. Mm, 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 mm. Once you learn how to trade, then you can skip the line. Because who wants to do that? Yeah, you can do that. Man, they not doing nothing. Boy, Lord Jesus. May he help us. The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want. Miss Parker, Miss Parker, Miss Parker. Miss Parker, Miss Parker, Miss Parker. The Lord is my shepherd. He knows what I want. I don't know what they want here. That shit looks like a 9-day probationary period, for real, because I'm still learning. I don't get it twisted. I might now, but I understand what you're looking at. But I'm still in my learn stage 2 months in, honestly, yep. Great job, my brother. 130 away from profit goal. Yeah. Let's let's make them force us to take a trade, kidder. So you looking for that long with that liquidity sweep? Take that short. Yeah. You talking? Started my new tick trade account. I got over the weekend already. 403 times 2 for the day, and also made my 100 times my 2 for my Apex account for the day. Good job. So Murdoch, how many more days you got left before you can request a payout? I'm assuming like maybe one, or shit. Today should be your
I
first day.
I got two because you said I had to make 300. So
Nah,
I
nah.
made $100. I made $100 on those Apex account
No,
to
what
get
I'm
it.
saying is yeah. No, what I'm saying is like, how many days traded of $50 or more profit do you have?
Oh, I already got over 5 days. This will be about 6 days.
6 days of over 50 days profit.
Yeah.
So how many trading days do you have total on the accounts? Trading
So
days.
I started last Monday. So this will be my 6th day.
What I recommend you do is so what's the account balance at right now?
It's at 29.68.
29.68. Okay. Tomorrow you need to not trade those accounts. What you need to do is that you need to do this. You need tomorrow when the market opens. Oh what? No, you know what? You might even be able to wait till 7 or 8 o'clock today because the market's gonna reopen because that's gonna be considered the next trading day. You need to switch over to an MNQ, and you need to do this. You need to come into one MNQ, and you need to set your take profit at 3 ticks, and you need to set your stop loss at 3 ticks, and you need to just randomly buy one contract on the copy trader, and you need to make sure the copy trader is set up on the Replicano so that you enter into a trade, either buy or sell, doesn't matter, and then it's going to close you out, and it's going to, and so you're only going to either make $1 or make 50 cents or lose 50 cents because of the spread. So you just need to do that, and then you need to flip that for the next day or two until you get 8 days traded, and then you need to request $900 per account, or whatever the max is, all the way up until $2,100. They let you do it. So like you might want to calculate. It's like you might want to
Okay.
go like, it's like if 2,100 is the max, then you might want to just do like, so like if the account balance is like 29,883, then you need to do like, you know, just leave 2,105 in each account. So you need to pull up your calculator, and then you need to calculate whatever that is for those two accounts in order to leave 2,105 inside the accounts. I'm sorry, yeah, 20, yeah, in order to leave 2,105 inside the accounts, because you can request once you pass 2,600, and you can go into 500, up to $500 into the safety net. So 2,100. So you need to leave 2,105 in each one of those accounts, and whatever that is, you need to request those for those two accounts, so that you can be at break even, so that it can pay for everything, and so that you can set yourself up stress free, so that you can at least pay yourself and pay yourself for this entire month and a half long journey that you've been on, from going from not profitable to being profitable, from being with us. That's what you need to do. So that'll take a huge load off your shoulders. I'm gonna be honest.
All right. I just screenshotted that too, so that way I can just keep that in mind. Put in on it.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah. All you're gonna do is that you're just gonna switch over to MNQ and just, it's called flipping. So you're just gonna flip a contract so that you can log a trading day with Apex, and tomorrow's gonna count as a trading day. So like I don't know exactly how many days you got, but at the end of the day tomorrow, then you can check the payout section, and then like they'll let you know, like they'll let you know whether or not that you qualify or whatever. So yeah. So just as long as your largest trading day isn't like your largest profit day isn't any more than $800, you should be good.
Yeah, none of my the most I made on one day was like seven, I think like 740,
Okay.
something like that.
Okay, good. So yeah. So congratulations. Let me blow the horn for you, because man, you came on a journey.
Oh, for real though. Oh,
So
for real.
so guys, Murdoch joined us about how long has it been? A month and a half, maybe 2 months ago. How long has it been? How long has it
It's
been?
been since June, honestly. So like 2 months.
Okay. Okay. Great. So it took him about 2 months in order for him to get to his first payout, and in order for him to become profitable, from learning, from studying, and from taking his time. He took my advice. He demo traded. He paper traded, and he got right to applying the same things that he was doing on the demo account
And I want
to
to say,
live.
don't. Hey, I tried to don't get. I tried to rush the system like everybody else tried. So don't get
Yeah.
it twisted. Like I got a PA account before. Hey, I got one, and you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna keep it all the way blunt. You feel me? And I tried to rush the system, and y'all can go back and look on the profit trade. That was my
Right.
first PA account that I had got. Told me I made 2,600 in one day. I got
Right.
big head. You feel me? I got big head. I'm like, oh yeah, I got it. I got it. The market shut me up. You feel me? And shut me down. You feel me? So I had to reevaluate.
Yep.
Then y'all know, like the market will humble you for real.
Yep. Absolutely. It will. And so you took it slow, and now you're here. And so now for every now like you only trade in two accounts, so shit, for every damn 4 or 5 days worth of work, or 3 or 4 days worth of work, based on how you trade in, now you can make like at least two, three, $4,000 every 3 or 4 days worth of work. So I mean, like, and that's just off two accounts. So we're gonna scale you up, but you're gonna take time, and then after like a month and after 2 months, you're gonna be doing the same thing. It's the same thing. There's no difference between trading one account and 5 or 10, because you can do eval instant pass
But at
instantaneously.
this point, I'm down there at the point down there like putting all that money, getting more accounts because I see the value of what the outcome is.
Yep.
Like being patient, you feel me, into the payout. That's basically all you got to do,
Yep.
honestly. You know, and stay with your structure.
with your manage your risk or what you already know what you've been doing. That's all you gotta do. You feel me?
Yep, exactly, exactly. That's it. So, guys, you just got to take it slow and just listen to what we got, and you got to study the models. And once you do that, then you find something that you feel comfortable with, and you back tested it, and then you just take notes and you just rinse and you repeat. So that's all he's been doing. He's just been rinsing and repeating, and he's been taking 3, 4, $500 days over and over again, and then that's just been that. Quick, Murdoch, I got a question. Did you do Eva Instapass to get that PA, or did you pass it the hard way? I can't remember.
So on the first one a month back, I passed that on non-power on payroll day, but I traded that. I missed the eval day on that first one, but on this last one, yeah, I did the instant eval. I passed it back to.
Okay, okay. So what you did Eva Instapass, but you just put the account on ice and you just demo traded. That's what you did.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
yeah. So
it was all family that week through the
mm,
whole week
okay,
of last
okay.
week or the week we had the holiday.
Exactly. Smart. Yeah. So you guys, time gonna go by regardless. So it's just a matter of whether or not time gonna go by and then you making money, or time gonna go by and and one day you make 1,000, the next day you lose 1,500, and one day you make 2,000, next day you lose 2,500. But so which means you're not going nowhere. So you think you're getting faster to the destination by trying to rush the process, or you can take the time, learn, study, show up, demo trade and practice, or do one eval like how it says on the knowledge community page, and then you get to the destination. And then, but guys, but listen, but once you get there, this shit is going to be exponential. Like, like y'all don't understand that. Like, y'all don't understand that. Like, once you understand this shit, like your growth is going to be parabolic, because guys, like he's going to take a $2,000 payout total here, which is three thousand to so about $1,800 payout here, and he only invested like 250, 300 total, including 2 months membership and stuff like that, and shit, he 5x in his 6x in this investment. That's 6 times. That's better than selling crack and cocaine and heroin and heroin, all of these things, and fentanyl is better than that. So he just 6x his investment off rip, 5x at least. Where else you can do that at? And that's just off one payout. He still got the account, so he can make more. So, and that's if he decide to stay where it's at. So he's going to reinvest it, and he's going to do Eva Instant Pass again. He's going to get the funded accounts instantly, and then he's going to repeat the process. So now instead of an $1,800 payout, guys,
Bro,
guys, instead of an $1,800 payout,
from a baby, bro.
huh?
I said this shit like taking cane from a baby once you understand it.
Once
For
you
real,
understand this shit, bro, and then bro, I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to wake these people up, bro, and then guys, he gonna do the same thing, but instead of getting paid $1,800 for 5 days worth of work from his fucking computer, guys, he has a full-time job too. This man got a job, guys. This man not day trading all day like how I'm doing. He got a job. These is normal people. Hold on, yeah, you said play the wake up sound. AC says, hell yeah, let me wake these people up.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
They better wake up.
Wake up. Wake up.
They better wake up. Listen, bro. So instead of $1,800 for 5-6 days worth of work, at the most, because really he got it about 3 or 4. Because right now on this 5th day he was coasting. He was only trying to get $100, so about 4 days worth of work. Now he gonna reinvest. He gonna get like 5-10 accounts. So shit, but now since he's paid himself, now he's probably going to wait for a $1,500, $2,000 payout per account. So 2,000 times 10, fuck.
Right there, that's a game changer right there, life changing. I promise you, that shit can be. Look,
Guys, do y'all understand that for 4 or 5 days worth of work, this man's gonna be making 20,000 on his second payout? That's fucking insane. That from a $300 or $400 investment. Do you understand what the fuck I just said? That's lunacy. He's literally going to turn $300 into 20,000. That's fucking lunacy. I'm serious. But that's if he decide to do 10 accounts. Okay, so let's just say he keep it even, because look, he already got a shitload of PA accounts already. Cause he got 2 with Apex and he got like 2 or 3 with damn Tick Tick.
Three. Yeah, I got 3 with Tick Tick.
3. So he already had 5. So
Yeah,
let's just say, well, shit. So if he added 10 with Apex, with Eval Instapass, then it'd be up to 15. Shit, that'd be $30,000 every like 5 days. Y'all don't understand what's going on here. Y'all better wake up. But see, look, you can never get there if you rush in the process.
Hey, once you tell repeat this shit, cause you keep repeat this shit like every day, bro. Like I had to like catch on, cause at first I'm like everybody else probably right now, like probably like trying to catch on to the understanding of what you
They don't
mean.
understand.
But like, bro, once y'all understand it and don't rush it. I'm not
Do
telling y'all
not.
to do what I did and do all that. Like, just take what I'm doing and use it. You feel me? And just grow from it. Cause like, don't take too many mistakes. You know what I mean? Learn from mistakes that you took. You know what I'm saying? And then just grow. Feel me? Don't like I watch videos too. Don't get it twisted. Like I don't just sit here on stream.
Right.
I'm not gonna sit here and like tell y'all, oh, I just get up every day and look at the chart and hop on the stream and eat. That's not all I do. I sit here on the weekend. Sometimes I get sidetracked. Market be closed, so you like feel kind of sluggish, and the market throw you off. Then you bounce back in, you don't know where it's gonna go,
Mm-hmm.
unless it's like right now in this all time high. But I had did some back testing. You feel me? Also, y'all need to download or get on YouTube and get these analyzation things that we doing at y'all, like trade bridge and the stock market. Y'all need to listen to them people because they gonna give y'all some breakdowns of shit that he be seeing that you know what I'm saying that y'all probably can see before. You know what I mean? And help him, or y'all could also analyze and confirm yourself. You feel me? Because they be
Absolutely.
dropping some knowledge in there too. Feel me? Like
Absolutely.
you know, that's where I get confirmation. Not saying he don't tell what is right. You feel me? I just get confirmation from everywhere, just to
Absolutely. That's
analyze
what
and
I
make
do.
sure everything add up. Feel
That's
me?
what I do. That's what I do, guys. I listen to Trade Brigade in the morning, even though that I don't think that he's really high level as far as day trading, but he'll point out some simple levels, and so I go, oh shoot, that's where they can go fill orders at. So I promise, guys, that's why even whenever you master trading in here, that's why you're still going to want to be a part of Discord because you'll just use me as confirmation, or you'll be like, hey, like this is what I was thinking. What you think about that? And I'll be like, I don't know. Did you see that? And you'll be, oh shit, I didn't see that. What you think about that? Okay, cool. And then and then like we can bounce ideas off each other, and then we all can have high level intelligent conversations about, and then we all can team up against this market or against this algorithm here. That's how the Brandon says futures. Yep, futures. We're profitable.
Hey, one more thing I wanna add to that. Like
Talk to me.
like you said, I don't give a fuck about it going up or down. Like real shit though. Like I really don't give a fuck about the like if it. I do give like let me take that back because I do give a fuck about the buyers of the main
Correct.
liquidity suite. Okay, but most of the time, how I trade, I'm gonna give y'all a little tip on how what I do. Okay, I mostly look at the internal sweep of liquidity. That's how I trade. Because until we get to that main internal, I mean the main liquidity sweep, then that's when I reevaluate and look for
Mm,
more,
yep.
internal. Like I'm just giving y'all jewels. Y'all need to back test and look
That's what
for the
I
shit.
do. That that's
You know what I'm
literally what
saying?
I do.
Like
I
real
literally
shit.
start to reevaluate whenever I see liquidity being swept, and I go, are they going to start to target lower levels of liquidity? Where can they go? And then I literally just manage my risk off of an imbalance on a pullback. That 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 is just stripping trading down to its chrome. Just simple trading and understanding. Is that what you're talking about as well, or what was you
Yes,
saying?
I am. Yes, sir.
It's just simple. So guys, Murdoch is basically just Murdoch has back tested what I've told him. He stripped it down to its chrome, so he understands the draw on liquidity, and then whenever they sweep it, then he just evaluates and he goes, okay, well if they swept it, then where can they potentially target at? And then are they showing me something where I can manage my risk off of to within a few ticks? And then I take it and then I try and target something else. And then I'm out where the market can begin to hurt me at, either at another liquidity here or at like another bearish imbalance. And it's just that simple. Okay, well, we took out this liquidity here. So like if they give me a bearish imbalance here, then I can short it to then try and target lower levels of liquidity, and then guess where I'm gonna be out at? I'm gonna be out where this market begin to hurt me at. Where can it begin to hurt me at? Maybe like this 5 minute sippy right here. It's my this 5 minute Bissy, for example. That's literally all he's doing, and he's just rinsing and repeating. He's not even guys. You didn't hear him talk about no turtle soups or no damn Judas swings or no damn turtle soup
None
from
of that
Asia
shit. I
lows.
understand it though. Don't get it twisted. I
Yeah,
understand it.
that's
You
what I was
feel me?
telling
But
him. Yeah.
I don't go off of that shit. Fuck that shit.
That shit is a headache to me because you could be in a trade for damn 4 or 5 hours hoping that shit play out, and the market don't got to deliver on that. Guys, if you trying to trade any one of them ICT models, you fucked up today. So, guys, that's the point that I'm trying to make. If you can't do the basics as far as trading and stripping it down to its chrome, then none of those models are going to work because none of those models can protect against this. But you know what can protect against this? What we're teaching inside Discord. So you have to understand that. And you have to understand liquidity. And that's just a simple baseline understanding of trading. We got another 5 more minutes before I give a prediction in regards to what I think that they're going to do. But before we do that, I wanted to show this, guys. That's what I wanted to show. Prop firms are one of the only few ways remaining to escape the matrix. That's why people still come back to prop firms again and again, no matter how badly some prop firms treat them with payout rejections, denials, and delays. Because it's the only way to get out of the rat race with the ease of working from your basement. But know that the gold is limited and gold seekers are everywhere. Nothing is permanent and time is running out. Make as much money as possible before the gates close and the odds become too against you that you wish you could return back to 2025. The time is now. Act or fail. I like that. I don't think the props are going to be going anywhere, but let me tell you something. Apex banned me from being, I'm being honest, they banned me from being too profitable. They did. They said I was making, that's literally what they said. They said your account balances are too high. Hey, we gotta, no more evals for you. But I keep coming back to them. I just keep on creating more accounts and using VPNs and switching. I'm being honest with you. So that didn't upset me. I just played by the rules. And then I broke the rules because I had more than 20 PAs active. So they caught on. I scanned the wrong ID and they fucked me. So yeah, I'm gonna keep coming back to them because I just outlined to you how Murdoch can potentially turn $300 or $400 at the most $300 or $400 into something that can make him $20,000 to $25,000 every 4 or 5 days. Where the fuck do you know you can do that at? Once you know and once you understand. And are you willing to take the time? It's just that simple. That's fucking insane. That will help you escape the matrix. Can you imagine what your life would be if you could get an influx of like just even $10,000 every week and a half or every week and a half? Let alone 20 or 30,000. Holy fuck. You'd be off the chisane. Anyway, what did Bedhead say? I saw something. Done, saw this picture, spoke volumes. Importance of stop loss. Absolutely. I like that. That's true. I agree with that. That's fire. I agree, Bedhead. Let me hold $1. Yeah, tell Murdoch I said give me $1, man. What's wrong with him? Congrats, Murdoch. I got my first payout last month too, thanks to E and his teaching. I'm still working my 9 to 5 too, but once this risk management gets consistent, I'm gonna do this full time. I agree, AC. Great job. So AC got his first payout in here since he's been with us. Hey, let's blow the horn for AC because AC's starting to understand a little bit better. Slow improvement. We're gonna get there, guys. But once he gets there, this is gonna be insane. It's AC gonna be off the chart. Like it's gonna be crazy. We happy for everybody in here. Great job. Blow the horn for AC. Good job. All right, what we got? Yeah, I agree with that. I like that, Bedhead. What we got? Yeah, nothing. Okay, 340, 350 macro. This is what I think. This is what I think that they're gonna do in target for the 350 macro. If they dance us around in here like this is what I think. I think that we're gonna get a flash candle and then we're gonna target this. But if we target this, we're gonna be so close to the point to where they might even just sweep this in like 1 or 2 candles here. If they do this, like if they just dance this around here for the next 7 to 8 minutes, the next, the next, the next the next area, not error, the next area is here. They've done time to store shit down since 255. So, if you want the 350 macro to work, you better hope that they don't take this out here. If they do, then they could just do a dud for the 350 macro because they could just do a dud. So that's very important. So you need to understand that it's very important. All right. So that's what I'm thinking. So happy people are catching on inside Discord. Man, that made my day. I don't want to really mess up, just something simple on a day where I really shouldn't have been trading anyway. So I really don't want to give up $250 in profit. But this right here is the next immediate draw on liquidity right here. Guys, this is just understanding basic market dynamics as far as liquidity. And there's nothing you can do to stop this. And just like how I said, there was nothing that you can do in order for this to stop it from taking up this perfect double low right here, this perfect double bottom, which is what they did. And how I said beforehand, there's nothing you can do to stop them from taking this out. It's just a matter of time. Which is why, till we called that out, same thing. There's just nothing you can do. It doesn't matter how many buyers or sellers come into this market, they're going to do what they want to do regardless. So in about 7 minutes, you're going to get a huge influx of volume, and then they're going to target some liquidity in order to try and fill orders here. So you have to make a decision here on which one you think that they're going to do. But you better manage your risk accordingly, if that makes sense. And you better go with size manageable enough to where, like, if they flash it down and then pump it up, you're not going to be scared. Or if they pump it up and then flash dump it, you're not going to be scared. So they got about like another 5 or so more minutes before they then start to target more liquidity. So we're going to watch this here. You sell on the high wick. What you mean? Sell on the high wick. What's that mean? The last trade I took was this on ES. I shorted it right here. Because we tapped into this 1 and this 5-minute SIBI here to then target this downside liquidity. 1 here, added right here again. Out here. Other than that, they haven't really done anything, and they just kept going lower, and they took out this level right here that I called out. So I'm going to sign out of my Apex account here before something weird happens, like I press a button and it enter me into a trade. I want to try and avoid weird things happening. Man. $300 or $400 in the $20,000 to $30,000 every week we can have. That's insanity. And most people think like that's not possible, but it very well is possible. Like, you could really make 150, 200,000 plus in a day with this shit easily. Simply put, you really could. A day. Off of just a couple $1,000s invested. Or if you scale up your initial investment with just a few $100, you could do that. Just like if you scale up your initial investment with just a few $100, you could do that easily. I mean, not easily, simply. It ain't easy. You gotta learn first. Learning is the most important part. But once you know and you understand it, then cool. So if I was everybody, whenever we do those classes on the weekend, those free classes to everybody that's inside Discord specifically, you need to be paying attention to to what I'm saying about liquidity. You need to be paying attention to that. That's important. This mint. Cough drop. If they take that out beforehand, then there's no 350 macro for real.
Hey, E,
Talk to me.
I want to say something. If y'all want to look at a trade setup on a macro, go back and look on that study that we just did on Sunday. We broke down on 1150 macro. I asked them, so how would you manage? your wrist off an imbalance on 1150 macro.
Hmm.
We had an internal sweep, from the low end, then we bounced back up on 1150 macro. I was like, okay, if we was up on an uptrend, how would you manage your risk? So we and just go back to the internal sweep. Y'all need to
Hmm.
go back and watch that. It's gonna break it down. You feel me?
Yes.
Like seriously.
Yep. Absolutely. I agree with that. Yes, sir. And that was recorded, and that's inside the film review channel. The so the class was recorded. They're here now. So they're doing it before the 350 macro. So they're going to make everything obsolete. They're not even going to give you a chance to play it. If they pull us back, then I guess it's still on, but they could just dump this on it. So your risk to reward is sliced because they're targeting it beforehand right here. This right here is what they're targeting. Now they might use 1150 macro to flash this one here, maybe. But this right here is what they're immediately trying to target right now. You have to understand that. And I know it seems weird. Like I know this might seem like it's fucking recorded because I keep on saying this shit in real time, like before they do it. But I mean, trading is literally just as simple. There's nothing else to this. There is no buyers and sellers. They want you to think that, or if a heavy enough player comes in, then they can derail it slightly for like a minute or two. But or if Trump comes on, then they'll turn the computers off, and then it really is buyers and sellers. But you don't want to be a part of that because it'll just be seek and destroy, where they'll just be going up and down 0.5% in 60 seconds, and no one wants that. I want to participate when it's rigged and when it's manipulated. That's what I want. Why? Because if it's manipulated, I just got to know how it's manipulated so I can align myself with it. If it's not, and if it's truly controlled by hundreds of millions, if not billions of people buying and selling in Bangladesh, India, United States, uh, Canada, England, Africa, all of these places, then all at the same time, then how could anyone predict it? You cannot. So you want it to be manipulated. Trump should have freed Larry. Free who's Larry? Larry who? Larry Hoover? Larry who? Goodness gracious, did they make a new all-time high just now on that candle? 591.21. Yes, they did. On QQQ, they did. Okay. Wow. 350 macro is going to commence. They're probably going to flash this in about 5 seconds. They're going to flash this and maybe pull us back in the range here slightly. That would be my guess. So I would not play this at this point in time. They flashed it. And then let's see. Let's see what they do. And guys, this level right here that I said was the play for the 350 macro, they took that out. So that's no longer valid at this point in time. Obviously, like I said that they can do this, but they don't necessarily have to. This right here was their objective that they completed before the 350 macro. It was clear as day to me. I know that's a little bit harder for beginners or for people that haven't been back testing and understanding this for like a decade or so, but that's why I'm here. So they flashed that, and now they're targeting lower levels of liquidity. But they don't have to come here. They don't have to do that because they completed an objective already beforehand. So no trade for the 350 macro for me. That makes sense, really. They could do anything in here. Anything is possible. God knows what they want to do. Look at that. Flashed it and then pulled it right back in the range. Wow. This market is behaving very predictably for what it's given. This is how you know it's manipulated, because if it wasn't, then I would not be able to say this shit. And it wouldn't do exactly what I'm telling it to do. Because it's not fucking recorded. I wonder if they're going to take that out for the 350 macro and then bounce it right back in the range. These levels here. I wonder if they do both. That would be kind of crazy, huh?
Bro, that was just a perfect example of fucking liquidity and sweeping. Fucking,
That's it.
bro, like that's just a perfect example, bro.
I should clip that. I should clip that and I should put that inside Discord for people to understand the 350 macro. BDK. Or you say back. Draco says BDK back. Real. So where are the trades at? Accumulation, manipulation, correction. I don't know what that means, Draco. Easy 450 made on that sell, Tim says. Okay, good job, Tim. Great job, Tim. Great job. Way to manage your risk, Tim. Good job. Way to manage your risk. Way to listen to what I was saying, Tim. Great job. Proud of you. I don't know what that means, Draco. But we got two Dracos that be in here. So not the other Draco. Because we got one Draco that's in Discord. Not you. There's another Draco. So I'm not talking about him. They don't have to target this one right here. They did it here. They got 7 more minutes. You think short's valid? Man, no, I don't think any trade is valid right now. We got 4 minutes to 5 minutes, six minutes left in this day. I don't think any trade is valid. 5 minutes left in this day. The only trade that was possible was if they danced this around in here, and you wanted them to target this level right here that I had right here, that I was outlining for you and walking you through it step by step. That was it. But they took this out before the 350 macro at 348, so I said, hey, it's off. And then I literally outlined to you, and I specifically said they don't have to target this here because they did this. So I said at 350 you're going to get a flash candle and then target, and then they're going to pull it back. And then they did that because they'd already padded their pockets whenever they took out this little internal. Guys, that's all a 350 macro is meant for. The 350 macro is just meant for, like, if we're doing tight consolidation for like an hour or so, and there's like a little internal here or here, more than likely they're going to target one or the other to try and fill orders. But if they do it beforehand, then it's off because they don't have to go here. They already filled these orders. So that's literally all that they're doing. Now they're going back. Wow, look at that. No trade is still a win, Draco says. I agree. You missed both sides. Call it a day. So no need to force a trade here. I agree. It's only Monday. Bro, last week I profited about 50K this week. Messed up, not gonna lie. Down 5K. One LE says. Oh, you was up 50,000 on what? Oh, you was practice trading, demo trading, one LE? I profited about 50K this week. Messed up. Not gonna lie, down 5K. 50K on what? Were you working on like your demo trading one LE, which is important? What account was you trading? NQ. I made about 50K because B, you're this week. I'm taking bad trades. No, it's my real account. Oh, okay. Well, chill out. If you up 50,000, congratulations in 1 week. Great job. Great job. Proud of you. Might need to chill out then. Might need to chill out. If you made 50,000, I'm not gonna try and give you no advice, one LE. So you can choose to do whatever you want to do. This week, one of my hardest weeks. Yeah, you want to know why? I said the all-time high. That's why. All-time high removes the guessing aspect from the game because they could do anything, and so they're fooling you. So people don't understand that one. It's very, 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 very hard to trade all-time high. It's called price discovery for a reason. Nah, bro. Give me any advice you have. Taught me most of what I know. I taught you most of what you know, and you're able to make $10,000 a day on average. Really? And then my question is then why don't you invest $27 every 90 days in joining the community then? What's it to you? If you can make $10,000 in a day, then what's it to you? Why are you listening and watching for free? If you saw how we navigated this today, and if this has been fucking with you, then why are you not in here? Why? Why? For what reason? I'm just being honest. Why? They're targeting it. Why? Because he doesn't want your course? Yeah, that's fine. Probably so. I figured that's why. But he said, give me advice. So then I asked him and I said, well, why don't you then if you want my advice? That's why I asked that X6. He doesn't have to take my course. That's fine. But he literally said he's struggling with what we navigate perfectly. And he's trying to understand how to trade all-time highs when we outline it inside Discord. Right here. Take it piece by piece. Don't fuck with them. I'm not even going to try to predict the next draw on liquidity or bias. You got to take it piece by piece. Anything is possible. So the same shit that's been stumping him, he could seriously benefit. And he's been watching me for a week now, at least, because I remember talking to him like a week ago. So guys, I'm just trying to understand why somebody that can make $50,000 in a week doesn't want to spend $27 or $40 a month on something that's gonna. Guys, he lost $5,000 today when he could have saved himself. So he can keep doing that. He can keep losing money at the all-time high, or he can learn and understand, and then ask questions in real time. And then he can talk like everyone else inside Discord. So he can say, "Hey man, I was thinking about taking this position. What you think?" In real time, so he can save himself from losing 5,000. I don't give you. Fuck the course. Fuck the course, motherfuck the course. Yeah, I'm serious, motherfuck the course. If he can make $50,000 in a day, fuck the goddamn course. Fuck it. I'm being for real. Fuck that motherfucker. Just be in here so you can ask me a question and be like, "Hey man, what you think about this? This is what I was looking at." Fuck the goddamn course, bro. I ain't trying to. You think I give a fuck about pushing the damn $29 a month Discord down his goddamn throat? Shit, that's how much money I make. So I don't give a fuck about that, right or wrong. Think I care? I'm being honest with you. All time high for Nasdaq and gold. I have to join soon. Gotta go get a new computer so I can run Discord. Okay. I'm down 1,500, Eduardo says. Okay, well, that's not good. I have to join soon. Gotta go get a new computer so I can run Discord. So I got a question. Stop. 1LE. You've made $50,000 last week and you don't have a computer? So only on my phone, bro. That's a problem. If you're trading that size on a real account, because in order for you to make that on a real account, you have to be trading real size. It ain't like no prop firms to where I can make $10,000 in a day and I'm only making like $300 or $400. With just decent size. So I can do that with that. That's a problem. If you're trading that size on your phone, that's another problem. That's a problem that I told people from Discord too. You should not be doing that. I promise, I tell people that. Look, win, lose, or draw, I tell people that. Look at your screen, look. I remember when I told them that. When did I say that? Oh, right here. This is what I told him. Dashi's in the military, and so he works 15-hour shifts And so he makes like $1,400, $1,500 a day from in here. And he did it from his phone. And look what I said. He said, all trading on my phone, by the way. Look what I said. I said, yes, bro. Trading from phone is not recommended unless it's your normal setup. Why would you want to do that for? That don't make no sense, 1LE. Don't do that. That's not good. That's not smart. I wouldn't do that. I don't think that that's a smart idea. You need to be trading from a computer, and you need to take this seriously. Taking it seriously is not doing that from. It's not swinging 15, 20 contracts or entering into, which is entering into 5, 10, $15 million positions from your cell phone. Because if something starts going against you, how are you going to manage your risk accordingly? How are you going to be able to look at QQQ, NQ, or ES from your phone all in one swoop? If something goes out with your cellular connection, how are you going to manage that? If somebody calls you while you're working, what's going to happen? So hard to stay at my computer. Oh. Kayla says, just join your group, but don't see a Discord link. You got to read page 1. It's on page 1, Kayla. It'll show you. It's there on page 1. Make sure you download WAP. It's there on page 1. So yeah, it's on page 1. You'll see it, Kayla. X says, I'm smelling cap. X is cap for as far as what, X6? You smelling cap as far as what, X6? What are you smelling? I'm going to cash out, Eduardo says. He said, I'm going to crash out. What you going to crash out for, Eduardo? Stop, man. Eduardo, pay for the knowledge, bro. Stop. Eduardo, all this aside, bro. It's okay. Because you need to listen to what I'm getting ready to say at the end of the day, like how I tell people all the time. And I say this every single day, so this is not just for you. But I'll let you know, and I'll say, hey, this is for you. But if you're blowing up your account, then you need to stop doing what you're doing, and you need to do something that makes sense. Because you're doing what 95% of other people are doing, and they're not successful, brother. I'm just being honest with you, Eduardo Ortiz. So you need to stop, and you need to pay for the knowledge, and you need to take your time. You literally just heard a Discord member in here say, I took my time for 2 months, and I demo traded. Guys, he does not even trade the evaluations. He just took his time to learn that he does eval instant pass in Discord. And he gets right to making the money now because he took the time. This dude is getting ready to turn $300 or $400 into $1,800 tomorrow, and then he's going to reinvest that and to get more accounts. And then then he's going to do the same thing that he made the $1,800 with, which is really just a $300 or $400 investment, because he's going to get his money back because he's going to get the payout, and then he's going to get right to making $15,000, $20,000 every week and a half. Where the fuck else you think you can do that at? I'm being serious. From a $300 or $500 investment, and that ain't into me. That's into his accounts. Guys, I'm not asking this man for no more money for Discord. He paying that $29 a month just like everybody else, and he's not a paid employee. He's not. I've never met Murdoch. I'm gonna meet him soon, like whenever we do an Insider Family Group meetup. But he's not no freaking paid employee. I don't got no employees here. I'm not trying to make money off y'all. I already make $30,000, $40,000 a month. Well, 20 to 30 on average. But you get the point. Minimum, that's what I do. But you get the point. So I'm just being for real with you. I'm just being honest with you. Like, so it's either y'all can keep blowing up the accounts and just not knowing, or you can join. I'm just being honest. You smelling cap as far as what, X6? I'm waiting on you to answer before I give my exit speech. That's the question of the day. Q says that's the question of the day. Trust says, trust, I know it's rough, but I still stay locked in and focused. Okay, I'm smelling cake. Smelling cake. Just got the Discord. I've been convinced. I think I bought the right thing. Convinced as far as what? Braden says, okay, so, no, Braden. I'm sorry. Shaquana. I don't know. So Shaquana, yes. So Shaquana, you bought the Knowledge and Community page for $11. On page 1, it will show you how to join Discord. So you can't have one without the other. So you can purchase a year's membership for like it'll average out to like $7 a month, or you can for the Knowledge and Community page, but you just pay that. So Discord is on page 1. It's $29 a month, and then it'll show you what you got to read page 1. So just so you can join Discord the same day, but I am still going to direct you to that page because when you have questions, I'm going to say, did you read page one? Did you watch the FEG and did you watch the FEG and liquidity video that's on page 2, where it says don't ask any questions if you did not watch this playlist? It ain't nothing but 3 videos for like 6 or 7 minutes, but it'll help you understand liquidity, so you can understand where the market's going to go. That's it. I'm being honest. So hard to stay at a computer. Why is it hard to stay at a computer if you're making $50,000 in a week? I signed up for $11. What is that for? I thought that was for Discord. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. No, Kayla. That's for the knowledge and community page because you have to have the baseline understanding. Why? Because this is not an alert service. You will learn how to master trading from here. And so that lets me know whether or not how serious people are. Because if people don't want to pay $11 for knowledge and for a baseline understanding, or $27 every 3 months, or $100 a year, for $100 a year for baseline understanding and for the knowledge so that they can go back to it, like whenever they do master trading, like if they go through a small slump, then that lets me know that they're not serious about trading. And that lets me know that maybe you should just keep watching, because that lets me know that you're not serious. I'm just being honest. So if somebody tells me that they don't want to pay $27 every 90 days or every 3 months, $27, then that lets me know that this just ain't for them, and that they don't want to get on like how we on, and just be having it like how we be having it, and this become a video game to them, and they can print tens of thousands of dollars a day from their crib, just sitting at the house. I'm just being honest. That's just the baseline understanding. And then you can join Discord to then ask questions and trade setups. But I can't do that if I can't do that if you're not willing to teach yourself about the baseline fundamentals as far as liquidity is concerned. So I orchestrated everything, and I've watched the videos in there. So I'm saving you the time. So you can either try and figure it out yourself and then spend years worth of your time. That's fine. Do that and then come back over here. But then you still got to pay for that page though. Or you can have it spoon fed to you for $27 every 90 days.
Yeah, I think they need to watch that video that you made, bro.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me play that. Because I had a guy that said that, yeah, oh shit. I see what you're doing. I see what everybody keeps saying that they're changing their lives. Yeah, I looked at the reviews and everything. Oh, fuck. But why do I have to know what a candlestick is? Why do I have to read for it? Well, liquidity, what is that? You trade for me. Yeah, shit. If you shit, when you get a $20,000 payout, I'll break you off $500, and then you just trade my accounts for me. What's wrong with that? But this is before I started trading though, and so this is for him.
No, bro, this nigga Junior actually just put me on, fam. Bro, nigga just put me in the Discord with this nigga making $350K a week, bro.
Hold on, stop.
You said
let me pause this. I didn't want the $11 one then. I just wanted a Discord. LOL. Kayla, you can't do that. So if you want me to refund you, I promise you I will refund you $11. But I don't know what you know. And so you have to be willing to pay $11 a month or $27 every 90 days for the baseline understanding so you can understand what's going on. Because you're going to have access to one-on-one lessons and one-on-one classes in here. And it's free, and I don't charge anything else because I already make money doing this, so I don't charge anybody. So if you're not willing to do that, then just let me know and it's okay. Then I promise you I will refund you. I promise you I will, Kayla. I promise you I will. No stress. I promise you I'm not going to stress about $11. I promise you. But if you're serious, then that's just what you have to do. You have to be willing to pay $27 every 90 days for that understanding. I'm trade. Sometimes I like groups for confluence more than anything. Okay, so just pay $27 every 90 days and then just join Discord for $29 a month, and then you make the $27 every 90 days back in one trade. Guys, I got a question. Murdoch is probably $300 or $400 into his investment. Total, including the $29 a month he's paying for Discord and $11. So okay, cool. And the accounts, he's getting ready to request a payout for almost $2,000, and he's been with us for a month or for about 2 months. Do you think that he gives a fuck about $29 a month whenever Apex approves him for this payout? Do you think that another 2 or 3 weeks when he requests $20,000 that he's going to give a shit about that? Stop and just think. No, the hell he is not. Why? Because he knows it works. Why would he care about $27 a month? Because he knows it's profitable. Because he knows that it's valuable. He's not going to care.
Shit with the name of NQ Insider, bro. Bro, that shit about to change our lives, bro. On me, bro. Trust. Hold on. How much is it to start up? $39 a month, bro. How to learn a trade, fam? What the fuck, bro? You say you need an Instagram page right here. Right here, twin. Lock in with them, bro. So you go ahead and start making your own money, bro. I'm thinking about being stingy with my shit, bro. I'm about to ball out my shit, bro. I ain't gonna cap to you, fam. I been down bad too long, fam. I'm gonna get my own money, bro. Fuck this shit, bro. I'm too happy, bro. That nigga really pulled through. Nah, this shit legit, man. This shit legit, Trey. Hold on. It's time I gotta do a whole bunch of ring. Studying and shit, bro. Come on, bro. Why can't I just get the money without all that ring shit, folks? But now I'm gonna have to learn how to read. But now I don't know how to read, nigga. I never paid attention in language class, fam. No, bro, I don't fuck with all that ring shit, bro. I'm gonna just have to tell him, he gonna have to teach me this shit by eye contact or something, bro. I ain't about to be doing all that ring shit, bro. I'm about to get this money, though. On me, bro. That shit crazy as hell, fool. I'm about to be rich as fuck, bro. What kind of car you finna get?
That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm telling you, I get that all the time. People say, yo, why the fuck do I gotta read for? What the fuck is that? Why the fuck I gotta learn what a liquidity sweeper? Well, why? Well, mother effer, in order for you to understand what's going on with this market, that's what you're gonna have to do, bro. Listen, is this gonna be you in 2026?
Yeah, boy.
Stop. That's a time machine. So the time now is 2026 and the year is 2025. Are you gonna press this button? Look at this. I'll sign up later.
Huh? Fuck you!
Man, that's crazy, man. Anyway, man, I gotta stop fucking around. All right, excuse me. That's crazy, bro. Anyway. All right, guys. Draco's laughing. Chris is laughing. I'm serious, man. This shit is crazy. Guys, this is comedy. To charge people credit, I like that you said that. That's people I look for, because if you really trade, you don't need to charge people crazy amounts. Yeah, no, you don't. But however, it also keeps those people out. So it's just enough in order to keep them out, to keep them at bay. Why? Because people with a scarcity mindset, like if you have a scarcity mindset, you'll go, ooh, you know what I could do with $27 every 90 days, boy? Shit, I could go to Chipotle once every 90 days with that. Or damn, shit. I could, I don't know what you could do with $27 nowadays. Like, oh, damn. I don't really know what you could do with $27, but you get the point. I'm just being for real. You be like, damn, what the hell I could do with $27 every 90 days? Shit, fuck. Hell no, I ain't gonna do that. And then you could keep and you just keep doing what you're doing, but you're not improving. Guys, the only way that you're gonna escape the matrix is by understanding knowledge. I'm serious. Like by paying for knowledge, like that's it. Knowledge should be your number one priority in order to escape the matrix. If not, then you're gonna be like everybody else. So what?
Hey, I don't think they understand what you mean by matrix.
They don't understand. They're not understanding what I'm just saying. Guys, listen.
People, like the whole. I'm not just talking about this the people that's in the Discord. I'm talking about this world that we living in. We are living in the matrix, y'all. Wake up. Wake up, man.
Me? Yes, you. Yes, you. You're living in the matrix right now. Guys, I don't give a fuck if you make $100 an hour, you're living in the matrix. You are. Because you're doing something working for somebody else. I don't care what the fuck you're doing. I'm being real with you. Until you guys, this is really the only guys, you know what's not living in the matrix? Cracking this prop firm code and then being able to get an unlimited amount of evals whenever you want to and understand how to trade. and then you can make $10,000 to $20,000 a day if you want to, minimum from your like not minimum, but on like seriously, in just a few minutes from your computer. And then like if you really structure your trades, then you can make 150 to 200,000 in a day. Guys, we got people inside here that make $250,000 a day. I'm serious. I'm not joking, because if I was, then they would call me out. I'm serious. I'm not lying. I'm being for real. Anyway, but that's gonna go over some people's heads. So they're gonna listen to me, and they're gonna nod their heads. Look at that. They smash this and they pull it back. They're gonna look at me, and then they're gonna nod their heads, and then they're gonna go, "Oh yeah, shit, you know that makes sense." And then they're not gonna do nothing differently the next day, and they're gonna continue going back to what they're doing, and then nothing's gonna change. If you're doing what 95% of other people are doing, and 95% of them aren't really successful, then it's not gonna end well for you. Anyway, that's my rant for today. So, what else we got? I'm Trey. Okay, so Kayla said. So Kayla, it's on page 1, but you still got to watch liquidity, because Kayla, I don't know what you know, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that you understand liquidity yet. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong, but we're gonna see when you join Discord, because I'm gonna ask you, and I want you to show up to the free class on the weekend too that we have inside here. All right. Because guys, listen, I'm gonna tell you what I'm not gonna do. I don't give a damn how much money I'm making or how much money I'm not making. You're not gonna sit here and you're not gonna join class and be inside Discord class for free and ask me questions for 3 or 4 hours, but you don't want to pay $27 every 90 days. I'm gonna have a problem with that, because I'm gonna be like, yo, do you care about the knowledge? Because did you at least try first before you started asking me questions? Because then that tells me that you want me to spoon feed you, and I'm not going to do that. This is not an alert service. If I was trying to make money off you, I would just charge everybody $3,000 a month, and I would just send out alerts. And then like you would have to buy or sell, and you would have to pray to God that you know what the fuck you're talking about. Like I would just send out an alert here, like when I shorted this shit right here. And then like I would send out an alert like whenever I buy, or like whenever I shorted this shit here. And I just be like, hey, you do what you do. But that's not what I'm trying to do. I used to trade options now. Just NQ. Okay. Well, we'll see you in here. I don't understand all of it, but I'm getting it. Okay. I joined. I'm good. Okay, good, Kayla. I'm going to leave you alone. We'll see you in here. So say hello. Make sure you download the WAP app and follow the instructions to a T. What else we got before I say, you have a promo code? Promo code for what? Take your ass to YouTube. I am on YouTube, Draco. I'm live streaming on YouTube right now. You don't think I was doing that? I am. And I'm live streaming on Kick right now too. It's just I'm just talking to you, and I'm live streaming through Discord all at the same time. So I am on YouTube. One Elite says, I joined your Discord. Okay, we'll see you in there, One Elite. Let me know it's you so that I can memorize your username. Okay, I already read that. What else we got? I joined, I'm good. I don't understand. Okay. I'm not new to WAP. I'm true to this. Okay, you're not new to WAP. Okay, Kayla. Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. If somebody shut me up, or if they say something, I'll shut up. Most of y'all don't know that about me, but like if somebody prove me wrong, or like if they say something like, hey, I'm true to this, what's going on? I'll be like, oh, excuse me, up. I'll shut up. Stop. You're going to blow up the account. Oh my God, I love when they say that. I tell people that all the time. Like, I'm like, bro, you don't know what these people is trying to do, bro. Hey, man, what you been supporting Resistance Trendline and shit? I'm like, man, stop. You're going to blow up the account. You want to know why I say that? Because that catch people's attention. Because it makes them go, oh, shit, I'm doing that. Will I blow up my account? Because I'm playing psychological games with y'all, man. I'm serious. That's all I'm doing. I'm just trying to get y'all to think outside the box. That's it. Like, he did say 95% of traders aren't successful. They aren't profitable. So, I'm doing I'm in the 95%. Oh, fuck. Maybe I should change. I'm serious, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's literally what I do. 300 like a magnet, 2400, yeah. All right, guys, look, I'm going to close with this. This is fucking bullish. They're going to shoot this shit till Kingdom Come tomorrow. This is insanity. Look at this daily candle. Did they close it at the high? Holy fuck. Oh, my God. Look at that. For every single person that randomly decided to wake up and short this shit, look what happened to their accounts. Oh, my God. They're cooked. Oh my God, look at that daily candle. For unknown news, they just gapped it up. Jesus Christ. For all of the guessers, scammers, schemers, and defrauders. Look what they did. Holy shit. That's not a joke. That's not normal. What's going on with QQ? Oh my God. That's not normal either. They're gonna go higher. They want more. Whoa, that's not normal. Holy smoke. Whoa, they closed it at the HOD on that 1 minute candle? Oh my God. Nah, they're going higher tomorrow. Yeah, holy shit. That's not good. Okay. I'm gonna close with this, guys. Listen. This might be for Eduardo here. Higher is crazy. You know, no, they're not gonna stop. Guys, hold on, is Eduardo still in here? Eduardo, you still in here? Eduardo, you still in here? Help me bond my token. I don't know what that means, bacon boy. I don't know what that means, man. But guys, listen, like I always say, if you made money today, all-time high is wild. So we're gonna fall for FOMC. I think afterwards we're gonna start to shift it down. You guys, Kelly, you know what I think is gonna be your best friend? I think that you coming here to the NQ Insider page is gonna be your best friend in here. This is what I think. This is what I tell everybody. Now listen, there's some members in here that don't read this and they don't leave a reaction in here. They don't do that just yet. But whenever I ask them, and I say, "Hey, did you read this?" and they're always honest, so I like them because they're improving. But they always go, "No, I didn't." And then what messed them up was exactly what was in here. 9.5 times out of 10. That's what happens. So you need so this will be your best friend. Why? Because I say exactly what I think in here. So this is what I think. It's in here. That'll answer your question. So short answer, yes. That's what I think. Why? Because we'll have a shift in monetary policy, and so things might shift. Otherwise, they're just going to keep going higher nonstop. They don't have to go lower. They'll just keep going up. I've been saying that for weeks in here, adding up for months in here, ad nauseum. They just keep going up nonstop. Nothing is broken. There's nothing. So if nothing is broken, why would they stop this market from going down? I mean, why would they stop it from going up? Why? See, people don't understand that overbought can become more overbought into more overbought. This market doesn't have to go down. It'll just keep going higher indefinitely for forever. And it'll keep going higher for forever over the long term. But I'm just talking about over the course of months, like several months. But that won't even come until something breaks. But if it starts going down too long, then they'll just start printing more money. Or they'll remove the stocks that are keeping it down and then they'll replace them with ones that are going up. That's how it's rigged. People don't understand that portion. People don't understand that. But anyway, let me get back to what I was saying, bro. They don't bet on that. There's always another all-time after one. Yes, there is. I took shorts for end of week. I think the buildup is crazy. And after the meeting, it's going to dump. Okay. So you took a short on Monday thinking that it's going to dump on Thursday or Friday. Why didn't you wait till Tuesday or Wednesday? Why not wait till afterwards to see if it does break and then enter? Why are you trying to guess, Chris 615888? Why are you trying to guess? Because every single person that tried to guess beforehand, look what happened to them. Look. Holy shit, look at that. They keep trying to guess, then we're going to go lower, but we're not. Look. So listen, look, this is a hollow candle here. So we opened up here, but we closed higher. So this is still a green day. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 straight green days in a row on gap ups. Well, we gapped down here, but we closed higher, like they liquidated everybody and squeezed it. And we're going to go higher tomorrow. Look at the bullishness on this daily candle, and you shorted that. I wouldn't dare guess before this week, he says. I'm from the future. Okay. Well, everyone here before over the last 10 days thought that they were from the future too, and their accounts are at 0. So I hope it works out for you, but I wouldn't be rushing to join the side of the losers just yet. I'm being honest with you. Look at this shit. Because this market has not turned back ever since Trump sneezed on tariffs right here. And ever since Trump said now looks like a good time to buy, this market has not looked back. There were people trying to fade the president of the United States. Let that shit sink in. He sneezed and he sent out a tweet right here at this moment. He said, now looks like a good time to buy. And other people were going, yo, shut the hell up. You don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Well, I knew we were going to all-time highs. I said that inside Discord. That was crazy. I took longs last week. Okay, good job, Chris. Great job. I'm proud of you. Like they said, don't try to lower the price of something. People keep buying even if it's mad expensive. Yeah, it's crazy. Mad expensive, yep. And I'll take long. Shiloh says, lower the price one day. Once they say, yeah, we're not buying. It's way too expensive. Yep. But I did put a lot on for Friday expiration because I think Wednesday will dump it. I think so too. I think that come Thursday and Friday will dump. Or at a minimum they'll keep it pinned because Friday is OPEX. So you got to be careful with that, brother. So I don't know if you're paying attention to that, but Friday is OPEX. How long do you trade? All day, 9:30 to 4, CJ. CEEJ on TikTok. All day, 9:30 to 4. All day, every day. And I help people inside Discord and I help them change their lives. Look at that bullish. Jesus Christ. You're shortening all-time high to all-time high without confirmation. Look at that, Jesus Christ. You look at that daily candle right there and you let me know whether or not you think that we're going to go lower. Guys, just stop and just think, why would they just fully just dump this for? What the fuck has changed? Like, look at that bullish candle close. Look at that. That is a full-blown gap up bullish. Why would they just reverse this for? Guys, this is the only time I look at a daily candle whenever we close it at the HOD. Just stop and just use your brain. Why would they dump for? For what reason would they do that? At best, they're just gonna keep it sideways. But why would they just dump this? You said, LOL, it was the way you said that word. Apex or OPEX? OPEX. 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 OP. Options, expirations. That's why I say OP for options. Options, expirations on Friday, quarterly. That's huge. I will not even be on stream that day. That is the one day every 90 days where I just walk away from my screen. Because this market is liable to do God knows anything. Lord have mercy. It's best not even just to rack your brain around it because it'll just do unexplainable things. It's best to walk away. I know what it is. I came from options. Okay, well, good, Kayla. Okay, I'm sorry. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry. NFP was wild also. Now, NFP was crazy. I do not trade NFP. I'm not going to do that either. That's my one day out of the month I don't trade. Because the candles are ridiculous and they could do anything. I'll demo trade, but even then, I don't want to be doing that. Anyway, guys, like I always say, if you won money today, great job. If you lost money today, hey, it's okay. You know, refine it. Take note of it. If you blew up the account, then you need to stop and you need to ask yourself, what was I doing? Was it one of those weird ass strategies? Was I trying to cheap it out? Was I trading strategies that I found for free off of Craigslist or Reddit or one of these weird back pages or social media or X? Well, then you also need to ask yourself, am I doing what 95% of other people are doing, as in like trend lines, support and resistance, and all of these things? RSI, MACD, you know, those kinds of things, order flow, all of those things. Am I doing that? And then you also need to ask yourself this. Is what I am looking at hidden in plain sight? Can a 5 or 6 year old toddler do what I am doing? And then you need to ask yourself that. And if the answer is yes, then you need to stop. Or you need to remember it, or you need to stop, but you need to remember it, internalize it, so that you know what the fuck not to do. Then you can learn what to do. So that's what I do. And I recommend you demo trade and take your time, like how Murdoch did. And now his life has changed. Or it will be changed soon. Who's getting ready to say something inside Discord? That's what I recommend.
I was just gonna say, I'm gonna take off. I love y'all, bro. Y'all keep y'all head up, grinding, man.
All right, Murdoch. We'll see you tomorrow, my brother. Hey, Murdoch. At about 6:30, 7 o'clock, flip that MNQ.
All right, bet.
Please do that, brother. Please do that and take that money, bro. Don't F around.
No, I am. I am. I'm on it.
Right.
I'm locked
yes,
in.
Sir. Yes, sir. Pay yourself. Great job.
Thank you, bro.
Yes, sir. No problem, my brother. I got you. Anyway, So yeah, you understand the knowledge. That's what I would do first off and foremost. And then secondly, it's okay, And then well, lastly, like I always say, guys, I say this every single day after class, after every trading day, because life is very hard, and I've realized this because I've come from poverty, like extreme poverty. I used to be homeless, and I understand how hard life is. Now, since I've been an adult, I've had things go in my favor. Like I've been flying in private jets and all of those things, private chefs and all of those things since I've been an adult. But I still understand how my family lives and how everyone else around me lives and how hard life is because I'm tapped into the economic side of things. So I understand how hard life is, and it's not easy to make money. It can be simple with this, but you got to understand. You got to pay for the knowledge and understand what we're doing. It can become very simple. However, because of that, this is why I tell people this all the time because they don't hear this. Because life is very hard and you may be alone. So listen to me. I love you. And it's okay. If you lost money today, it's okay. I love you. If you blew up your account, it's okay. I love you. We'll be back here tomorrow at 9:35 on TikTok, ready to go bright and early, and we will keep understanding this and we'll keep doing whatever it takes. If you just, hey man, well I just joined, man. Oh man, I'm not where everyone else is. What's going on? Hey, take your time. It's okay. I'm gonna be here. Show up for the classes and ask questions. That's why you're in here. You're a part of the family. Take your time. Don't rush this, because once you get it, it'll be exponential. And take your time and keep doing what you're doing. So I love you. I love every last one of you guys. I really do. From the bottom of my heart, I'm serious. All right. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna sign off. Where are the classes for free inside Discord? To join Discord, the link's in my bio. It's $11 a month for the Knowledge Community page, $27 every 90 days, and it's $29 a month for Discord. You get free online classes. For free classes, one-on-one. You get to ask me whatever questions you got, and I go over them. And then we back test on the weekends to expedite your learning curve. Or you can keep piecing together strategies from Craigslist or X, and then you can spend 10 years of your time, and then you still might not even get it then. But you think you're saving money. Hey, man, I'll keep my $27 in 9 days. Fuck you. Okay, that's fine to watch for free. But when you blow up your accounts and then you lose thousands upon tens of thousands of dollars over the course of 5-10 years, then you're paying for it then. But then even then when you blow up the accounts trading those weird strategies, that does not qualify you to learn. You still have to learn what to do. You'll just know what not to do, but you still have to learn what to do. You can actually learn what to do from here. So that's what I tell people. The choice is yours. But some people need to feel the fire first, because that's what most people do. There's some people in here that have had to literally lose everything that they've had, and then they join. But I wish that they listened to me beforehand. But at least they're making a step in the right direction, positive direction. So, that's what I tell people all the time. Now, they won't learn what not to do. They'll keep doing it, Chris says. Yes, they will. Unfortunately, that's a sad thing. Because a lot of people have egos. With this trading shit, you have to throw out your ego. And it feasts on your mentality to the highest extent. That's why people keep on trying to short this, because they want to get it right. See, the reason why I'm right almost all the time, as you can see, and I'm able to call these trades out from top to bottom like this, is because I don't give a fuck about being right, and I care more about making money than I do about being right or wrong. And then if they show me something different, and I go, oh well, that's what they're trying to do, so let me align myself with it. Most people can't understand that concept. They can't grasp that. It fucks with it fucks with the very psyche and the very being of who they are as a human. Anyway, mind over money. I agree. Anyway, it's all discipline. Yeah, it is. Anyway, all right. All righty. Like I always say, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:35. Most High willing. God bless. All right, Chris. Hold on. Somebody said.
All right, my God, be easy, man.
All right, King. I listened today, but at one point I heard you say something golden pocket. Do you have a fib up on another chart? That was not me talking about. Someone else mentioned that golden pocket. I'm not looking at no golden pocket. Arise or Aries. Arise. I'm not doing that. Hell no. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Shiloh said, this is how the day went. Great job, Shiloh. Fresh eval up 722. Okay, great job. Great. Proud of you. Proud of you, Shiloh. Great job. Way to take the trades. God bless. Yeah. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. The link's in my bio for the Knowledge Community page. I'm going to disconnect. DM me if y'all got any questions.